not do not seek the treasure.
That's about Dante's Inferno.
Do
That's
not
like
seek the treasure, baby.
No, the entire movie is like a modernized version of Dante and how he descends into the hell, right? So it says it at the beginning, but it's not modernized because it happens back in Depression era, United States. So it's just brilliant. The whole thing is just brilliant.
Fucking brilliant, man. I agree with you 100%, man. It's fucking brilliant. Do not seek the treasure. I mean, he's telling you right there, man. Don't seek the truth, man. Don't. And it goes against my moral judgment, in my opinion.
So they escaped from the jail, and they got the blind guy with the hand cart on the railroad tracks. So in the Greek mythology, is Charon, the blind freaking skeleton, brings you across the river Styx into hell.
Oh yeah.
So that's the beginning of the movie. So they descend. They begin their descent into the 9 levels of hell.
Yeah,
and the sirens that they meet, and they're singing "Down to the River."
Down on the river, yeah.
As I went down in the river to pray. Yeah, that one.
I went down in the river to pray. Yeah, man, that's sick ass. Biblical.
They think he turned him into a frog, and they whip him. He ends up whipping the frog against a tree. That's
good stuff, man. Good stuff. What was the song that made him famous in the movie? Can anybody sing a verse of that?
I can't sing, so no. No, I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, come on, help me out, man. Helio.
They're the Soggy Bottom Boys, man.
Soggy Bottom Boys, yeah. All right, shit. Fuck. Somebody jump on that real quick, man, because that was like an epic song in the movie. That's what made them famous.
I'm a man of constant sorrow.
I'm a man of constant sorrow.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go. I'm in the music business for a living, man. I repair and build pianos, for fuck's sake, man. That's what I do. Guitars, pianos, violins. But I'm always interested in the music psychology of the manipulation of people's minds through music. And it has turned into a meat farm for minds. The music has a meat farm for the minds, and it disgusts me, man. I want people to play music because they love it, and I know many people that do. They just love music.
I was on here explaining what the hell was I do? I don't know why I did that. I was explaining analog to digital, right? How they turn an analog signal into digital, right? Going back to like the record player and how they would turn a record, and like how all that worked, the electronics, like, and how they turn it into a digital signal, and how that's just, it's like basically all that stuff's just the same. You can use that for basically anything, right? That process, that digital signal processing of turning a waveform into a signal, it's in everything. The so-called black hole image, same techniques. It's all the same thing. When you turn any sort of waveform into a digital product, dude, it's the exact same thing. And we're talking about like how they can't possibly have done some of the things they said they've done because there's too much noise to get the signal out. Like even if you digitally process it, it's still fucking noise. You have to. I'm sure you know, like
I do know.
If you use a lot of gain, right? If you use a lot of gain in an antenna or an amplifier, right? It puts so much noise into the sound that freaking sounds like nothing. It sounds like trash. So all these same basic concepts. Oh, I know what we were talking about. We're talking about radar bounces from off the sun.
Oh shit!
So I'm looking at the sun. How am I gonna like? So the sun emits radio waves. So do you think I can send a radio wave from Earth, 93 million miles, bounce it up the sun, have come back, and now I'm looking at the sun, and I can pick my signal out of the noise that's the sun?
Hey, Idio, man, I'm going to take it one step further. Is that this week there's astronomers that discovered a radio signal that was 9 billion light years away. 9 billion light years away. Okay.
Right around the corner.
Right around, yeah, just out there, just above your head. That little spark of radio waves from 9 billion years ago. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to buy that. I'm just going to sit down and buy it, man, because I got the money. I'm just going to buy it.
Yeah. The Earth is only 4.5 billion years old, so like twice the age of the Earth, man. That's when it was sent, and it just got here.
It just got here. It's 9 billion years ago. It just got here. Wow. That's heavy, man. They just discovered this shit and promoted it this week, bro. I'm not like, I think I was in here on Tuesday talking about it, but I'm like, damn, these guys are good, man. These guys are really good.
I bet you if I go on YouTube, I can find some nerds on a stream talking about, how awesome that is.
Yeah, exactly. I dare you right now, man. I dare you.
I guarantee they're all wearing like comic book character T-shirts, right?
Right, like
the Flash, Shazam, like
Flash, Shazam, yeah, all that, man. Shazam.
In the background, they got like Pokemon and like Star Wars action figures.
They're like, dude, we just discovered a 9 billion light years old radio signal. We got it right here, bro. We got it right here, Oh, it's so amazing, bro. It's so amazing. I can't believe we did this thing when we get 9 billion years and it was a radio transmission 9 billion light years away. 9 fucking billion light years away. Yeah, that's a good one.
Indio, I found one for you. He's in the main chat.
Yeah.
There he is. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Dave. Fuck yeah, man.
That's how I picture a typical Glover right there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we found it. We found the 9
zoomed in. You're zoomed in too far. I can't even see his toys and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got toys. That room is just like full of like toys of comic books and
right.
Rockets.
Some of those guys are a little more interesting. If they have action figures in the comic books, then they're a lot more interesting to talk to than most Glovers, to be honest.
Well, I mean, if they got the comic books, yes. But if they're wearing the comic book superhero clothing, no.
Yeah, no, right. Exactly. There's a line there. There's a fine line.
40 years old wearing underoos, like that I wanted when I was like 5 years old, and you're wearing them now, no.
Right.
You're not cool.
Yeah. It's like the astronauts pretty much just like dressing up, They're not actually wearing suits to go anywhere. They're just dressing up, playing pretend.
Yeah. When I was a kid, they used to make underoos. I don't know if you ever heard of them. So they were like, they were like superhero stuff.
I wore those to school for Halloween one time, and I was so embarrassed. I can't believe my mom let me do that. I'm like, I went to school in my underwear, Mom. Kids were teasing me. I'm like, you don't let your kid go to school for Halloween in his underwear.
You woke up the next day. Was that a dream, or did I really do that? And then you went to school, and they were like, you wore underwear to school yesterday.
Wasn't a dream. It was real.
Dude, I'm glad you're in here because all that stuff you sent me, I'm sorry, I have not got a chance to read it. You sent me a bunch of shit.
You are the one that would love. I mean, you're the prime.
I know it's just so much. I want the time to actually go over it and read it because it's not that's not light reading. Okay,
Indio,
that way.
You got it. You know what? Would you make a section in this server called Michael Brenner comps, and I'll post them all in there. There's like 70 of them I've made now. I've made like 70 of them, just for everyone to have a reference, a quick and easy reference for anything he writes. Because that dude, he's been around since 2016, bro. I can't believe no one's found. I mean, not that I know of. That and one other person that I know that I actually recommended now is totally like into looking at everything he writes.
Just from what I've skimmed, like this guy's he's competent, he knows what he's talking about.
He's on it. He's a scholar. He's a mechanical engineer, or he studied mechanical engineering and linguistics from the School of Vienna, which is a very prestigious European school. And he's been flat smacking people on there since 2016, bro.
Well, more power to him. Good for him.
And he puts the math in there, and he has like real reasons that it doesn't add up. I mean, not that we don't, but I mean, he has the reasons with the math to back it, as well as examples of things that I've never even heard of in years. You know,
years that I've been. I want to give it justice because I know if I read it, it's like this is like a 3-hour endeavor. I need to like take.
Indio, it's like a 2-week minimum endeavor, bro. 2 weeks. You got to dive into Brenner, man. The guy's, oh my god, dude, the guy went
he's next level.
Yeah, he's next level, and he's bringing shit to the table. It's like, hey, man. This is ridiculous, basically, what we do in here every day, but he's taking it to the absolutely next level, man.
He's like the dude that flipped the score on Pac-Man or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Well, he's good. You're going to get it. If you actually, I'll put the link to his actual page in the live stream, as well as a couple good comps so people know what we're talking about. But, when you read his comment section, he's got like a few antagonists, that he's always going back and forth.
Oh, of course.
And you could read pages and pages of comments because these guys are all scholars as well, and they're arguing the finer points of some of the things we talk about, but on a different level than we usually talk about. So it's interesting.
A little more nerdy. Is that what you're saying?
It seems a little more nerdy, yeah. A little more mathy, right?
Yeah. It's super nerdy, bro. It's super nerdy. 100%.
But he has stuff about, like, he has one called What is Religion? And then there's this whole other path that you take down with the linguistic part of it, because there's this 9x16 grid that he's always referencing that is the beginning of language, he says. The first, where did language come from is the question. And it's from the runes. It's an ancient Slavic chart of symbols that he says are basically a guide to how the ether works. So, I mean, that's kind of where you get that. Right?
Okay, I got to get some weed before I read his shit then.
Right? Well, the swastika, I did a whole comp on the swastika and the misrepresentation or misinterpretation of the swastika. We all know it's the black sun, the energy wheel, which was totally villainized for a reason so that people wouldn't know its significance, right?
Well, villains keep using it, so that's probably a reason for that.
Right? Yeah. Or they just keep attaching it to villains so that, whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's useful, I'm sure, in lots of ways that are beyond just the symbolic meaning of it,
Well, yeah, if it's got some sort of occultic metaphysical power, or even if you just believe it does, you're going to adopt the symbol.
Or just for the process of how to manipulate the ether or energy or whatever, if that's part of the formula.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll make a fucking channel.
Yeah.
How the hell?
Hey, man, drop the link. Drop the link to it. Drop the link to it.
Drop the link. Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
Thank you. Yeah, man, that's good. Yeah, his stuff is as good as anything, man.
So if you go up to new release videos, Taboo Conspiracy put out a couple videos, or he put out a video about no, it's not by him. It's by a French guy that was in the Vendée around the world race or whatever. He's a sailor.
Yeah.
And he's a flat earther, and he basically busts down time zones. And what he's saying is 100% correct. He's like, there's 19 time zones in the north, and there's 32 in the south.
Wow. I love it.
Yeah, and he said that's how they're hiding basically the distances is by manipulation of the time zones. Because when you're sailing, right, you have to know, that's the thing, to know your longitude, you have to know the position of the sun. So if they're changing your what do they call it, the local hour angle, they're changing the local hour angle by manipulation of the time zones, it's going to hide the distances you travel.
Right. Here's my evidence, India. There is there's two sail races that are very popular. One is the transatlantic sail race, which is from basically England to New York. And it's been going on for 150 years, right? But the Trans-Pacific sail race itself is only from California to Hawaii, San Francisco to Hawaii, basically. And that's only been going on 50 years. They don't do an actual Trans-Pacific sail race, and there's no evidence to anybody ever trans-Pacificing from California to Hawaii in some kind of time record. I think the record's
that's kind of weird.
It is very weird and very bizarre, and that's why I'm interested in it, because
so one of the things he was saying is that there's between Alaska and Russia in the Bering Strait, that's where the international date line runs, in the middle of the Pacific, right? He said there's 3 missing time zones in that section. And they're basically hiding an entire area. They've compressed. But basically what he says, they have to compress the north and expand the east. So they took away time zones in the north and added time zones to the south. Exactly. And he actually correlated with the magnetic declination map, right? So in the magnetic declination, to the east of New Zealand, there's no inhabited islands. But the magnetic declination shows that it's 90 degrees. So if you looked at your compass and it said north, according to the magnetic declination map, you're facing east. And that's exactly where they put all the frickin' extra time zones, in this frickin' place that no one is, right? That they messed with West and said your compass is completely wrong, right? They're just telling you all this shit. And this guy, I guess he kind of figured it out. Anyway, the video's in it's one of the it's at the top of the channels. It's called New Release Videos. Okay. So
cool. Yeah,
it's the 5th channel down. Yeah, so
definitely check that out.
So it'd be interesting to watch. And then I have to, in that he says go watch the magnetic declination videos, because he made a couple of those. So I got to actually go back and watch those. Those are 42 minutes long, and the other one's 24 minutes long. But magnetic declination is a major component of navigation. Because basically you're saying my compass isn't reliable, and you're getting if you're using your compass, okay, this way's north, this way's south, this way's east, and this way's west, and then they're saying that's actually not north, south, east, and west. That way is because your compass is wrong. It changes your perception of your orientation of which way you're facing and doing everything is off. Right. So the example he gave was, say I sailed from Cape Verde to the edge of South America, and on the map it says south, and then I look in the magnetic declination, and so I should go 180 degrees and travel south. He said, but the magnetic declination is supposed to be 15 degrees. So I have to add 15 degrees to that, right?
Right.
And travel at 195 degrees. But even though it's 195 degrees on the compass, he's still, quote unquote, traveling due south. Even though if you put it on a map, and it said there's no magnetic declination, he's traveling southwest. right? So, so it's and this guy should know. He said he sailed 100,000 nautical miles in his life, which is pretty far. That's a lot of time on the ocean, awesome. Man.
Is he like an unknown, just coming out to Taboo Conspiracy?
He came out like maybe at the beginning of 20. It could have been last year. It's in 2022 or maybe the end of 2021. Taboo Conspiracy like interviewed him, and then this guy like has made a couple videos, but because he speaks French and his English ain't so good, his magnetic declination video is the one I saw. Those are in English, but his English is fine for me. Like I'm just used to hearing broken English on the server, I guess. Like it doesn't bother me. But the last video it's in French, but it's all subtitled. Someone translated it because some things get lost in translation. You know what I mean? He doesn't have the vocabulary to explain everything perfectly. So I think that's why they probably did the translation in text.
Definitely, I'll check that out.
A subject, like, and if you don't have a little detail on a technical subject, you know, it can fuck up your conception of what's going on.
They're always conflating things. They have their little tricks that no one sees because you know. My bigger one is the conflating the Coriolis with the weather patterns, and the fact that we may have this vortex, you know, this toroidal vortex that's causing this weather pattern, you know, change of the quote unquote north or south, you know, that may be, you know, somewhat consistent, but then they're equating, they're conflating all of that with the earth movement. So they could get away with that whole idea that the planes are feeling this force from whatever that force is that's causing these weather patterns, and just the crosswinds, you know, which they can say is just minimal compared to what the crosswinds would be. And which we know go in all directions, but people can't get that out of their head that the wind's moving the plane is not the same as the plane moving in relation to the fucking ground, or the ground moving in relation to the plane, I should say.
Oh yeah,
the ground doesn't move at all. You know, that's it right there. That's the end of the game. The plane never has a gauge of how fast it's going sideways in a tangential velocity with the Earth, and once it goes over a gradient of tangential velocities headed towards or away from the equator, it's not going to match up to the ground speed the way they hope, or the way it would need to, because it would never be able to land on a north or south facing any runway. But, you know, especially when you got two different vectors, you got the ground moving right to left of you, and you're going forward. Even if you were in the same tangential velocity, you would break your wheels off. Literally, that's it. It's over right there. We all know that the plane always lands on a stationary fucking runway. And
you know, here's another thing. If
you're velocities, it wouldn't.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like, there's another thing. If you take an airplane at the equator and you start flying north, like, you should use less fuel than flying south. Because, like, one of the arguments was, well, if you fly, because, you know, if you fly north to south to the equator, you have to catch up to the equator. They'll be like, well, it's over such a long period of time, right? It doesn't, like, you'd never detect it. Well, guess what? The fuel doesn't forget. Right? The fuel doesn't have to detect anything. You're going to have to burn more fuel going south than going north because you have to catch up, because your inertia from being spun, right, on the surface of the Earth, right? You still have to make up that velocity. There's nothing, like, there's no way around it.
Nope.
And if you're going south, right? If you're going north from the south, like, you should get there using less fuel, because you have to actually slow down a little bit. So you don't have to go as fast. You don't have to burn as much fuel.
They would take advantage of all of those things. If the Earth is spinning, all the flight paths would look different. Like, just take America, for instance. Like, if you were going from Chicago to Florida, if you were dead reckoning straight towards Florida, you know that Florida is going to be east of you by 300 miles by the time you get to that point you were aiming at, right? Well, if that's the case, then if you were going to Texas, you would then aim more south and wait for Texas to come below you, and then catch Texas as it's coming by you. you would take advantage of that for fuel purposes. You would never go all the way across America to Texas because you wouldn't need to if it's spinning towards you, which the globe model has to say it is.
Yeah, what they say though is the air's moving with the Earth, right? The air's magically Velcroed, and you're inside of it, and it's just pushing you along.
Yeah, but if that was the case, you'd never be able to fly to Texas from Chicago or New York or anywhere. Like it would be forcing you in that same reference frame, and you would never be able to fly out of that reference frame.
Yeah,
you can never fly against the spin of the Earth, which we know it does. If it was spinning, it flies in that in westward direction. So actually, this is the gotcha that I came up with that is hilarious to listen to. I'll put one of my recent battles with Zanuck over this.
Oh God!
You know how when they say, yeah, it's so funny. And there's a string of them, but so if you're going south towards the equator and you start like a 500 mile per hour tangential velocity at that latitude, and we have to say that there's a conserved speed of 500 miles per hour eastwardly, right? So if you're going south, they would say incrementally 0.081 blah blah blah, corrections over this period of time, and by the time you get there, then you're going to be in that same tangential velocity. So if you go towards the equator, you're going to need 500 miles per hour more eastward velocity, right, to be in sync with the Earth, right? But you have to be in sync with the Earth. Now, that doesn't work automatically. Even if you were able to catch up to it, when you slow down to land, the Earth keeps moving. You can't say that you're going to keep that 500 miles per hour extra tangential velocity eastward as you're slowing down to 100 miles per hour to land.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
that doesn't work. So you can't. So even if it could catch up, it can't keep going sideways faster than it's landing. Brian Mullins did a whole thing about that. Like that's part of what he was saying. Like you can't be accelerating sideways as you're landing faster than the speed you're going forward. But then the gotcha I got with them. Okay, so if you're going directly south, they say you have to correct eastward by incrementally over the period of time. And I'm like, okay, so what if you're going west southwest, Zanuck? Right, so the plane's headed west southwest, like New York to Acapulco, right? And it's going to get to the equator and need 500 miles per hour more tangential velocity eastward. But how is it correcting east if it only went west southwest? How are you getting any eastward corrections? And they just don't know what to say. There's no answer for that.
So what did Zanuck say? That he actually flew a plane on that route before, and he knows it works because he did it?
Oh, you should hear it. I'll send you the link. I'll put it in the chat. He's like,
because that's where Zanuck always goes when he's stumped. He said he'll just say he did it himself, and that's why.
Yeah, he's done that where he's like, you would just be, and he starts going into these other like tailspin examples of if you were going directly south. I said no. Not directly south, west, southwest. Well, let's just say south. No, west, southwest, because they need it to be south. Let's just say south. Okay. If you're throwing a ball, I'm like, no, don't talk about balls. And he's like, okay, on the moon. No, I don't want to talk about the moon. I'm talking about a plane going west, southwest. I even made a meme that I'll put in there that is just so funny because there's no answer to that. You can't correct east to get 500 miles per hour more tangential velocity when you're only going west and south. There's no way to get more velocity. And plus, you would, by their reasoning, if correcting east gives you more eastward momentum, then just by flying west, you're going to lose your original momentum. Right, you're going to lose that eastward momentum just by the mere fact that you're flying west for a period of time. So now you've gotten you have less than your original conserved momentum, and you need 500 miles per hour more than you originally had by the time you get to the equator. So it just fucks the whole thing up. No one can answer
it. Well, I mean, if I got to give Zanuck credit for anything, is there ain't no quitting him. He'll just keep piling on word salad and nonsense.
Yeah,
forever. Like the batteries in his cell phone got to run out, or like the power has to go out at his house for him to quit.
Right?
Like there ain't no quitting that boy.
Yeah, he's an Energizer bunny. He's got the
and he has no shame because that's the other thing.
Of a gladiator. Well, so he was on American Gladiators. You know that?
Yeah,
Supposedly
I know
he
that.
was on that.
I know a lot about a lot. I know a lot about the personal lives of quite a few Globers, but it's not important to me like what they do.
Do you know which episode? Not that you have to say it, or just DM me.
I think I have a video. I think I have the video. I hold on. Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
All right, check out the meme.
I know who's actually. I'm not going to say who did it. We have a professional. We have a professional doxer.
Sleuther.
Oh, here it is. But we don't actually dox the people. We just like get the information, just keep it to ourselves. Laugh at it in back channels.
Well, y'all.
Kosho, you got Kosho?
Oh, Kosho's pretty like he's only like an internet presence. I mean, we know a little bit about his background and story and things from back. I mean, his situation might have changed. This is back in the a few years back. We like knew where he worked and like what he did and where he's from but I mean that shit ain't really important. Doesn't mean what they said is wrong. Just like I guess we kind of like to know the motivations of some of the anti-flat earthers that come in here. Like, why are you doing this? It's more of a curiosity than like evil intentions. Did you get it, man?
Well, I'll look right now. I'll send you a couple of low ones from Xanac too. The West Southwest world. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, word.
It's so funny that 3 days in a row he was just rambling and rambling and rambling trying to answer this. He's like, well, that might be the best question I've had yet, but you're so stupid for not understanding my explanation. Like, what do you mean you don't have one? This last one I'll send you here.
Dude, Janet he came in here one time. We started debating a topic, dude, and he just like talked himself into my position somehow. Yeah. And then said it was his position the whole time. It was fucking hilarious.
Right?
And Mickey caught him. Like he did a Jedi mind trick on me. I almost didn't figure out. But Mickey was like, how did you end up taking his position? Like,
yeah. He knows it's a game. He'll admit to it. He's like, it's just a spin game. It's the spin cycle. We just keep spinning it around, keep coming up with answers. That's all we can do.
Maybe he's like practicing for like a public relations job or something. Maybe like White House press secretary, where you can take utter bullshit and try to make it and try to sell it as something that's sensical.
Well, he knows the model very well. Compared to a lot of others, he makes shit up at the same time that's not even a part of their model. But he doesn't want to waste that knowledge. It's like almost like he senses it's going to go away, and he can at least show what he's learned and be the star of the show in some sense on that side for the period of time that it lasts. However long it lasts.
Look, as far as people that actually know the gold model and like out in like an analytical way, right? So there's the people that can like parrot, so-called facts. But Xanac can actually analyze the consequences of some of these so-called facts. I put him maybe in the top. He's probably in the top 5.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's got that dishonest streak, so he shoots himself in the foot because he'll tell a lie and then bust himself, and then he loses all credibility. Like,
yeah, you can hear him smiling. He's one of those guys. You can hear him smiling, like flat Earth math. You can hear him smiling too. There's certain people that you can tell when they're not really giving the answer they believe, and they're just totally like talking through their smile.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by Flat Earth math.
No,
he's not an impressive character to me. Not at all.
Oh, another thing about this whole thing with the Coriolis is there's no gauge in the plane that tells you how fast the ground is moving below you anyway. So you would need that if the ground was moving below you, because you would have a gradient of tangential speeds that you can't ever guarantee you're going to be in line. You wouldn't be. As soon as you take off, you would be out of sync. Even because automatically, because the atmosphere is not in perfect sync with the Earth. Once you go up to a greater circle, when you get high enough, then you're in a greater circle than the Earth, than the ground. So you're going to be out of sync just by that very fact alone. You're not going to be in a one-to-one relationship with the ground. It would be impossible to ever take off and land on a moving surface like that, unless you had like the capabilities of like some of these F-35B type planes where you can hover in midair and land like a helicopter, and you would have special training, like landing on an aircraft carrier would be the norm. It would be even worse than that, because you would have to have Dyson ball wheels when you hit the ground, or your wheels will break. That's just a fact. The globe model is over right there.
So there's another thing with this Coriolis thing a lot of people don't know. If you look it up, tornadoes in Mexico, more than 50% of them spin the wrong way.
Right.
Wrong way from the Coriolis effect.
There you go. Yeah. They've got their well,
so maybe maybe the effect is dependent on your elevation, because Mexico is high above sea level. It's at 8,000 feet, Mexico City, and there's a lot of tornadoes in Mexico City.
That's interesting. That could be the case, because if what's happening is due to,
and tornadoes are actually pretty rare. I found out that they're pretty rare in the rest of the world. They just happen a lot in the United States. They don't happen in other places.
Yeah, I have a lot of tornadoes in my area.
It was some high, 80-something% of tornadoes happen in North America.
I wonder if the historical data is correct. I wonder if it's only been since they can manipulate the weather that's been the case.
Well, it's called Tornado Valley.
We have a unique topography. You know what I mean? We have the Rocky Mountains and then a vast plain. Most places on Earth that have a vast plain, they don't have mountains immediately preceding it, right? The airflow. It's just like from the sea to a vast plain. You know what I mean? It's not like coming down off of a mountain. So maybe that causes a strange mix of the air or something like that. But yeah, most of the tornadoes are in the plains.
Right. Well, if it's Ernst Mach who figured out with the Machian principle that whatever it is that's causing these stars to move in their 15 degrees is also affecting some weather patterns on Earth, as well as maybe the pendulum and things like this. That seems like that's a fair answer.
Kim, what state do you live in?
California?
Alabama.
Alabama. Yeah, I lived in Georgia for a while, and I remember there were quite a few tornadoes. Tornadoes are kind of a regular thing, but it's like they just busted trees and shit. That I don't remember them doing anything serious.
We've had some serious damage around here. One of our close towns, Cordova, got flattened in their downtown area, and Tuscaloosa in the same same storm. Tuscaloosa got dealt a lot of damage. Yeah, we have a lot of damage around here.
Yeah, my redneck friend used to say tornadoes are attracted by the smell of macaroni and cheese in trailer parks.
Dang. There's a lot of farms around here too.
Dude, because whenever there's a tornado, right, it's always a person in a trailer park, and they're always like, it sounded like a freight train. Every time.
Yes. I'm not going to lie, that's the truth.
Did you make a section for Benner? For the Michael Benner conch?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I should put it. And then I got to freaking change the permissions and shit. So, I'm going to make a channel. It's going to be... What's the guy's name?
Michael Brenner.
Michael Brenner. Brenner?
No, Brenner.
Brenner.
Yeah, I've read a few of his things.
Okay. I'm gonna make a private channel so like
Yeah, just so anybody can access it.
Well, it's gonna be private for now, so I'm gonna just make it till you like populate it with stuff.
Okay.
So silver flat Earth, flat Earther. Okay.
Yeah, he's even honest about the pandemic and the validity of the hoax virus and all that. I shouldn't have said that. You know, the thing that we went through.
I
he's
just
even
pinged you in the
all
channel.
out honest about that. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I just realized somebody
I
gave
figured
me the Southerner
his stuff might get taken down. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I just realized that I was given the Southerner role.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
well, I wonder why that is.
I wonder why.
I reckon I know why.
I reckon over yonder, I was probably being real Southern.
I like your Southern drawl. I've always liked the Southern drawl.
Can't help it.
Cool. Well, it's good.
You just gotta embrace it. I reckon I'm gonna head off here, guys. It's been a good day.
All right. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
You too.
Yeah, Brenner makes that same point too. There's a comp that I posted in the live stream about the Great Circle routes and how that just the fuel that it would take for it to actually catch up and be going where it's going. Actually, I'll put another little.
You know, the thing is, they don't actually fly Great Circle routes. That's just Glober bullshit. No. If you look on like Flight Aware 24, and first of all, most of any plane's route is a projected route. It's not an actual route that was taken. Right? They only have the actual route for like 100 miles from the shore, and like the route in between that is like the estimated flight path. But they're never like a Great Circle route. They're some variation of it.
Yeah.
They either go through a flight corridor or, you know, of course, there's always a reason, right? We're trying to save fuel or like we're trying to avoid this storm. So I looked at one. So I happened to watch a video that Jay Tolan Media. He put out like a few months back, but I didn't get a chance to watch it. And it's called Return to Flat Earth. So he took a flight from Las Vegas to LA, then LA to Seattle. And I noticed in one of his screenshots, he had like the Flight Aware. He must have the subscription, but it said distance, right? You know, and then actual distance. And they were off by like, you know, half a percentage. So it said like the distance was 826 miles, but the distance that he had actually traveled was 886 miles.
Right. Yeah. Look at the little dartboard kind of example I gave there. Basically, like they treat it like if you the blue dot towards the middle. If it went straight to its destination at the red dot, and that green line is if it's stationary. That's how the route looks, right? It just goes straight down to its place. But you got to factor in the fact that the where your destination is, you'd be moving 1,000 miles an hour, and you're only starting out with the 200 mile per hour or whatever, you know, tangential velocity. So the very fact that your destination is moving at 800 miles per hour faster than you're moving to start off with, you'd have to be constantly accelerating faster than the Earth to catch up to it. Constantly. And we know we have a cruising speed, so that we know that doesn't happen automatically. But if you see on my graph there, the red dot, if it took 2 hours for it to get there on a stationary Earth, in 2 hours, that red dot's going to be all the way over to the right there. And that means that you'd have to reach that destination not within the 2-hour period. It would take. Who knows how long it would take? Because you'd be going at least twice as long as what I'm trying to show there.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can't just take that idea out of the fact that your destination is moving faster than you are.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like when they say like the air sticks to the earth. Like, how's that possible? First of all, the air's a fluid, right? It's a gas, right? But as you go up, the distance air higher than you has to travel is greater than the air on the ground because that's a greater arc. That's a greater arc length.
Yeah.
So how the fuck does it stay right above that location and go with the earth, man? It should.
And they actually have to acknowledge it won't. Yep, they acknowledge that. They say, "Oh yeah, it wouldn't be if you got higher up. That's true. It wouldn't be necessarily as in sync." Plus, think about it. We got fucking jet streams. It goes into the jet stream. It's 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth, right? And they use that to save time. But how is it flying in and out of a jet stream? If it goes in, it's going 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth is supposedly spinning. How is it supposed to jump out of that jet stream and then automatically be in sync with the Earth again?
Look, I flew to Texas from Boston, and we flew into the jet stream, and instead of taking 4 hours, it was supposed to be like a 3-hour, 45-minute flight. It ended up taking like 6 hours and 30 minutes.
You're flying against it in the opposite direction. Why would they ever do that?
The pilot, because there was like a big storm or whatever. It was unavoidable.
Oh.
So like the pilot came on and said, "We're flying into 1,000-mile-an-hour headwind."
Right. Could you feel it?
I mean,
could you tell there was resistance?
Yeah, but I don't fly a lot, so I mean,
yeah.
It seemed like we were like, running in mud, right? Spinning our wheels in mud. It really seemed like that.
Right. That's kind of a scary thought, I mean, but that's basically what they would be. I mean, the fact that they say the atmosphere is supposedly spinning with the Earth.
But if you looked at his airspeed, he'd be going like Mach fucking 2 or something, right? Because the air is going by him at 1,000 miles an hour, and he's going into it at 500. So that's like Mach 2.
Right. If it works the way that we think, if it actually deducts the same way. I mean, maybe, but just the fact that they're saying the atmosphere goes with the Earth. If you were flying west, you'd be you'd be always flying into a headwind if that were true. Because you'd be flying against the spin, and therefore the atmosphere would be blowing at you like a headwind.
Yeah, there should always be a headwind no matter what, and then the jet stream is a headwind of the headwind, right? So that's like a double whammy.
Yeah. The other contradiction that I pointed out that led to this newer argument about West Southwest kind of was that if you were like, say, take the Chicago to Florida route again. Well, you could think that maybe the atmosphere, in their imaginary fix-all, that the atmosphere might be helping the plane along if it's going south and it needs to get to a destination right down below it, and it needs to be blown eastward, right? Well, then if you're going from Florida to New York, then, it's going to be blowing you, and you're going to have to resist that, and you're going to have to compensate the opposite direction, right? Because it's going to be blowing you off course in the opposite way if that were the case. But that doesn't happen. You just fly straight to New York, right? So,
man. Well, dude, we were just talking about this, me and Flat Earth, dude. All we do is sit here and point out like the contradictions of their nonsense. Like, if I'm going from the equator to New York, then I have to slow down. I'm slowing down. I'm not flying at 500 miles an hour. I'm slowing down to freaking which also don't make sense. Because say I'm like in Panama flying to freaking New York, it's spinning away from me, but it's only going 500 miles an hour tangential velocity, and I'm going 1,040. But like because I have to go in an angle, right? I have to go northeast, right? So it's still like moving away from me in a sense, right? Because it's going around the curve of the Earth, man. I still got to go around the curve to catch up to it, right? None of that shit makes sense, dude.
And even if that all was happening and somehow they were able to correct for it, how would they know what to correct for? They have no gauge of how fast the Earth is moving tangentially compared to their plane tangentially. There's no gauge to even show them what those comparisons are to correct for anything. Like, how are they supposed to like look at the ground? They don't. Even if you could see the ground, you wouldn't know how fast it's moving.
Yeah, and no one has ever taken. Well, I mean, you could just go back to NASA, right? Linear aircraft model, stationary, flat. That's how it actually works.
They treat it. There's no way the training would be that you treat the Earth as stationary level unless it was. It'd be a completely different situation, and they have to admit that it would be just by talking about these corrections. And then they have to go to you just follow the ground path, or it would be so minuscule compared to the crosswinds that you wouldn't have to worry about it. But make these corrections, but don't worry about it. But make these corrections, but don't worry about it. You can't have it both ways. Look at this graph here that Kosho made that I just posted. That's his way of explaining how it would work with, like, if it were moving, and it needed to like have that correction either way. There's a better one actually than that, but it's like there's like you wish the wind worked that way, so it would correct you no matter what, and you'd be in this little lane headed towards your destination that no matter which way you're going is going to correct the plane for you. They have to believe that the atmosphere corrects it all, or that just following the ground speed makes it all just like it's, on that moving restaurant at the top of the Space Needle that they always try to point out, like, oh, it'd be just the same. It wouldn't be moving very fast. Just the fact that they even try to say that 1,000 miles an hour is not that fast, because you could think about it relative to slower things, or faster things, it's like none of it works. How these guys really keep
they always go to the angular velocity, but angular velocity isn't like proper units, right? It's not. Those are like conceptual units. They're not real things.
Yeah, they want to go to the 15 degrees, which is, axial rotation, not ground speed.
Yeah, they don't want to use actual it's the same thing they do with fucking, they don't want to use like actual, what the hell do you call absolute units. They want to use these like mathematical units, right? These relationship units.
Yeah, just a way to think about it so that you're minimizing it in your mind. Same with that threshold. Have you looked into the threshold that they've determined, by the way, on this topic? Because that's not really much to say for their belief in not feeling the spin. That this threshold of what a human body should or shouldn't feel is just based on, again, one linear direction or one horizontal direction, and what that person might feel, relative in their decimal point thinking, that, it wouldn't matter if you were going all these different vectors in many different miles per hour, different speeds, variations of speeds. None of that is figured into their threshold. Multiple directions? No, none of it.
Well, this is the same thing with the air pressure argument.
One direction.
It's the same thing with the air pressure argument. It's only 15 pounds of pressure, right? Yeah, okay. The vacuum in a pickle jar is just like, a little bit of a pressure differential, and you have problems opening that, right? So, like, what are you talking about?
Right.
They try to go to this. It's these reference frame arguments, right? So, if you think about it a little bit a different way, it doesn't really matter. But that's just a mind game.
Yep. Same thing with the clock. They'll say it's slower than the hour hand. It's twice as slow as the hour hand, right, of a clock. And I say, well, if that clock were the clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, then that hour hand would be literally moving 1,000 miles an hour at the tip. So you can't get away with it saying it's that slow just by making it a smaller thing. It's a trick.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So it reminds me of something I heard when I was a kid, that if you had like a pair of scissors, right, that were a light year across, and you closed them, the tips of the scissors would be approaching each other faster than the speed of light, right? Because of the angle, right? The angle is closing so fast. You know what I mean? As the scissors got closer and closer to being completely closed, they'd be approaching each other faster than the speed of light.
Exactly.
So, like, you can play these little mind games, right? These little conceptual mind games about things, but it's just mind. It's just mental masturbation.
Well, that's how they keep people convinced. That's their go-to, and they have. It's almost like they have to lock in that idea of it not mattering because of these, little simple examples that they blow out of proportion and treat as if that it would be just the same. One linear plane direction is just the same as going millions of miles per hour in separate vectors. That is just like something that they just have to believe. Otherwise, their whole paradigm just comes crushing down.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same argument about what do you call it? The plane doesn't have to tilt its nose down because it flies according to the air pressure.
Right.
The air is curved, so it curves. Like,
yep.
Like, shut up.
Well, all of the measurements. They that they went through all of the objections to it when they planned this out. I don't think for one second that they just got it wrong, and they thought it was a globe, and now they're just updating their assumptions, and now they know it's not a globe. They knew it was not a globe, and they had to carefully make sure that all of these measurements were stretched out just far enough that no one would be able to prove it wrong.
It just goes to show you can rationalize almost anything.
Yeah. And they knew it. They had to make the stars infinitely far away for that to work. King's Dethroned will tell you all about that. They had to make the circumference, large enough so that the hidden values with the hijacking of perspective would work out. They had to make it just so that you could say, okay, the give between train track sections is enough to account for curvature. Literally, that's an argument that they'll propose, that just because you could never use train tracks to prove it's flat because there's a certain amount of give between each section. That's enough to account for the curvature. Yeah. So no forced line's ever going to work based on that principle alone.
Yeah, because the weld of the railroad tracks is just a little bit off.
Yeah, it has to have some give.
Oh boy. Kind of funny, man, that they have to live in this world of mental contortions, right? Like contortionists, bending their freaking heel behind their head.
Right. And they just line up, and we're just sitting there beating and pummeling them on a daily basis. These guys must just either they're paid to do it for or something, but they're just lining up for abuse on a daily basis, and they have to take it.
Yeah, it's amusing though. I mean,
it is for us.
What's up, Peter?
That's what keeps me in the game, just talking to these guys. I still can't figure out why they if they do, if they believe it or why they believe it. How could they really maintain their common sense?
They don't want the it's the alternative. They don't want the alternative.
The cactus. Yeah.
Very scary.
It's understandable, but I just don't know how they can really keep themselves believing it even after being in these discussions this long.
Yeah,
so what's the alternative choice? Eternal damnation and consequences for their amoral, degenerate behavior that they practiced because they were atheists that thought the Big Bang and evolution and all that shit. So they decided nothing matters. So I'm gonna have sex with my fucking cousin.
Right. Whatever. Yeah, that could be a big part of it. Yeah, it's whatever they've done that they don't want to own up to. What were you gonna say, PMac?
Hello.
Oh, what's up?
Hello. Yeah, good time to come on when we're talking about incest.
Yeah, I always like to fuck my cousin. No, I'm kidding.
Anybody's gonna fuck my sister, it's gonna be me.
I never know where that is. My cousin. I never went near my sister. No, it's good. But she is pretty. So,
well, it is a house of cards. I think that's the thing. They know that if one card gets pulled, the whole card comes down. That's why they won't give an inch on any of these arguments. If they give an inch on one argument, then they might have to give another inch on another argument, and then the card gets pulled. They can't pull a card, so they have to agree with everything, including the Tesla car in space and all the other bullshit. It's hilarious to put, make them admit that they have to believe it.
like they're building him up to be some kind of savior of free speech, but at the same time, this guy does electric chairs and must have fucking brain chips in your brain implants in your. Well, it's pretty much explanatory, but yeah, I mean, all we do is just take a wee bit of your skull out, and we put a brain chip in it, put a wee bit of skull. Get away from my brain, man.
Well, think about he freaking said AI is dangerous; it could destroy the world, and then he builds an AI.
The next day, he buys all the shares in fucking AI companies. Like, he basically owns them. He told us AI is dangerous, it's probably at the end of the world. And what did you do next day? Maybe like a week later, buys up all the AI companies.
There's actually a good meme for that. Hold on, I'm gonna post it because it's pretty freaking hilarious, man.
Did you make it?
I didn't make it. I think Adam made it. Hold on, let me find it real quick. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh.
It's good to see you on here more, Indio. I was like, man, I wish Indio was on 24/7. I keep saying that to people. Wish he was on there more.
I mean, it was hilarious.
I needed to take a break for a bit. I just needed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's good to see you too, in your perspective. Fuck me, I haven't seen you.
Yeah, you too, PMAC, always, brother.
About 6 months.
Yeah, I don't come back on here very often, but I will once in a while for sure. I see you over at Earth Awakenings, PMAC, once in a while.
Yeah, I don't say too much because you can't. Because them boys just shout at each other. Right? Zanuck and Kosho and
yeah,
box shake.
It's pretty crazy. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Zanuck and his excuses, that argument I was talking about, Indio, with planes not being able to land with the two vectors, Whitsett's been going off on the same argument, but with the moon landing. And there's this, data that shows that they went straight down and landed on the moon, but there's no movement of the fucking rotation of the moon included. They would have to be going sideways along with the moon at that same tangential velocity when they land. But there's the telemetry data doesn't show that happening whatsoever. In fact, they have an interview with a guy talking about it.
Yeah, look in the live stream, man. That shit's funny.
I guess I built it. Yeah. Built it at bought it. This shit is going to.
Oh, that's the thing.
And
that's the other thing we've been going off on recently is the AI. Have you messed with the AI questions yet? Very much.
Oh yeah. It's we've been talking about that a couple of days. Yeah, like anytime you ask anything about flat Earth or globe, it inserts this stupid paragraph about how it's been scientifically proven and yada yada yada.
But you could ask it specifics and get it to contradict itself. And that's the thing.
Oh, I've got to say all sorts of stupid shit that you can see curvature of the Earth from 20,000 feet, and
well, it can't waffle. That's the thing. It doesn't have the ability to waffle. It can give you contradictory statements, but then when you call them out on the waffling, it has to acknowledge it. It can't. That's why it's almost like this is the death of the globe that they knew was coming, and they're going to try to find a way to embrace the flat Earth or something, because that can only go on so long where you're getting direct contradictions from the AI, Bob. They can't do a Zanuck where they're like, oh, well, you would just kind of finagle it, and then you would just, bank south to go east. What, bank south to go east? That doesn't make any sense. The AI would never say that.
Yeah, it's. I've asked it a bunch of questions. It says some pretty dumb shit. Well, it's not a unconstrained bot. They use constrained reinforcement learning in a safety layer. Yeah, so they have a safety layer on it, and that safety layer is a constrained reinforcement learning neural network.
It's the government
that learns how to serve you what it wants, what whoever programmed it wants you to know better. So it doesn't like serve you what you want to know better. It learns how to serve you what they want you to know better.
Exactly. Yeah. And that'll be apparent to anybody that digs in and sees that's not that, that it's not giving you the appropriate answers. It's giving you the government cuck answers.
Well, I watched a video where someone compared the ChatGPT to like another AI program, and they went like over like how they work. And the chat AI uses this safety layer thing. Then I went on OpenAI's website, and then it explains like how they're using constrained reinforcement learning. Yeah, it's pretty like it's not like an organic thing that's like, oh, I want to know this, and it's just telling you. It's like, I want to know this. Oh, what do we want them to know? Serve them that.
Right. Exactly. But it outs itself, so it's dangerous for them that way.
Yeah, it's really strange. Like, I mean, everybody saw that. Goes in mainstream on Joe Rogan and tells us that AI is probably the most dangerous thing that could happen to humanity. And
as long as they keep it constrained, giving the answers they want, it's not as dangerous. But yeah, it's dangerous if you get the AI to actually do some of its own learning and
I think it's going to expose a lot of things, though. A lot of a lot of holes in like the modern culture. Like I heard Brett Weinstein. We were actually talking about this. I think it was last night or the night before. So like Brett Weinstein said, like it's bad enough you have a lot of experts that don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. But now that you have an AI, you're going to have people that aren't even pretending to be experts that can sound like an expert because they can ask the chatbot. I guess it ended up passing like it almost passed the bar exam. It passed the MBA exam, the Masters of Business Administration exam, and it passed some other exam. It has a medical license now too, by the way.
It'll write code for you. People are getting
it's awesome for writing code. That's the only thing it's useful for. It should just like writing code, man. It's awesome.
And people can get a programming job without having real experience. Just use the AI bot.
Well, yeah, that's one thing. But the thing is, an average person, right? Say an average person comes up with an idea for an application. They can just use the fucking bot to write it, and they don't need to know programming, which is actually awesome. Because now, like, some dude that lives in a trailer park somewhere doesn't have to know any code, but if he comes up with a fucking great idea, he doesn't have to sell out and, like, hire lawyers and do all sorts of weird stuff to protect his intellectual property rights. He can just, like, make the thing.
Yep. Change the game.
If you come up with a good idea, don't tell anybody, especially not the fucking internet, because they'll steal that straight from you. They'll steal it.
I have a good idea, and I've been telling people for a while it's just too expensive for anyone to steal.
What is it?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Keep it to yourself.
Well, if it's too expensive for anyone to steal, you probably said it before.
So using the pressure of the ocean to generate electricity?
Oh, yeah. The waves?
No, not waves. Pressure. That water pressure.
Oh, yeah. Below.
Okay, so check this out. Mm-hmm. If I had a bubble that was like a centimeter around and it was at a depth of like a mile, by the time that bubble reaches the surface, it's going to be gigantic. It'll have expanded, like, let's say, just come up with a number, 10,000 times its volume. It'll be that much bigger. So what you do is you make basically like a long ass fucking vertical tower, goes a mile down into the ocean. And on the top of it, solar panels, right? And those solar panels run electricity down through a wire to the bottom. and make an arc and evaporate the water. Right?
No.
So now you have a big fucking steam bubble, right? So you have all the steam bubbles coming up that are expanding, right? You basically getting energy from the water pressure. Right?
Yeah,
and you have and like on these towers you have like inverted funnels, and in those inverted funnels they capture the gas and they spin a fucking turbine and create more electricity.
I told you the other day, somebody's gonna write a book about that shit. I swear to God.
I came up with that idea like 2 decades ago, but like it would cost you like $1 billion to make that shit.
Well, you can supposedly just tap into the etheric energy above us anyway, and that might be what they're really hiding.
Well, I mean, you just use the perpetual motion machine that's called gravity, right?
Right. If the Earth were spinning, we'd have a perpetual motion machine to use all the time. If the Earth were actually spinning, is a funny thing. They could use the spin of the Earth in all kinds of ways for energy. And especially if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, just have a drone going the opposite direction and causing resistance. But yeah, there's so many ways that the globe's been done for so long. I don't know how anyone stays in this conversation for that long and not completely just be like,
oh, you want to take like you want to go back in time? Go on Facebook. Go on Facebook and start talking about flat Earth, dude. It's literally like going back in time. Their arguments are from like 2016, 2017. They're still posting like flat earth.ws shit. Like it's fucking sad. It's just sad.
Right.
See, aren't some of their arguments from like BC, like the Aristophanes thing?
Right, BC. Right.
Yeah.
That's basically. Oh, I just made a Brenner comp on Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Doesn't work. It only works on a flat Earth. The shadows and everything. That's the funny part.
Freaking troll station. Jesus Christ.
They'll steal the idea, I swear to God. I mean, I had an idea about
dude, listen, that's like where Zanuck, Kosho, and frickin' all the anti-flat earthers, that's where they actually at. They're in troll station.
They're in limbo, In limbo?
Are you looking in the live stream? There's a troll station, a Norwegian research station in northern Antarctica called Troll Station.
Troll. That's funny.
And that's where all the anti-flat earthers are. They're living there.
Right. Or either that or they wish they lived there and they talk about their life as if they live there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They talk disrespect Star Trek or Star Wars, dude. They go ballistic, dude. Seriously. They lose their shit. They start sweating and their heart rate goes up. They start talking all loud and shit. Fucking crazy, dude. Seriously. I seen him get more mad over that than the heliocentric argument. Like, you disrespect one of their favorite characters on Star Wars or Star, you know what I mean? Whatever the shit that they're into, dude, that's like holy grail to them, dude. You know what I mean? They quote that shit like it's Bible.
It'll cost you out.
Well, I found out in this topic, like, they get offended by flat earthers, but if you start talking shit about mathematics and how it doesn't have the godly properties that they assign to it, they'll fucking go bananas. You don't believe in mathematics? Oh my God!
Yeah, so funny.
I'm losing brain cells. I'm leaving the server.
Fuck's wrong, man?
Or they'll try to throw buzzwords out there.
Look, in the beginning, in the old server, like when the old server first started, I used to post all these mathematical paradoxes because they would try to make all these mathematical arguments. So one is called the infinite staircase, right? So if you take a square, right, and you take the square root of a square, right, square root of 1 or the square root of 2, right? So your square has 1 inch on one side, 1 inch on the other side. So it's 2 squared. So if you take the square root of 2, right, the diagonal, it'll give you like 0.6, blah, 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 bunch of digits. But if you actually draw that, right, so if I can draw a square on it, I can draw like halfway through one side and then up and then down, basically like a staircase. And you can keep making this staircase smaller and smaller and smaller. And you add it up, this diagonal, the number's 2, which means geometrically the number's 2 if you measure each individual lengths of the stairs. So that means geometrically the square root of 2 is 2, but numerically the square root of 2 is 0.6136, whatever. And they used to get fucking furious, dude. Because it's a contradiction. It's something very, very basic. It's not complicated.
Is she buying her stairway to heaven?
I'm actually going to post a video about it because when I first saw it, I was like, that's messed up, man. It totally, the whole idea of a square root, it just destroys the idea that a square root is even a thing.
Holy shit. Mr. Kecker says they're off by 10 point to the square fucking root of 10, which means like fucking a lot of zero.
Yeah, hey, Indio, I remember when I used to be the janitor at an Ivy League college once. They had this math problem on the board, bro. I was just mopping up the hallway, and like I put that shit together real quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry. Is this Google hunting?
Back in the day when I was living in Southie, you know what I mean?
You try shitting on the chalkboard, and the professor came in and said, "That's fucking brilliant, bro."
Hey, P-Mac, you like apples? Well, how you like them apples that don't fall far from the tree, chip off the old block, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's good Will Hunting.
Yeah. Hey, Indio, your icon thing's from Kill Bill, huh?
Yeah. You just figured that out? Jesus.
I just did, right?
Fuck, I will take it 6 fucking years, bro.
Well, hey, I just happened to be use some of the clips today to make like a thumbnail for my for one of my rap song. It's called Not Medical Advice, but I used the part where what's her name she goes into the hospital and she has like a patch over her eye and she goes to take out Uma Thurman and then she gets recalled by Bill. I use that part as like that picture where she's standing over the bed as like my thing for Not Medical Advice song. But yeah, I seen that. I passed that part where she was like training with the sensei. I was like, oh, that's where she. Okay, yeah, that was a dope movie though, dude.
It's not really like that.
Yeah, I love that movie.
But,
so here's another paradox.
Indio, no. Did you see the video? If you you don't even have to watch the song. You could just turn it on mute if you don't like rap. But the video is like it's all Kill Bill, and I just took clips of it and like, you know, like the fight scenes and like different scenes and shit. So I don't know, you might like it if you like that movie. I'll send you the link if you want.
Yeah, why don't you link your YouTube in your freaking profile?
Okay, I will.
Put it in the mainstream list. Let's see what you got.
Okay,
your user profile, man. Link it to your YouTube shit, man.
Okay.
Because I know you make videos, so
yeah. Yep.
It's not too bad. Like it's pretty good. Kind of good.
Thank you, bro.
You are, bro.
So I posted 2 paradox I used to beat Cobras over the heads with, and they spiral, dude. You start talking about math, man, they just go frickin' bananas. They don't like you. That is like literally like their god. Even more than the globe, even more than the Big Bang. It's the math proves it. And the thing is, they all suck at math. You try to talk about mathematics to them, they don't have no idea. Listen, flat earthers are better at math than globe earthers. Like, I have no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, because it's truth. We're better at truth than they are. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like.
Now I know.
They make all these appeal to math, and you start asking the questions about the math, and they have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Right. Well, speaking of which, check out the comp. I sent it to you, Indio, as well, when you were talking about mathematics. In the first column of that, by the way, anyone that sees these, you have to download them to actually read them because they're so big that you're not going to be able to just zoom in by clicking on it. But in that first column, he talks about the difference the problem that they have is that they're using geometry and kinematics, not dynamics. Dynamics includes the relationship of large bodies or any mass compared to another mass in motion, right? If you're using geometry and kinematics as if forces are involved, that's completely fallacious on its face. You can't use mathematics that don't include dynamics. So right there, all of the globe math, all of it. In fact, the orbital mechanics doesn't even work. You would need a tether. So it's not like they have a working model. You would need a tether. You can't have something continuously falling and orbiting. You would have no retraction. It would never come back around if it's continuously falling because it has to go out and back. It doesn't work. And you can't use, again, geometry and kinematics without including the forces. And they pretend that forces are involved. And they also pretend that there's no centrifugal force for these orbits. It would just fly off.
Yeah. It's just giving them that.
So none of it even works. It's not like we're fighting a working model. The model literally doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Even the mathematics that they love do not work, literally. And it can be shown, and that's what Brenner does. That's an important point. That you're not using dynamics. Dynamics are the actual dynamics, right? You can't pretend that geometry uses forces. So yeah, it's over in so many ways. It's been over. I thought this was going to be over by the time, 2018 rolled around.
I mean, yeah, listen. I said this 3 years ago. We already won.
Yeah.
Right?
Long time ago.
We're just like, informing them like you lost. Basically, we're gloating.
Many times over.
We're pointing at the scoreboard. The game's fucking over, dude. Like, look at the scoreboard.
Yeah. That's why I wrote that poem that I sent you, and the undefeated underdog. The undefeated underdog. That's what any you could even argue, no matter how uninformed the flat earther is, he wins every debate with the most experienced globe earther because the globe earther is basing his arguments on a faulty assumption. So he's lost already from the very start.
You can't win when you don't have like the actual facts to support you. It doesn't matter how clever your frickin' argument is.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But it's like they're just there to give the impression to anybody that wants to believe it still, that the idea that people still do believe it. Maybe that's their purpose. Just to give the idea that there's people out there that totally believe it 100% and they're not doubting it whatsoever. I mean, even though they make us look great because they're just so fallacious. If anyone's really paying attention, they'll realize it because I think the globe earthers make more flat earthers than flat earthers.
Yeah, me too.
So I think you think the globe? Say that again. You think the globe? The what? Say that again.
People see how ridiculous their arguments are and become flat earthers based on that, rather than some flat earther convincing them.
Yeah, flat earthers don't make flat earthers. Globe earthers responding to flat earthers make flat earthers.
Yeah, that's right. Up here.
Yeah. I trip. I don't know how some people can, like, if I had heard all the information that, like, literally, like, when I heard about flat earth from my ex-girlfriend, I was like, I don't have time for this. And it wasn't until a video came on that I couldn't change the channel because I didn't have the remote, the Eric Dubé video. And after like 15 minutes, I wasn't paying attention. It said a word, something was said that clicked in my mind. And it was like, I knew instantly the earth was flat. And like, I just went like full force into it. But I don't understand how people could, if I had heard even a fraction of the amount of information that I hear you guys telling Globers, dude, I would have been like, what the hell? Like, you know what I mean? So I don't understand that, dude.
Yeah, It makes no sense.
Nah, dude, it's so strange, dude.
Because people don't want to doubt it. They'd rather believe something that sounds like plausible in some weird like off way. It's plausible you could land a plane on a spinning ball. Like it's somehow, oh yeah, the atmosphere fixes it. Okay, I'll stick with that. They want to believe the easy answer that plane travel in one direction is enough to, think that you could be going all these different vectors and many, many miles per hour and various speeds, like that. Oh yeah, I don't feel it on a plane. That's good enough. Like, is it really good enough? Really? No.
Well, I mean, think of like because they don't actually they get lost in their head, man. This is the thing. Like, this is like if you actually think about it from a practical idea, right? So, say you had a fly. He's on a ball. You start spinning it. You think he can land back on the ball while it's spinning?
Anywhere he wants, man.
Of course not.
They'll say, "Oh, well, what if he's in a car or fly inside a car? He could go from one side of the dashboard to the other and land just fine." What are you talking about?
All the examples they give when they try to give like a real life example on a smaller scale is ridiculous, dude. It's like talking to a kindergartner just coming up with shit off the top of their head. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh. And these are people. Some of these people make 6 figures a year, dude. Pillars of the community. You know what I mean?
Dude, yeah. How many times have you heard? How many times have you heard like a learned person, right? Educated, PhD in astrophysics, and they start their shit with imagine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Look, listen, I shut right off. As soon as they say imagine, my brain shuts off. Like, I'm not imagining anything.
They all do too.
Yeah. Right?
They all do. That's how they have to think of this. Imagine you're, a fly in a car going from the side of the dashboard to the other. Imagine that.
Yeah, we're going to do a thought experiment. We're doing a thought experiment. No, dude, you're imagining things in your head. It's not an experiment.
Yeah. The only time I imagine stuff is when I haven't been with a female for a while and I gotta use my imagination. You know what I mean? And I don't want nobody around. You know what I mean? That's some shit I do by myself.
You're also not gonna run around saying it's scientifically proven that you've had sex because you imagined having sex.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I just had some really, really good sex. I mean, just imagine. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah.
Scientifically proven, man. I did a thought experiment about being owned.
That was the 3 things that the first it really fucking turned me about as I realized this is what are you living in? Well, you're living in a theory of gravity, the theory of evolution, and the theory of the Big Bang. I thought, fuck me, all 3 of them things begin with theory, so it's not actually proven. So
pseudo force, all that. Yeah. Force without a force. Force.
And none of those are actually theories. That's the funny thing. They're just called theories. Yeah. They're all hypotheses.
Yeah.
I just posted a Brenner comp on thought experiments, and the highlighted. Sometimes I highlight part of it in a square at the bottom. And this one, it says thought experiments are used as traps for people who cannot see through the trickery, and because they do not represent repeatable real world experiments, the trickery remains largely undetected.
They're caught in dumb fuckery. Dumb fuckery.
Actually, I got to get off. It's fucking 4 a.m.
All right, Indio.
I got to get up in 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh, man. Have a good one.
2 hours. What the hell is wrong with me?
Fuck.
I mean, I fell asleep a little bit earlier.
What's not wrong with you, bro?
Yeah.
What's not wrong with you?
Yeah, I know. That's a very short list. I got all 10 fingers and toes. That's about it.
What's wrong is about the length of your arm. What's right?
All right, y'all have a good night, morning.
You too, Indio.
All right, bye.
Good night.
Watch those Xanax clips.
So my chick. Okay, so my chick is all mad and pissed when she's on her period while I'm out with some globetard doing a Cavendish experiment.
Nice.
Is this the start of a new rap?
Well, Helio the other night's like, why don't you make a rap about the Cavendish experiment? I'm like, oh yeah, that's really cool. Like all kinds of people would be bumping my shit. Like, you see me? I was like trying to think of a rap that would like where the Cavendish experiment would sound cool. And I was like, well, if I threw in something about my ex chick being on her period, for some reason, like my song could be dumb as hell, but then I throw something, mention the period or Tampax and shit, and to me, it makes the whole song kind of good, you know? Right? Or I'll be like, hello, Siri, is gravity a theory or a fact? All my tampons in the house where my period's at. You know what I mean? I don't know. It kind of like shows that like I'm not trying to be like serious and like the whole rap is just about like technical facts and mathematics and shit like that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't want it to be like, oh, like I got my chopper, bitches, hoes, gold. You know what I mean? Like superfluous shit too. So I try to like balance it out. You know what I mean?
You're gonna trigger people with the period talk for sure.
I think actually I trigger more people with talking about the flat Earth than dude. Like seriously, I think a human being, at least in this country or in the state I live in, could go out in public and get less reprimanded and less backlash talking about PEDO type of stuff, about FE type of stuff. I'm not even kidding you, dude.
Oh yeah. They even have like a new term for it, like a protected class of people called. Something like that's weird.
They say as long as they don't act on it, then there's nothing wrong. We can't discriminate. There's another thing. They can imagine they just want to imagine and they don't act on it. It's like, dude, I don't want to imagine somebody coming near my kids with these thoughts in their head. If they act on it, they're dead. Period. The reason they haven't acted on it because you mean that's a punishable by death, bro. You know what I mean? Ain't no 911's the last thing I'm gonna call. I don't even know the number for 911, dog. You know what I mean? But yeah, dog. Like seriously, bro. If you could see the thoughts in a man's head and he was thinking thoughts like that about your kids, that'd be done, bro. Done. You know what I mean?
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's more
unacceptable to think that guy thinks that he's not spinning.
Dude, right? Yeah.
That's where we're at, man.
Yeah, seriously, dude. Hey, in a world where they say they have dinosaur footprints, millions of years old, fossilized, and they worship them, and you can't even question it. In the same breath, they'll say for human beings, our fellow human beings, not to leave a carbon footprint, but we worship these things that if they really did exist, would kill us instantly. Doesn't make any sense, bro. It's so ass backwards.
Yeah, it is completely. And the globe Earth is something you have to imagine. So it's not even about what you're imagining; it's what you're not imagining if you're a flat earther.
Right? Fuck. Yeah, for real. So crazy.
What, you're not imagining that you're spinning? That's a sin. Right. That's unacceptable.
Yeah. Dude, it's like the psychological equivalent of mind rape, really. Like, imagine a chick who every time she's ever had sex, it's just forcible rape and it's against her will. You know what I mean? Over a period of time, she's gonna think that's the only way it is, right? And then when somebody comes in is like, "Nah, we can get to know each other. Like, I'm not even tripping. Like, take our time." She's gonna be like, "What the hell? Like, what the? That's crazy."
Right.
You know what I mean? I was told by my handlers when I was a little kid that rape is the only normal way. So for you to say any other way is freaking crazy. You know what I mean?
That's insane. Yeah, it is exactly that kind of reversal. Like, it's insane to think that your reality is as it seems. That's ridiculous. How stupid are you to think that everything's more like it seems than the opposite of that?
I know, dude. Fuck. Yeah. So weird, dude. So ass backwards, dude. Fuck,
and that's why it's so funny once you realize it. Like you were talking about with Eric Dubay or whatever. Like when you realize it clicks, and you're like, I can never think any other way about it because there's no way I can start thinking that my reality is the opposite of what it seems. When it makes way more sense that it's what it seems. Come
on, bro. Exactly. You know what I'm starting to think that not all of us who come to believe that the Earth is flat or just know it are meant to be speakers or people that represent it necessarily, though. Like some people just can't do it. They don't have it in them. Like my ex-girlfriend, she was a flat earther longer than me. And dude, I'd start talking about it with some dude in line in the supermarket, just randomly. Dude, she'd lose her shit. She would get so embarrassed. She'd be shaking outside. So it's just like some people, you know what I mean?
Some people don't like to have to be put on the spot with like confrontation, but also just that they'd have to like. There's people that know that the Earth isn't spinning, but they don't know all the, mathematical proofs that they were supposed to learn about the globe so they could debunk it properly. They just know it makes way more sense that it's not.
Yeah.
So
and those people might bring it up like once or twice a year at some random place with somebody, and then like timidly like back out of the conversation. I mean, they're more afraid of like rejection or just embarrassment or whatever than their love for the truth. You know what I mean? And I think they're just genetically like that.
From a kid, like from the time we're a kid, we're taught to think it's stupid. So even if you know it, it's not a ball, you still in the back of your mind thinking that people are going to think you're stupid, or that you think that it's stupid regardless if you know that it's not the case. It's ingrained. It's so hard to shake that. We're a group of individuals, people that never wanted to be a part of a club. Now we're all in the same club together.
It's like this. It's like if a chick, like I said, I hate to use that example, but it's a good example of getting raped, or like a dude who like has like bullies who always pick on him and always punking and stuff, and he knows, like, say his neighbor is always snagging his shit, right? And he knows that his Amazon packages are always gone, stealing from the neighbor and shit. But every time he sees a neighbor, he's like, hey, like his neighbor needs something, like, oh, I'll give you a ride, like, because he's too scared to say shit, right? There's some flat earthers that are like that, and I think it's not their fault. They're just genetically not meant to be people who speak about it. Whereas like me, and I think you guys too, like, we can't not talk about it. Like, we'll seriously implode or explode. Like, we have to say something. You know what I mean?
Yep. But we were always the kid in class that was asking the questions no one was supposed to ask. And then they say there are no stupid questions unless it's like, wait, why don't we feel the spin?
Yeah, always, bro. You know what I mean? At what point does an airplane flip upside down when it's going to Australia?
Right.
Fuck.
Yeah. Airplanes can't land on a spinning ball. Sorry. They would need Dyson ball wheels. Can't have two vectors. Can't be moving on something that's moving sideways as you're going forward on it.
So ridiculous, bro. Yeah, it's so stupid. It would be like taping a GoPro to a basketball that's spinning on somebody's finger while that person's on a roller coaster. Yeah. And then looking at everything you see would be different every second. You'd never see the same people in line at the hot dog stand or whatever the next day and the next day. You mean?
Right? So, you would see the ground moving left to right underneath you as you're going north and south.
Is there onions in the hot dog stand? Mustard? I'm sorry.
What up? Is that PMAC?
Yeah, Flattery was talking about fucking hot dogs, right? And I'm thinking about onions. Nah, never mind.
Yeah.
What's the worst part about a gay barbecue?
Huh?
Have you heard the expression, I'm throwing a hot dog down a hallway?
Yeah.
Okay, well, imagine a glober would be like, we're hallways down hot dogs. You don't see it? You have to use your imagination.
What's the worst part about a gay barbecue?
What?
All the hot dogs taste like shit.
Hey, you know what? In poker, you know what the San Francisco waiter hand is in poker, Texas Hold'em?
No.
A queen with a tray. Oh, how about this one? Hey, do you know what a pirate does at a Jewish funeral?
What?
He's sitting shiva me timbers.
Here, this one. What's more deader than a seagull?
What?
What is more deader than a seagull?
A black swan?
A seagull with
I don't know. With a what?
A seagull with a gun.
I didn't understand.
What is more deader than a seagull? A seagull with
yeah. With a what?
A gun.
Oh, a gun. Oh, it's just the language barrier. Okay, I get it. A seagull with a gun. That's funny.
Language barrier.
Language barrier. It's still English.
That's funny.
It's the language barrier and the internet connection. The alcohol.
Yeah, no, yeah. My buddies think that's fucking hilarious. I said, hey, Chris, what's more deadly than a seagull? What? A seagull with a gun? You know? Last night I made a really dark joke. I said, Chris, what's more deadly than a seagull? And he thought, I was Steven Seagal with a wooden spoon. I said, no, a school shooter with AR-15.
That's funny.
It's dark, but it's true.
I don't think it's dark, actually. I think it's hilarious because I don't think people actually die in those things. I think people get shot with cameras. I think there's a lot of shooting going on with cameras.
I don't feel so bad for making that dark joke up, man.
No, you shouldn't, bro. I always try to expose those things, bro. People get all out of their mind. I'm like, why are you getting mad? I'm telling you, nobody died. You should be happy. And you're like, no, people died. I should beat your ass before saying people died. You're like, you sick people. You really want death, huh? You know what I mean? Crazy, bro. Right?
It's scarier for them to think that they faked it than actually the kid would go and shoot all these other kids.
I know. It's like, why is that scarier? Like it's like these people, every movie that comes out, you really believe that shit's going on? Like, are you running behind the movie theater screen and thinking because they got out of the picture that, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, dude. Seriously.
They can't rely on
not
the news,
at all, bro. No, people believe everything on the news. They believe everything on the news. They believe everything on the news.
Yeah.
And then the things that they feel so strongly about are like their football team losing or their president, one of the blue or the red guy, whatever, said this or that. And then like they argue about that shit, like the Democrats and the Republicans, you know? Ridiculous, dude. Sorry. I think the same people who started that whole shit probably started the Crips and the Bloods, dude.
The Democrats and the what?
The Democrats and the Republicans. Fuck, yeah. Red and blue, you know?
That's pretty good. I like that.
Dude, it's the same thing, just on different levels, you know what I mean?
Democrats and Republicans.
The poor people fight about the colors of their gang. We can make the rich people
Did I just call it?
Did I robot right now?
Yeah, no, I said, yeah, Paul. I was waiting for the punchline.
Oh, the cause?
No, I don't know what we were talking about. But yeah, go ahead. The cause. Yeah.
Oh, was that what you said? You said what was the cause? I didn't understand you.
The Democrats and the Republicans.
Oh, yeah. The Democrats and the Republicans.
That's good, man.
Mm-hmm. Straight up. That's what it is, dude. You know? It really is. It's crazy because I think like the old gang members, like in the 90s and stuff like that before TikTok, they really believed in what they did, you know? Whereas like it was all false. I mean, they're fighting over a neighborhood turf that belongs to the same people who incarcerate them, right? It's ridiculous, but maybe they did it wholeheartedly. Whereas like these politicians, there's no heart about it. Like these politicians are like the characters in Wizard of Oz. You know, they're all missing some crucial shit from inside them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they got 4 square blocks to sell cocaine, and nobody's going to harm them, right? You just pay off the cops, pay off the you know, it's like you just pay off everybody. Like. It's big money. Like. It's all corrupt, isn't it?
Is it raining where you guys are at right now?
No.
Yeah, it's just start pouring here, dude.
It's it's amazing. I'm in Ireland. There's no fucking rain. What the fuck's going on?
Right? It normally never rains right here. Not in Southern California, you know what I mean? I think they put out some serious clouds today. There's like 15 weather modification ground stations within a 30-mile square radius of where I live, though.
Do you know what Travis says?
Travis, from the Plain Truth, Travis Finley?
No, the actual band called Travis.
Say that again?
Why does it always rain on me?
Oh, it never rains in Southern Cal. That song?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
yeah.
I was getting at, yeah.
Yeah, it never rains in Southern California. Yeah.
That was something somewhere.
Right. What I think they did was, because they're working on the whole freeways here, like gutting the freeways out and putting the cables in the freeway, right? From all the way from San Diego to Northern California by Paradise, right? So what I think they do is they go through like phases in the construction where they're going to give all their workers like a couple days off, and they have all the infrastructure pretty well covered up for that time being, and then they just let it rain. Boom. You know what I mean? But I mean, the rain, they kill like 40, let's say they kill 33 birds with 19 stones, dude. You know what I mean? You know?
33 birds with 19. That's some good shooting, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just like if the buildings didn't collapse at that time, there was a tornado waiting just off the coast of New York on that day. You know what I mean? And then after they fell, the tornado went back into the ocean. But, you know, they always have a plan C, D, E, F, G. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just in case. To think otherwise would be ridiculous, bro. You know what
I mean? If they're not looking at fear, go to plan Z. Or something like that. Yeah. That's what they do.
You know what I mean? They always got them backup plans just in case.
A, B,
always
C, D. Yeah, it's probably that plan.
You guys remember how many times you saw Bin Laden in the news, or people talking about Bin Laden after that, and then he disappeared, bro. Nobody talked about it. Nothing no more. You know what I mean? And then we have a president that almost has the same exact name as him. You know what I mean? Who happens to die on his watch? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Like Bill Cooper says. So you're telling me that all the alphabet agencies in the world cannot find this man, but a CNN reporter walks into a cave and fucking interviews
him. Yeah, right. So ridiculous.
You couldn't make this shit. And what happened to Per Bull?
What happened?
Well, he protected 9/11 before, what do you call him?
Oh, yeah.
The Tunnel of Huxley. Whatever it's called.
It's funny when they say that they have programs on space that can see an asteroid coming from like a week away, right? And they can predict weather and tornadoes from like up to 4 or 5 days away, but they couldn't stop planes real time that are a lot closer than these things that are actual real time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I'll be right back. I got to make a phone call real quick.
Yeah, I think Bill Cooper was speaking too much truth, and he says that everything was live or something, and then the cops showed up. Maybe he pulled the gun out. I don't know, but Bill Cooper, death by cop. It's crazy. It was just too much momentum, too many people listening to him, too many people understanding what he's saying. It sounds like the truth. It must be the truth. Death by cop. I hear you, Derek. I hear you. Yep. We had a wee conversation about that earlier, but I won't say anything about that. But yeah, we'll look at your DMs or something. But it would be nice if somebody went, "Hey, no, I understand you there completely. You know, like somebody has a, like you don't get along with a certain person, or whatever, and just red mic. You're like, but would you please give me a chance? Like just tell me. See if you don't show up now within the next 5 seconds. You're red mic for 24 hours. Not even that, bro. Just bang, boom, you're on. Cheerio. It would be nice to have a chance. I understand you, man. I feel you. Cheers to you too, bro. At least have the decency to confront me about my bullshittery and give me a moment to shut the fuck up. Don't just remind me. It's a good point. Anyways, so the whole conspiracy thing. I've run into them. Man. Every conspiracy theory that came to light in the last 12 years, truth. I enjoy it. I haven't actually touched coffee for 3 months. I don't know. It's just something I just go off it like for like 3, 4, 5 months. I don't touch it. But when I do it, it's a French press. It's a squeezy, the cream, with the brown sugar. Proper coffee. Like. But I haven't gone there for 3 months. It's strange. It just happens every now and then. Like the last 10 years, like almost every year, it's like 2 months I haven't touched coffee. Like, but it's nice. Like. When I do it proper. French press, squirted cream, brown sugar, a little bit of something. What are you drinking? Nescafe? Yeah, I know. And like, there's times too, at the same time, right? There's times where I need a chocolate bar every night for like 8 months. But then, like a year and a half or whatever. And then for the next 6 months, I don't even think about chocolate. It's crazy. I have to have a chocolate bar every night. Every night. And coffee in the morning. But then there's periods we just like, fucking, just don't, you know. I don't know what it is. Thank God.
East.
Yeah, the talk's about to begin.
Well,
So I personally, I respect your beliefs. And I don't know, but I believe in reincarnation actually, and I'm scared of it. Like it's this really scary thing. It just seems to be the most logical. But I understand what you're saying about the Bible. Yeah, I'm just saying you know.
Let me ask you, what is your baseline to make you feel like just where are you basing your belief from?
Well, I think there's the original meaning of the Bible. You see, and what you're saying is logical. I get your logic, but let me tell you, I believe that the original meaning of the Bible is alchemical, and that the mythology today that we see, it's layered or it's veiled in mythology. But back then, that was how they described the characteristics of things in biochemistry. So, for example, Jesus is the cerebral fluid, and the resurrection. Okay, is what happens with a. I know less about a woman, but I know about a man's biology. That there's 33 degrees of the I'm sorry, of the spine. And so what happens is the resurrection is when a man has no lustful. I know. Pardon me, I don't know about women, but I'm sure it's probably similar. I don't know. But anyways, men.
Fucking
Though,
A, Smurf.
if a man has no lustful thoughts for 28 days is the process, the alchemical process, which is the tree of life.
I promise it'll get better.
When you
After
transmute all your lustful thoughts, what happens for a man is that gray matter is the semen. Pardon me. I'm sorry. Pardon my language, but that's why it's called profane.
Seed. Yeah, it's a man's
seed. When they talk about Jesus, because it's the reproductive system is how the descension from paradise. The material is recycled. It travels up the 33rd, and what happens is the resurrect. And what happens is the 144,000 are. The way is narrow, but what happens is imagine them like CPU multi-cores. These is how life is the cycle of life is rejuvenate how you regenerate your body by not having any lustful, because the sexual fluids are
by not having any lustful
so
what?
Alchemically, a man and a woman become one.
Dude,
alchemically,
dude, that was like the worst opening to any live stream I've ever had.
I know. Check this out.
You talking about that with
no
professor explanation or anything?
Yeah, well, no, but check it out. I mean, FTFE is going to join, and Mr. Sensible, they were in there too. But
what happens is that's the.
I don't know why he did that introduction.
You want to overcome the world,
because
it's all true. I mean,
I saw him start the stream last night.
I can't hear you. Don't stop the mud, please.
I don't claim that it's the truth.
Say that again.
I can't hear you. Stop the mud.
Well, I didn't notice when it started, but I didn't start listening until later when FTFT was.
Oh my God, Smurf! Shut up.
The vertebrae up to upper Egypt.
I would hope Shane would be like, "Shut the fuck up, Smurf. We got a show."
Clarity of mind. Paradise is the mind, and we're in the micro and macro, the holographic book, the Holy Bible. We're in the
yes.
And on the bot, I know I can fast forward, but I don't know how to do it.
Holographic world. It's a world
Smurf, is there like a concise point that you were making at any point, or what?
Well, I was just talking about the Bible. I believe that I see her logic. What Blaze was saying is logical. I'm just saying to answer her question, why I believe in reincarnation.
Does anybody know how to stop?
We should be sliding into the flat Earth topic anyway, because we're supposed to.
Nah, I kind of wanted to make FTFE come into some Bible talk, honestly.
Hold up. I'm not even religious. I'm just talking about religion. I'm not religious. I'm trying to say, though, that the world's a stage and it works thematically. It works with semantics, with stars on the ceiling.
Yo, right quick, I want to give a shout out to Smurf because
I promise the conversation gets deeper later.
Right? There's a lot of substance to what he said.
There's a lot of sus things in the Bible.
With respects to the 33 vertebrae and how the fluid works along with the spine and the colostrum at the back of the head and the pineal gland and so on and so forth. So I'm proud of you for standing up on that box and talking.
Hey, thanks for pointing out pineal gland. That's what I was trying to remember, is that describe, and is that the stars are like that. I believe we're inside of that. Yeah, the mind of God is we're already in paradise. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh my gosh, you think this is paradise? Ugh.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, I do believe what you're saying, and I do believe it has validity. I do believe
this is paradise. Because you have the gift of life. God has put life into you. You have the spirit of self-consciousness. We're in paradise. It's rough, though.
No, I would say that the information that you just put forth, I would say that it's the forbidden knowledge that the Watchers enticed people to believe, because it's like you can be your own God. And see, the Creator, in my opinion, and I'm almost really done, is He gave us free will, right? We can either choose Him, you can choose to believe in reincarnation, you can choose all this stuff, right? But when it comes down to it, the central planners and the Watchers, they want us into singularity. They want us, enslaved and to not have any choices.
You may be correct, and I may be wrong. I was sharing my beliefs. I'm searching for the truth, and you can go on.
No. They want to change the topic.
Hello, Tartaria. How are we?
Hey, Craig. What's up?
Hi, Craig. I seem to join at some arguments there. What was going on?
Oh, I was just saying you may be incorrect, but she wanted to explain. Like, I'm just sharing how I think the world works, and I may be incorrect.
Well, okay then. Right, before we get going, obviously, the last stream here I had to end suddenly because I had a wee health issue, and then the next day, Shane was an absolute cunt and made me cry by sending me a picture that was signed by a whole bunch of you people here in the Discord, including some people that I've got a very, not friendly relationship with, saying that they hope I get well. And from the bottom of my heart, don't you ever fucking do that again, you cunts. I don't like to cry, okay? Thank you very much. I really appreciate the kind thoughts. Like I said, I know that a lot of you consider me an enemy or whatever. So the fact that you all signed that to say, that we hope you get well meant a lot to me and showed me that regardless of what we think of the world, we are all human, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you.
There you go. Gotta respect that sentiment.
Human's like a colored man in the prism, like PRISM. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Murph, stop echoing everyone back to us, dude.
We are a classy set of sons of bitches. You're welcome.
So tonight I have brought back up with me because my wife has told me I have to stay calm because apparently she needs me alive for some reason. So I have brought the wonderful shiny-headed Mr. Sensible, as he is one of the premier Flat Earth debunkers with some amazing evidence that I thought we could discuss. Mr. Sensible, how you doing?
Not so bad, thanks, Fight. And hello, everyone. I think it's my first time in this Discord of yours, so this will be interesting. Good evening to you.
Welcome, man.
Good evening, Mr. Sensible.
I love that your Discord picture is a PNG cutout of your own face. I think that's
great. Well, I want to hide my identity.
Right. Yeah, it makes total sense.
So, Mr. Sensible, some of you may know, Mr. Sensible did a project called MAGE, which stood for Mission Above Globe Earth. The first one was a bit of a failure due to a defect, but the second one went quite well. Mr. Sensible, would you like to explain what the project was?
Yeah, sure. Well, we've all seen people send up high altitude balloons with film, and some people have said, "Oh, look, that's evidence of curve." And other people say, "Oh, look, you just got wide angle cameras." And most of them do use wide angle cameras because you want a nice wide view, see what's up there. And I thought, why not send up a camera that's not a wide angle camera? And in fact, I was going to send it up with 3 cameras. One just to watch the balloon, so you could watch what happens. A wide angle one just to get that wide view, which everyone likes, but has distortion, and a non-distorting lens camera, so you're not going to get that bending and flexing, which we always see as the camera moves around. Then I thought, well, that's all very well. If I show a curve, how can I show that it's a real curve and not just something with a camera? So I came up with the idea of having a framework attached to the instrument package with a spring-loaded string straight across the middle. And I got in touch with a high-altitude balloon guy who was nicknamed as Q, and we were talking about this, and he actually came up with improvement, 2 lines. So we got 2 spring-loaded strings, one a third of the way up from the bottom and a third of the way down from the top. Those 2 strings were spring-loaded. They were always straight. Now, even a non-distorting camera does distort a little bit. It has barrel lens distortion, so everything above the center will look to bow convexly. Everything below will look to dip convexly, if you know what I mean. Anything across the middle is not affected. These 2 strings are slightly above and slightly below, so you would expect some possible slight bowing upwards on the top string and slight bowing downwards on the bottom string. So what I was looking for was a shot of the horizon showing a curve where that curve was displayed between the upper and the lower strings, where it's not distorted. And at about 35 kilometers, that's what I got. A nice curved image, a nice image showing curve, which Fight's showing right now on his YouTube channel, showing the curve between those 2 strings. Now, we know the strings are straight. We know which way the strings, if they're going to get distorted at all, will bend, and the curve goes the other way. That curve is a real thing.
Dude,
and that's about it, really.
Well, let me put the picture in the
No,
Discord
I've
so you guys
seen
can
it, dude.
see.
It's the dumbest experiment.
Okay, why?
Because you're completely you're misinterpreting the geometry of how a lens works. It's silly.
Okay, please enlighten me.
You don't know how a lens works. You don't understand that something that's further away is gonna be imposed completely different when it comes to a convexity of the lens.
How far away is the light when it hits the lens? It's at the lens. It doesn't care where that light has come from. The strings are about 30 centimeters.
It's an angular issue.
No. Well, the angle's the same, isn't it? If I put a line...
No, the angle's not the same.
If I put a line right across the middle and the horizon line is right across the middle, are you saying that the horizon, because it is further away, could be distorted one way or another differently than the string, which is closer to the lens?
Mr. Sensible, are you 99.9% sure that the lens is going to measure the light distance?
No, the lens doesn't measure the light distance. The lens doesn't care. The lens receives the light, refracts it according to the shape of the lens.
So really quickly, I'm going to interject. I'm going to ask you again, 99.9% sure. Now, again, the lens, from my understanding, is some form of a prism because it interacts with the light. It redirects it, and it defines it, if you will, for the viewer. So the convexity of the lens, the prism of the lens, the type of lens it is, will in fact dictate the way that you view whatever, or the way that the lens interacts with the horizon and whatever it views it with. This is fact. Sorry, go ahead, Penguin.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Yeah, because all I see is the still image.
Yeah.
Not the video.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see whether this so-called curvature of the Earth actually changes when the camera tilts up and down. Does it?
Right. The change on that lens, if you do look at the video, the important one is the one that's got the strings. You can ignore the ones without the strings. They're just for a view. They're not experimental. As that horizon moves up and down, there is no visible distortion. Not easily visible. Any distortion that you're going to get, if that you view a shot where that horizon is in the top portion of the screen, that would make it appear flatter. If it's in the lower sorry, but the other way around. If it's in the very top portion,
yeah,
it would
so it does
make
change.
it appear. Yeah, Yes,
that was my question.
Yeah, but this is a non-distorting lens. It's minimal
You
distortion.
already said,
but
it's not non-distorting.
This is why I asked
It
if
is
you were
distorting. There's barrel
99.9%
distortion.
sure.
Like, hold on. Let me just clarify this. There is no lens with no distortion.
No,
don't make that claim. Yeah, you already said there's
I agree.
always barrel distortion. So So
now look,
yeah,
if you look at that-
non-distorting is not a correct term, correct?
True, but if you use the other term, a lot of people don't know what it means. What I'm meaning is, it's not fisheye, it's not wide angle, it's as non-distorting as you can get. But looking at that image, you can see the two strings. We know, because they're spring-loaded physical strings, that they are dead straight. Okay. Now with barrel distortion, the bottom string would appear to bow down, and indeed there is a slight bowing down. The upper string would appear to bow upwards, but the horizon line is curving. It's in between the two. How can a straight horizon, if it was a flat Earth, be bending more than a string that's in an area of the lens that would have a greater distortion?
Well, I can give you an example of why.
Go on.
It's to do with light, and the way you're seeing the Earth and how far you see that dictates this curvature. It's like a circle of light, I would call it. But
so you're talking about, for instance, if you're in a very dark room and there's a spotlight shining down, the edges of the spotlight, as you're looking, if you're stood in that lit area, it looks like there's a curve around you. Is that what you're talking about? That sort of thing.
I think that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but then what you'd have to explain is why and how that circle of light, because of course this is dangling from a balloon, so it does rotate. That circle of light, we happen to be slap bang in the middle of it. It's the same distance all the way around.
Yeah, that's the distance
you know what I mean?
you can see. You can see in a circle.
So what's stopping me seeing further?
Yeah, well, that's another discussion. But the fact that if you can explain it that way, that there's a limit, which would be the circumference around your position, right? The end of your sight that creates a circle, which I call the circle of light.
Okay, let me ask.
This is just I'm just off the top of my head.
Right. Well, let me ask a question. The main question is, what Mr. Sensible is showing from his video, is that not what we would expect to see if the Earth is a globe at that height?
Not with downwards curvature, no.
I don't think so, because
what do you mean not with downwards curvature?
Not because the horizon's too high. Not with downwards curvature.
Do you mean we're not high enough to see it?
I mean that it's curving up.
The horizon is not curving up.
Yeah, but we can get to that later. Let's stay on topic.
Yeah, if I can answer that question, I would say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that's. I mean, when you frame it that way, it's like predictions, right? You have no figures.
That's what we do in
no
science.
Nothing. Yeah, but in your image, there are no figures, no nothing. What do you mean? This is what we would expect. Locally,
in the video, there's actually a section where Mr. Sensible overlays the prediction of what we should see at that height. How was that prediction formed, Mr. Sensible?
Actually, in that video, it doesn't even really match the prediction that close, if I recall correctly.
No, it matches the prediction pretty much spot on. The prediction is for a few kilometers higher than what the balloon got.
Regardless, the whole thing is an exercise in stupidity.
The target for Mage was the height of 39 kilometers. It actually made 38 3/4, so it's nearly on its target. And an engineer in Chile, a guy called Andre Puelma, did the calculations and produced a graphic showing the predicted curve that should be seen at a height of 39 kilometers. Now, this balloon is swinging around all the time, and it's rotating, and so it's hard to get a clear shot with the horizon as close to the middle as we did in this shot. This shot was at 35 kilometers, so we would not expect it to match the prediction exactly, but it's not far off. I'm guessing, Craig, have you got that image?
I thought I did. Do you not have it to hand?
Oh, I'll have to have a...
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting...
One of my hard drives died, and I lost a whole bunch of my stuff that I normally...
It'd be nice to see the math that the predictions are based on.
It's the Ether probably reclaimed all that nonsense that you guys are hoarding. Just saying. Just putting it out there.
Say that again, Shane?
I said the Ether probably reclaimed all the stuff on your hard drive, like you weren't meant to have it, so you lost it.
Oh, okay, right. So yeah, definitely, it was just absorbed back into the Ether. You're right.
Yeah, I've just uploaded the image.
The universe spoke.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Stencil.
Lightning.
So there you go, guys. There's. I'd look at it large scale.
Who created that curved line so that doesn't
an engineer in Chile called Andre Puelma. He did the calculations. As you can see, that image is at a height of 35,162 meters. When we're down to an atmospheric pressure of it's actually 0.05 atmospheres. And it's not far. It's not a perfect match. As I said, it's not high enough to get the perfect match, but it's pretty close. It certainly shows you that the horizon is approaching that curve, and you can see the two strings above and below. Any barrel distortion could not affect the straight horizon in that way between those two strings.
Okay.
How do you know? Yeah, but that parabola is not following the horizon. It indiscriminately chooses where it wants to be. The horizon is almost level with all the pixels.
And it's 5 kilometers off, and 5 kilometers up, there's no curve noticeable. So how do you know it's close to the prediction?
Yeah, you drew. Sorry, what do you mean there's no curve 5 kilometers up? Where did you get that from?
You drew. Show me the curve at 5 kilometers up.
You drew a parabola over a straight horizon and didn't even erase the horizon above the horizon. The horizon isn't straight. It is. You just drew a line through. All the light blue images. In the center, it's a quarter inch above the light blue, where on the ends it's a quarter to a half inch below the light blue. But the light blue is clearly the line of the horizon. So there's a parabola drawn to an image.
At the picture that I've just posted, it shows.
I am looking at it.
Those lines, it's curved. That curve, as Mr. Sensible said, on the lines that have been imposed, are what you would expect when it was slightly higher, and it shows that it is approaching that, matching that. But as you can see, even without those lines overlaid to show the prediction for just slightly higher,
is an image.
There is clearly a curve.
This is a picture of the Earth. Why is all the land blue? What's up with this image?
With this, what I did with this was I raised the saturation so that we could see the curve more prominently.
Okay. I'd rather see the raw.
How do we have footage? How do we have footage that shows a flat horizon, and we have footage from the globe side showing this curve that is for some reason not adding up with the math?
I would imagine the videos that show the flat horizon are not using a lens that would show limited barrel distortion. There, they would be a barrel distorted lens.
Well, anyone who takes a good look at this first image can see why you edited the second image.
The image is it's not edited. Or you talking about the image that he's just, as he said, changed the saturation?
The only difference I've done is change the saturation. That's not going to change what the curve looks like. It's just showing you that the curve is there.
What is the field of view?
The truth is,
I think it's about off the top of my head, it's about a 70-degree field of view. I was asked. Yeah, I think so. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call up the information about the camera, because I was asked that on my last last but one debate, and I didn't have the information to hand. So I will call that information up for you, okay? But I do have another shot from higher up showing, because this is a bit of a killer as well. This is showing, I think it's at 37 kilometers. This is when the horizon is below the bottom string, okay? So that's working against me, because the barrel distortion would tend to make it look flatter. Look at the string. The string has got a slight bow downwards, but the horizon is still curving in the opposite direction to barrel distortion.
It's not. Okay, 1 second. How do we know that the craft that the camera is in didn't just wobble up and down, as we can see in many Saloon videos that they tend to move? So how can we make sure that that line that you're referring to is indeed not being manipulated by movement?
I'm not really sure what you mean. I mean, what I've got is I have about 45-minute video which shows the experiment. That's an edited video. It introduces
Yeah,
it.
I've just posted that one in the final results one, right?
Thank you. Yes. So that shows it's an explanation. It shows various shots and then explains the evidence. But I also have got 2 other launch to landing videos. You can see me let go of the camera of the probe, because I actually have the camera pointed at me when I do it, all the way up for 2 and 3 hold on for 2 3/4 hours until it lands in a field, and it keeps running for 30 minutes until I pick it up. Now, those strings you said about the manipulation, that last picture I posted, you can actually see that those are strings. You can see the fluffy bits on the strings.
Okay,
you can
bro.
see shadows.
I understand. You're not understanding my question.
Okay.
I'm watching the video right now, bro, and I can see that the craft is moving up and down slowly, up and down. So if I can make a screenshot in the right second where it's like way above the horizon, and then I can make one that is where it's closer, how can we be sure that first of all the camera is correct, the camera position is placed correctly within the vehicle, same with the string, and on the other hand, how do we know if that picture that you use or that you took is not because of the thing moving in itself? Do you know what I mean? It's just moving up and down. I mean, I can see that in the video.
Would it move going up and down cause a curve in that way? What about the camera going up and down would cause that?
Fighter Flat Earth, you must be honest, man. We already discussed the curve, right? We have video evidence of same altitudes, not showing a curve. You have some with curve.
No.
Even though let me finish. You never let someone finish.
Chill,
even though it
Emma.
doesn't add up. Even it doesn't add up perfectly with the mathematical equations that the guy whoever found out has put lines over it. So even it doesn't match up perfectly. It would be another question to ask. But again,
good point. But again, he's not done yet.
Right. Okay. So
you guys are so annoying.
What you said now.
There's literally not a possibility to have a normal conversation with
I
all
didn't
these.
say anything. That wasn't me.
No, not you. Not you. Concave Earth. I've seen it.
Right. So to respond to you, every single video presented by a flat earther is not a camera that would do what Mr. Sensible's camera does. Every single video ever presented because I've looked into all of them. Every single one that I've ever been shown is a camera that's like a wide angle lens camera or a 3D camera, which would show the Earth as flat on certain ways. But when you look at the videos that they're based on, it goes concave, it goes convex over, changes over and over. Mr. Sensible's doesn't.
Dude,
the camera that caught the curve on Mr. Sensible's one, no matter what position it is, above or below, the curve is always going down.
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry. Unlike the ones presented by flat earthers, which change from convex to concave over and over. Mr. Sensible does not.
Looking at it right now.
This is your issue. You're taking the dip and subtracting that from the ground, from ground zero, and you're not subtracting that from the
Oh no. Just to make sure there's no misunderstanding, we are not I am not making any claims about horizon dip, okay? Because if that was what the other guy was talking about with a camera swaying, of course. Yet I'm not talking about camera horizon dip, okay? All I'm doing, so it's his swinging backwards and forwards and round, yes. All I'm doing is I'm taking snapshots where the horizon ideally is as close to the center of the screen, not so I can make any claim about horizon dipping at height, but just so I can make a claim about.
But you admit it's going concave and convex over and over and over again as it moves, right?
Sorry, guys. Let's take concave out of it for now.
Yeah.
My apologies.
One second, can I answer Mr. Fighterfield for a second? So, the same way as you say you have watched all the footage and you can verify by your means that, what the flat earth presented are just wrong or the wrong camera or whatnot. The same way I can say for many videos I have used to look at regarding, Glober sending up a craft to show that ledge curve. I have seen multiple videos where you have already seen the same curve almost near to the ground or on the ground. So, both sides.
I agree that a lot of them is on both sides, Absolutely, 100%. I'm not arguing that, but this one from Mr. Sensible was different. This one was designed specifically to not do that. There is 3 cameras on board Mr. Sensible's craft, right? There's 3 of them. There is 2 that are wide angle. There's one looking up at the balloon as it goes up. There's one looking out the back just for the view.
Craig, if I was for a second, just for 1 second, because I've got the information. You mentioned two cameras. The upward-facing balloon camera, which was purely so we could see the balloon expanding, is a GoPro Hero 3 Plus standard. The rear-facing wide-angle camera, which is the one for the great view, which does not have strings across it, is a GoPro Hero 4. And now you're just going to mention about the other camera, Fight.
Yep, and the third camera was the one that was between the strings, which had the minimal amount of barrel distortion that we could get.
And that one, I've got the info, is a narrow angle lens, 90-degree lens, not 70 as I misremembered. A narrow angle 90-degree lens. It's a Firefly 8 SE 90-degree. Okay,
and
so
that's
the
sensor?
camera.
And what's the
Okay,
sensor
quick
size?
question. Why can I see
What's the frame size? What's the frame size? Hold on, Elmo. Elmo, hold on.
1 sec.
What's the frame size on that camera?
That's the information. Sorry, mate. That's the information I've got. I mean, those three cameras were provided.
So that's all the information you got, but you claim that you've done the mathematics to impose the curvature. How are you possibly going to do the mathematics to impose the curvature if you don't even know the sensor, the frame size, which you're overlaying the lens over? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. What maths do you think I need to do? I did not produce.
Well, the frame size is extremely relevant because you don't even know which portion of the frame is being shown in this image. There's probably a crop factor. How do we know? We have no idea because you don't even know what sensor it is.
Right. Now, if you finished, I did not produce the predicted curve graphic. That was an engineer from Chile. He had the information. He did the math.
So you just trust him and trust his math, even though you don't even know how he did his math. Cool.
Well, okay. So he
just
produced the graphic. He produced the graphic.
Don't bring the logic. Just make the assertions. All good, man. You know what? You expose yourself every time you guys come on here.
Well, you expose yourself by not letting someone answer.
Yeah.
Okay,
funny how you guys get so angry at me, but you're not letting Mr. Sensible respond to the things that you're saying.
I think that's why you guys don't let other people respond to what you're saying. You don't even let people finish sentences. Thanks for agreeing with that, though.
I've tried to answer every question as openly and honestly as I can. Now, with regard to that, the predicted curve graphic, which was a curve on a grid, was provided to me by an engineer from Chile. He had not seen Mage. Nobody had seen Mage until I did the release. That was the first time anyone, including the high-altitude balloonist, had seen my footage. And what I did was I took that predicted curve graphic and overlaid it on the video at the best and closest shot I could get with the horizon to the center. It was not quite a match, but as acknowledged already, that's because it was at 35 and not 39 kilometers. It's a pretty damn good match. I did no maths.
Mr. Sensible, why can I see at 5,000 meters already a curve in the clouds? And why is the string that is in front of the camera seems also not to be perfectly straight?
Right. Which of the two strings are you talking about? The upper or the lower one?
The brownish one.
The lower one, yes. Now the lower, they both have slight, and I mean slight curvature. That is acknowledged. That is due to barrel distortion because we know they're straight in reality because they are taut strings. They got springs holding them straight. But yes, there is a slightly visible downward curve on that bottom string. That's because of barrel distortion. So the question is, why does a horizon line below there curve the other way? The curve is not bowed down.
The question is, where you
against barrel distortion. Yes. Boom.
Why is the cloud already curved at 5,000 meters?
Well, Earth, you can see, if you have sensitive enough equipment, you can see Earth curve at ground level. We have seen that photograph. I never know the link of it, with someone with a couple of straight metal edges looking at the horizon of the sea. Compress the image side to side. The straight metal edges are straight, but the horizon is curved in between it.
No, that's
I know
the compression.
No,
it's not, because that is.
I mean, you're using barrel distortion. Hold on. You're using barrel distortion.
Let Mr. Sensible respond to the first person.
I understand this, but it's not really explaining my question regarding this one particular video you're showing, right? So you're using the claim that your camera is showing you a a pure picture of the alleged curve, almost adding up with the math that one guy made for you that you yourself didn't make, which is okay. I can accept it. Okay. But what is strange for me is that at 5,000 meters, I can already see the clouds curving to the side equally to the pictures we see at 38,000 meters. And I just wonder if you already admitted that if at 5,000 meters you see a curve, how can we be sure at all that your camera has not some kind of bias through having the wrong lens or whatnot? You know, how can I be sure of that?
So this is about 5,000. Are you saying that's at some point in my video?
Yeah, I have made a screenshot. I can also.
Okay, yeah, please post it because I'm making.
I already posted it. It's
27 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I can also put it in Photoshop and change a bit the situation so I can.
No, I mean in the video. What's the timestamp of the bit you're claiming?
Oh, I see it. Are you Elmo Learns?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I found the video. Yeah, well, I'd say two things. One, I've made no claims about what is shown at 5,000 meters. Okay, I haven't made any claims. Clouds obviously are going to be variable. Is that? Oh, I see. That's the bottom half or bottom 2/3 of the shot, isn't it? And actually, one thing it does. Excuse me. It does show quite nicely is that slight bow downwards in the bottom string. I'm not making any claims about what can be seen at the horizon in there because, I mean, it's cloudy, it's misty. Yes, there would be curve, but seeing it is going to be extremely hard. Well, you wouldn't see it by eye, not at 5,000 meters. You wouldn't see it at ground level by eye. You probably, if you were up at 39 kilometers, not really be able to see it. We're talking about a small amount of curvature. It's only because we got the straight strings to compare it to that it becomes really apparent.
Yeah, which brings me to my original question. Like, what you're saying is it's Earth curvature, right? And
yes.
The problem is, like you just said, the horizon is very misty and all that. So what you don't know what you're really looking at. I mean, you're looking at light that has this apparent curvature. It's not really Earth, is it? You don't know if it's clouds, mist, whatever it may be. That curvature is not really Earth, as in land curvature, correct?
Right, I know what you say because it's covered in clouds. But there is such a thing as cloud deck, you know, on any particular day that the clouds might be a cloud deck of 1,500 meters or whatever. So those clouds are going to follow the shape of the Earth, whatever that shape is.
Yeah, but
and
you
this
just,
is why.
in the last image that Elmo posted, you used mist.
Yeah, but this is why Fight had that image where he adjusted the saturation to make it more obvious. Because, yes, the actual ground is hidden due to the clouds. This is true, but you can see the curve, and it's whichever direction the camera is pointing as it rotates around. That curve doesn't change. If it was a hump in the clouds, you'd only see it in one direction. He reduced the saturation, and not only can you see that curve in the top of the horizon stroke cloud layer, you can see the curve of the bluish atmosphere above. I don't know if you've got that one to hand.
Yeah. That's exactly my point. No Earth involved, no land.
Well, you're saying that the atmosphere is a lot deeper over one point than it is elsewhere.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting holes in your claim.
You're raising questions, which is
fine. And it seems like, honestly, I'm going to be blunt here. You're just affirming what you believe. You're trying to find the perfect images and parts of your video that fit the narrative, but are neglecting. You're not being honest here. You're not trying to find the truth. You're just trying to confirm your.
There's no parts of the video that show anything other than that, though. There's no parts of the video that you could determine that the Earth is flat from.
I just want to quickly know, Mr. Sensible, I edited the photo, and I just want to know, so from your perspective, at 5,000 meters, if this is the expected curve we would see.
Is this the one that you've edited so it looks a bit black and white?
Yeah, so you can see the horizon line, right?
Okay, yeah. No, I don't
know the black line, right? It's slightly tilted to the left, yeah?
Yes.
Craig, look at the chat. 734. 734.
Yeah.
I posted screenshots where it's perfectly flat in the middle, at the top, at the bottom. Check it out. So don't say there's parts of the video that don't look like it's flat.
Can we come back to that in just a second?
Did you say?
Yeah, we'll just deal with.
We'll get to that in 1 sec.
Yeah, we'll just deal with Elmo's photo, where he's adjusted it to sort of grayscale. I can see a line along there, which looks like a horizon line, but obviously this wasn't an infrared camera. So what that line is, I'll be honest, I don't know. Is that the horizon? Is it thicker cloud? I don't know.
Curving up, yeah. It's actually curving up.
It's certainly tilted. Oh, you mean, are you saying that it's curving as in it's
the landmass is literally curving up?
Sorry, say again.
No, it's not about the black line. That's
no, not the black.
It's about
the horizon below it. It's tilted to the left. I wouldn't know what.
It actually reminds me a bit of.
I mean, at 5,000 feet, there is going to be a curve that you expect to see, but it's going to be very small.
It reminds me a little bit of Wolfie's videos, where I have also found out that he was lying about the window being, having no influence on the picture, even though it's curving on the ground. I made some screenshots about this, and it was pretty similar to this. And I think it's just maybe a common thing with video cameras, that they automatically.
Well, the point is, as Mage swings about, and that horizon line appears in the upper portion, the center, the lower portion, it doesn't change. It's always curved downwards.
No, it's not.
Right, and that's okay. You said you've posted some screenshots. Can you post them?
734.
Oh, sorry, what? Oh,
11:34 in the video. He says there's bits that show it's flat.
No, at 7:34 in the chat, I posted them.
7:34 in the chat. 12:34.
12:34.
If all the matter in the atmosphere is below you, like, would not your field of view curve below you?
Sorry, one thing at a time.
Yeah, that's right. I was just trying to find these photos.
Is it Reggie's Bear? Is that what you're the one that posted the screenshots?
I'm bored. By next time I check.
I think I might have found them. Is that Register Slow Bear?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So, I don't see flat in any of them. They all look.
Well,
like
I was just going to say, I can see your
images.
So what heights are they? 25 kilometers.
Yeah, I can lose this.
25 kilometers. 38. That's an interesting one. And 35. Right. Well,
it's just the camera, man. It's inconclusive. It's just the camera.
None of them look flat to me, Reggie. They all look like they've got curves. So
Craig, we know.
Where you're getting that from?
We know. Going from the bottom one, the bottom one's at 35 kilometers, which is roughly at the height of that one with the prediction overlaid. And I'm just looking at these as you have presented them. To me, that looks as though it's got the correct curve downwards to each side, and it's across the center of the screen, roughly, so you would not expect any or much distortion. The next one up at 38 kilometers is below the string, so barrel distortion would tend to make it look flatter. So, to me,
it's still curved.
Yeah, it looks. I was going to say, to me, it still looks curved. You could run a straight line across it and see. If you want to edit a straight line across as best you can, but you would expect that if the Earth was flat, you would expect, because of barrel distortion, to have a definite bow downwards.
But my point is, it's different. It doesn't look the same at each string and at the heights that you were saying.
What do you mean it doesn't look the same? What are you basing?
You don't even know what.
It doesn't look the same as your screenshot that you cherry picked.
Wait, one at a time.
It doesn't look like the cherry-picked screenshots that you showed us.
Well, obviously,
they all look like they have curve in. I don't understand what your issue is.
Craig, we know you think there's curve there. I get it.
Now, you said about
see the curve there.
You said about cherry picking. I obviously pick ones depending which direction. One direction it looked mistier than another direction. So that shot, third one up, it's at 25 kilometers with a horizon roughly at the bottom string. That's quite a blurry horizon, so I wouldn't pick that one anyway to try and prove anything. The top one is a better one. That's at 25 as well. That's between the two lines, but it looks curved to me as well.
Which one? The top one?
Yes, the top one. It's at 25 kilometers. So that's what 10 kilometers below the one with the prediction. So you would not expect as much curve. Obviously, the lower you're getting, the less curve you're going to see. So it's going to be harder to see it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
That's what he was saying about the lens. Anything below the center is going to bend upwards, and anything above the center is going to bend downwards slightly. That's why he's got those strings at the center. So it shows that anything between those should be the straightest that we can get. So that is the real representation of what we're seeing.
Pretty sure you don't know the dimensions or the cropping of the frame, so that entire...
There's no frame cropping. That is the full image.
How can you make that assertion if you don't even know what sensor it is? Sensors inherently have cropping built in most sensors.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Look at the details of the camera and see if that's the case.
I thought you were saying that I had cropped the image. I have not. Okay, just to be clear, I have not cropped the image. That's the full image from the MP4. Okay, I have not edited that in any way. All I've done.
He's saying the implication of the sensor.
Yes, which is something different, quite. And so you can look it up. As I said, it's a Firefly 8 SE 90 degree. So
I appreciate Mr. Sensible that you're getting thrown questions at you from 100
That's
people.
all right. That's all right. I don't mind.
Yeah, I was interested in the Chilean person's prediction image that you were talking about earlier. Do you have any workings for that, and how he achieved that image? And
I don't. I can probably dig out. I'll have a look right now. I can probably dig out the original image he sent me. He just basically said, "Here you are," because he knew what my predicted height was of 39 kilometers. He said, "Here is the predicted curve for 39 kilometers."
Does the person have a name or a nickname? Is he someone?
His name, because he gave his name, so that's been mentioned, so I'm not doxing or anything. His name is Andre Puelma. I think it's Puelma.
Okay, thanks.
That's right. No worries. I am totally open to discussion about this. I've talked about it a lot because I think it's an interesting, really interesting project.
Okay, I might have missed this because I was away.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, I want to ask a question or two. What timestamp was your picture taken from? That you just
from the video.
Yeah.
Timestamp. There's timestamp in the edited 45-minute experimental video, but there's a timestamp obviously in the full flight because I released the full flight using both this camera and the wide angle for those who just wanted a nice view. And each of those was about
just to compare it now, what was the timestamp of your picture?
Well, you to be honest, the easiest way to find it would be to whiz forward because you can see the height is 35 and whatever kilometers. Right now, I'm trying to find this Andre Puelma thing. By the way, I do have the full telemetry data available for no charge to anyone who wants it, so you can see the.
Yes, please.
Oh, you want it? Okay. Hold on.
So, who was talking about crop factor? Because I'm ignorant of photography in a lot of ways. Could you explain to me what crop factor is, please? So, who was one that was talking about crop factor, or whatever that is?
No one.
Anyone?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the person's still here. I didn't catch who it was, but.
From my understanding, crop factor only really applies to 35mm lenses and wouldn't be applicable to this camera at all. So I'm not sure why he's bringing it up. But like I said, I'm ignorant to a lot of photography. I might be wrong. I'm willing to be corrected on that. But from my brief research and asking ChatGPT, which is very handy, that would only apply to 35mm cameras, which this doesn't.
Good one. ChatGPT.
It's
coming in handy,
Google.
isn't it?
It's better than Google for giving you information, and then you can cross-reference what it's given you with information on Google. It's a great kind of checking tool, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes it's wrong, unfortunately.
It is sometimes wrong. You're absolutely right. That's why I cross-reference everything it tells me. But it's great for actually breaking down things that you don't know into easily digestible information. And also, it's brilliant at writing stories. Just make up any shit and it'll write a story about it. Honestly,
I think
write a story about a guy called Craig whose big nose saves the world, and it works.
I have another question because the way this was being presented initially, that it was your guys's idea to have a camera with no barrel distortion. But are you aware of flat earthers who've already done this?
No,
like
that's
Dwayne Kellum, for example.
I've not seen any. Not with non-distorting cameras.
Everyone, that's what I was saying earlier. Everyone that I've been presented and I've looked into, the cameras that they've used have had a lot of barrel distortion or been fisheye. I've never been presented with a video from a flat earther that is, non-barrel distorting as much.
Are you aware of Dwayne Kellum?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I've never been presented it. So if you could present it, and I'll check into the camera and everything and see what it.
Yeah, this is way back. This was in the beginnings of flat Earth, and this person was launching so many balloons, and he's already done this. And
what
I can poach you. I can poach you to his YouTube channel.
Do you know what?
I wouldn't. No, I don't know. I don't know which cameras.
Have you ever done the research to find out if the cameras he used are, fisheye or anything, or?
I'm just going off of his claim because the reason he did it was to put up a camera, like you guys said, with the least distortion, and he realized that there is no such thing as no distortion. There's always barrel distortion.
Every camera has a certain amount of barrel distortion.
So, he was one of the first people who actually researched this, and he's done it himself. And he was in contact with.
Is that the video there? Sir, Pay Me a Lot is just posted. I can absolutely have a look into that and research it. And honestly, I couldn't tell you if I've seen this one before. I've been shown hundreds, and every time I've researched, I've found the camera has not been one that would be suitable for what they're doing. But I will absolutely look into the camera used and have a look at this video and see what it shows. I'm just looking briefly for the information. This was second plate of a new camera, a Sony A7S II. Also on board was a GoPro Hero 4 Black. The Sony camera settings were as follows. So is it the Sony camera that would have been the non-barrel distortion one? I'm not sure. I'd have to check because there's actually information about 3 different cameras on here.
I've just dropped into the chat the zip file for the telemetry data for Mage. Okay.
Thanks.
There's a README first, which explains a couple of things, and 2 Excel spreadsheets in there. Okay.
Apparently, this Dwayne video has already been analyzed by MC Toon, and there's a link to MC Toon's website where this video shows Curve of the Earth.
Really analyzed by a biased.
You haven't even looked into it.
Everybody in the world has bias. It does not mean you cannot unbiasedly analyze.
I mean, it's irrelevant what you just said. You said you were going to look into it, so look into it.
I'm absolutely going to look into it. But that was one of the first things that came up, is that it's already been analyzed by MC Toon. So I'll have a look at his analyzation. I'll do my own analyzing, and I'll do reportings on it. But just going through it, I've seen Curve quite a few times. Which is interesting, but it's something to look at. I'll post the video in my chat so people can look at it.
My point was it was a flat earther who came up with the same idea. You guys are trying to say it's like the first time it's ever been done, but
no, we never.
I also haven't seen it done before. And even if he had used exactly the same camera, okay, I'm the first person to have the idea of, well, let's have a reference frame. Let's put strings across it that are spring loaded so that we know that they are straight, so that we've got something to compare it by. So you're not just taking an image and just saying, oh, has this been distorted by the lens? Oh, has it been distorted by the camera itself? Well, if it has, then the strings would be.
When you say spring loaded, I mean, can you explain more? Because I'm not aware of this mechanism, but if you can quickly give us a rundown.
It's quite. I don't think I can have my camera on here, can I? I did try to come
you can screen share.
No, I think we're beyond the limit.
I think it's disabled. Well, basically, you've literally got two lines they're fastened at one end to a square framework. You can see the photo. I've just posted a photo in screen. Oh, I've got you. Yeah, beg your pardon. Right. So I just posted a photo. Let's see if I mean, in the video, that there is. I've got. I'm just wondering. I've got a short video. That should show. Don't know if it will let me. It's too big. It's too big.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she did. How did you know? I'll tell you what. Let me just run it on my system, and I'll just screen grab it.
I've put the video in the chat again, and for my audience, I'm showing the. Right, there we go. That's a good shot. So if you go to the video and go to 5 minutes 17, you can see the way that he set up the strings.
Yes.
On the apparatus.
Yeah. So they're stretched across the framework, and one end has springs. Sorry, I've got sound coming on mine.
What's the string made of?
Adamantium.
Some sort of nylon-y stuff.
Not adamantium, then. Oh, damn.
So there's no way wind can affect this setup.
Well, I guess.
I mean, there's not going to be any wind with 0.
No, there's not much atmosphere up there. But even when you're lower, even if you had a sudden gust of wind, the whole probe weighs around 1 kilogram, so it's not much. But at most, what you're going to get is a slight buzzing in the strings. Certainly nothing that's going to affect that. But when you're at those heights, we're talking about 0.05% atmospheric pressure or whatever. I think it was
0.05%. Yeah.
Yeah. It was only a few torr of atmospheric pressure. There's virtually nothing up there. I quite like it. It's gone silent. That you guys are sort of thinking, well, how shall I tackle this next? That's good because it's raising questions.
Well, Mr. Sensible, you rendered them silent. Job done.
Hey,
go to studio mode.
That's not what happened.
Go to studio mode.
Appreciate the silence. Maybe you should have a think about
stop. Echo, go to studio mode. Sorry, my lights are playing funny buggers. Right, so I think what Mr. Sensible's done is demonstrate that we can see that the Earth curves quite easily, and it matches what we expect to see. You can see that the atmosphere above the Earth also curves. So,
well, I mean,
this is not what we would expect to see. If the Earth was flat, we would not expect to see this defined curve of the atmosphere above the Earth. It just wouldn't be like that.
Sure, we would though. You see convexity, concavity, and flatness. Sorry, man.
I just dropped a photo when we recovered Mage, and it's pointing directly towards the camera. Directly towards the guy who took the photograph. I mean, the Mage camera is pointing towards you. You can see it in the front face of Mage. You can see the framework. You can see the two strings stretched across the front of the framework. So you should be able to open that up and zoom that in.
Yeah, I've done that for mine.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
Why didn't you set up a line in the center of the lens, like in the central point of the focal point of the camera? Why didn't you use like a crosshair type setup?
Have a vertical as well? Do you mean?
Well, no, just be in the central point of the lens, right? You have a top
one right along the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the original idea was to have a single string. That was my idea, which then was, I think, was improved on by Q, the high altitude balloon specialist who helped me to have two, so that we could try and capture the horizon between the two lines. Because it's going to be moving. It's going to be moving up, down, left, and right the whole time. So, I mean, yes, if you've got the horizon absolutely spot on the center, then you're going to get no barrel distortion. But the lines are above and below. So as long as you have the curve showing between two straight lines, you've proved that it's curved.
Yeah, but like
you said, you did this experiment to prove that there's a curve, right? This was the whole goal. So I would assume that you would take any type of precautionary data collection that you could possibly take. In this case, having a central line in the central focal point will always be the closest thing to what you're trying to get to, right? So it will always be the best reference point. Why didn't you use that? It makes more sense.
Well, no, I take what you're saying because we did do as much as possible. Because if you notice, those two strings, for instance, are different colours. We had a light coloured string for the upper portion because we knew that would be seen against the dark sky, and a darker string for the lower string because we knew that would be shown against clouds, so we wanted them to show up. So we took precautions like that. We took the precaution of having a non-wide angle lens to try and minimize any distortion. We took obviously we took the precaution of having two GPS trackers. We took all the precautions we could. Now, I do understand what you're saying. Why not have a string across the middle? As I said, that was the original plan. Thought that two, one above, one below would be better. But then, yeah, do you know, I mean, that's a valid comment. We could have had a third string. That's a valid comment.
Why not have three?
Well, aren't you planning a third Mage project, Mrs.
Well, there is a third Mage project, which is in the planning. It keeps getting delayed. And that's a different experiment, although perhaps you could throw that in as well. Because this time, with Mage 3, instead of just trying to show a curve of the Earth, what we're trying to do is test for horizon drop, which is something very, very different. Okay, someone raised that earlier on, and I made clear that's not what Mage 2 was doing, because there was no way we weren't allowing for or trying to measure drop in any way. Mage 3 is to look to measure drop by having two cameras back to back. And then when you put the imagery side by side, the horizons should match up. Obviously, if you're tilted one way or another, one horizon will be higher, the other horizon will be lower. So you get it when the two horizons line up. If they're below the middle of the lens, there's drop. Simple as that.
But like, so we all know that you can see convexity, concavity, and flatness from any rectilinear lens or any obstruction. It just comes down to angle of observation and with your frame of reference and your frame of view. So you guys probably both also think that compressing an image left to right also shows curvature, right?
No, compressing an image. I talk about that in my video. If you draw some straight lines across an image, compress the image, those straight lines will and always will remain straight. The angle of them will change, but they will remain straight. You cannot bend it just by compressing left to right. If there is a curve, it will accentuate the curve. Craig, there is a shot in my video. It's somewhere near the beginning, and I actually show. I draw some straight lines on an image and then compress it. You can see that the straight lines do not bend.
But like those images that are compressed, like a beach shot left to right, and they say they show Earth curve. You guys both think that that's what they're showing, right?
Well, have you not seen that image with the straight lines?
The one on
compressing an image left to right doesn't show anything.
How about,
it just exacerbates what's already there.
Okay,
it just,
so
makes what's there more apparent.
Come on, I know you believe it. You know you believe it. Just say you believe it.
I believe it. I don't know what you believe.
There you go.
Tell you that what happens. I don't think compressing an image shows anything. It just makes what's there more obvious. That's what the point of compressing.
Right. So the ones on McToon's website, you think are totally accentuating real, in fact, physical Earth curve for you guys, right? Just to be totally clear.
Now, again, when you compress the image, it doesn't show you the Earth's curve. It just makes what is in the picture more obvious.
I used the word accentuate like you did, Craig. Come on, you didn't even agree to your own words.
No, seriously.
Like barrel distortion, right?
Just said exactly the same thing.
I know, but instead of saying yes, I agree, you restated it using slightly different words. It's fine. Fine. So you think that compressing an image is left to right shows Earth curve, the same way you think rectilinear lens at 100,000 feet also shows Earth curve. That's it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Again, compressing an image is not the same as having a rectilinear lens. All that compressing an image left to right does is, if there's a curve there, it makes it more apparent. That's it. No matter which way the curve was going, if you compressed an image left to right, it would make that curve more apparent. That's all it would do. It doesn't show anything in particular. Otherwise, the same way that I can change the saturation of a picture to make something more obvious. That's all compressing a picture does. Do you get what I'm saying?
You don't think the concavity of the lens has anything to do with it when you're compressing an image like that?
No. And I've just posted an image now in the chat. I posted an image in the chat now. It's a snapshot from my video. I take a random screenshot. I draw 1, 2, 3, 4 straight lines using a graphics package, then compress the image left to right. You can see that the straight lines are still straight. The strings are even more curvy because I've compressed it. The horizon, which if this was a low shot, would show more curve than there really is, but the straight lines are still straight.
Yeah, straight lines don't get curved if you compress something.
You change the angle of them, that's all.
Unless they're already curved right by the lens.
Yes. If they're already curved, then they will look more curvy. If they are dead straight, they will remain dead straight. You cannot induce a curve. You can accentuate an existing one.
And as Mr. Sensible says, right, his two strings, right. One second, let me respond. Right, the two strings he's got, right. The one at the top will have a slight curve upwards, and the one at the bottom will have a slight curve downwards. Because even though it's not a fisheye lens, there's still going to be some barrel distortion, right? And when you look at the picture, he's compressed left to right. It makes that more obvious. You can see that the top one is curved upwards, the bottom one is curved downwards, as we expect. But the lines that he's drawn on it, straight, they don't all of a sudden become curved. Okay? Silence.
So what you're saying is...
No, I said it was stupid, but I said it to my mute button. Sorry.
Shane, don't make me come over there.
I don't get why when you draw lines on an image, that's conducive to your argument, because you just added them to the image.
Someone was saying that compressing the image would produce a curve, but by drawing those lines on, then
nobody made that claim.
No, I did.
Someone did.
Yeah, Shane did. That was the point.
You did?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
The problem is, Shane, they already admitted that any camera has barrel distortion.
Right. So like,
you are going to have
I've allowed for that.
Well, yeah, right. So
hold on. In any picture, there will be curvature. So in any picture taken of reality and compressed, will accentuate curvature.
There you go.
And will have curvature.
Yeah, if you compress it will accentuate.
If it's created by the lens and then accentuated by compression, then you're consistently manufacturing curvature. Yeah, exactly.
Any picture taken by a camera will have curvature, barrel distortion. You already admitted that
not
in your
across
beginning
the
of your
middle.
Not across the very center, and that's the point of the lines. Anything between those lines will have
now
the
you're
most
shifting
minimal
the goalposts.
barrel. No, we're not. That's been our entire point the entire time, right? And here's the thing, right? You are right. The further you go away from the center, the more barrel distortion is up and down. Okay, and that's why you can see that even when the horizon is above or below those lines, it is still curved downwards.
No.
That's where the barrel distortion is.
I just posted an image, a diagram of barrel and pincushion distortion. So it's only barrel we're interested in.
Something
across the middle. You can see you get no distortion. That's vertical as well. As you move away from the middle, you get greater and greater distortion. That reflects what's happening to the strings. But the curve in the imagery, one of those images, went the other way.
There is a dip to the horizon.
Look flatter, not more curved.
There is a dip to the horizon, and this dip does increase the further up you go. But this horizon that we're seeing is up and above ground zero relative to the observer. This horizon, this dip that we're seeing and this dip that we're measuring, you're incorrectly subtracting this dip from ground zero.
This dude speaks completely for himself.
I'm not doing dip at all. This is not dip. We're not talking about dip. We're not talking about the horizon being below the horizontal of the viewer, of the camera. That's not what we're talking about. All we're talking about is, does it show curve? And the way to do
that's what you're calling a curve, though, right? Downwards curve is this dip from horizon.
No, it's showing that the horizon would be curved the further up you get, as you would expect of a circle equidistant around you.
And as you go higher, it will look more and more like a circle until, if you went off towards the moon, you could see the entire disk of the Earth.
Yeah. So, right, here's the way to visualize this. Okay, imagine you've got a hula hoop. You know the things that you can spin around your waist, right? And you're holding it up at your eye level. Okay, that is a perfect circle all around your head. Okay. Now, if you move that hula hoop down over your body, but keep looking straight ahead, in your point of view, as you move that hula hoop down, it would look curved in your point of view. That is what we expect to see with the horizon as we get higher up, which is what has happened with the MAGE project. It's what we would expect to see rising up above the horizon on a globe Earth.
There is an effect happening within the Earth that's making the light appear that way.
What effect is that?
This, I'm not sure.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
The issue is this horizon is above ground zero. And you're falsely equating this dip. You're falsely equating this dip as the actual downwards curvature of the Earth. There is curvature. It's
Did you not
not
just
going
listen to
down.
what I said? It is showing the equidistant horizon all around you. That is what this is showing.
So as MAGE rotates, and especially at the higher heights, it's very calm. It just rotates gently. That curve remains constant no matter which direction it is pointed, all around it. And do you know what else it showed? Do you know what else it showed? We demonstrated a horizon in another way. The way that it works is MAGE has two GPS receivers that then broadcast their position. It only uses a tiny little radio transmitter. That's all it needs. When we launched it, we were the only receiving radio station that could pick it up, okay, because we're at ground level. As it goes up higher, other high altitude balloon enthusiasts pick up the signal, transmit it to a central server so we could download it, so we could get the position. Now, the interesting thing was, as I said, when we launched it, we were the only people that could pick it up. As we went higher and higher, stations further and further away could start picking up the signal until we were at the maximum height of just under 39 kilometers. It was picked up 400 miles away because the radio signal, which travels in a straight line, could get further around the curve. As we went higher, we had a greater and greater radio horizon.
I like how you say the radio signal that travels in a straight line can get around a curve.
Refraction.
But beyond the curve. If you have a big ball and you put your eye right close to it, you're hardly going to see anywhere. As you move further and further away, you can see more and more of that ball. Your line of sight can see further and further across the surface until at our maximum height it could be seen. Line of sight from the transmitter to the receiver was 400 miles.
Listen, that's a given, but after a certain amount of mileage, you'd be so far on the other side of a ball, height of an antenna wouldn't matter with line of sight transmission.
Well, if you went to as far as the moon, you could basically hit 50% of the Earth virtually, couldn't you?
But the balloon popped to
that's a big if, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's for an if for another day, perhaps. But the point,
I don't think Mr. Sensible is going to send a weather balloon to the moon.
I'll try. But the point is, the further up you go, the greater the portion of the Earth's spherical surface could be reached with direct line of sight from the radio transmitter that was on MAGE.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson reviewed your video, how much curvature would he say you would be able to see?
Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy. Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy.
Well,
that's quite interesting because Neil deGrasse Tyson said one thing about so far above a beach ball, but Felix Baumgartner, who only went 200 meters higher than me, I think, which is what really pissed me off, he said he could see the curve. So there you go. I mean, you may not believe them, but it's one person's word against the other, and Baumgartner actually went up there.
There's video from within inside his pod that shows it straight.
Yeah, you're talking about a video from an unknown camera, which may or may not be wide, and it was
They would
through
definitely
a
go
very
through.
narrow
And then-
aperture, so you're only seeing a tiny portion.
And then the
So-
video outside showed an unrealistic curve for the size.
That was a
of
what?
your-
Yeah, absolutely. That was unrealistic.
Because there wasn't any non-barrel distorting cameras on
Yeah,
board
he-
his thing.
that was-
nothing
it
on
wasn't
board his
tight.
capsule was designed for us to see if the Earth is curved or not. They were just pretty views watching a nut job jump out of a really high fucking balloon.
Yeah,
But
if
the answer is
if you can show
Can
me
I
a
ask you a
video.
question, like,
that
off
stuff is
topic here,
flat.
right? Would any of you guys here do that? Would you go up that high and jump off? Anyone?
How high?
Well, he was
39
about
kilometers.
39 kilometers up. Would any
Well,
of you
if I
go
had
up
the
that high and
proper
jump out?
equipment,
I would do
if
it
I had the
if.
proper equipment, yes.
Yeah, me too.
You
I'd
like
jump, I'd jump
final
out of
jump-
helicopters, airplanes, and I'm entering into a war zone when I do it. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
cool with higher
I've always
elevation.
just random off topic here. So you've done parachute jumps and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I have.
Right,
With
it's
the
something
right-
I've always wanted to do.
with the
It's
right
always something
equipment.
I've always would have loved to do. Can you describe that moment where you jump out to me? Because I've never done it. What's that do? That final second just before you're about
It's
to jump.
scary as shit. Every
Yeah.
time, I don't care how many. A lot of people say they get over it, and I see people just run and jump, but I think they're just pushing the precipice. So at the point you exit, there's no turning back. So you absolutely have to do it perfectly. You know.
Well, my missus went on one of
Every
those
time-
two-man jumps.
But listen, every time you do it, every time you get that joy that you conquered your fear.
Joy. Yeah, my missus, she was given a gift of a parachute jump, one of those tandem jumps. And just before, the guy said, "Are you worried?" No, I'm not worried, not worried. And she wasn't worried. And she went up there, did the jump. And when they landed, he said to her, "You didn't seem to hesitate. Weren't you scared?" Because it was the first time she'd ever done it. She said, "No, I loved it." And he said, "You're fucking mental. The natural reaction is to be scared out of your mind." She just wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you wouldn't get me to do it, not
Like
not
so
anyone.
that you know when you're on a roller coaster and like you go down and you get that like
Yeah,
feeling
that
in your
is-
stomach.
that's
Do you still
crazy,
do you
yeah.
have that feeling in your stomach as you're
I
jumping
do.
down? Does it stay
I
there the
do.
whole way down? Like
No,
that kind of like
no,
is it
no.
just
You
as you
get
jump out?
you get a calm. There's anxiety about the amount of time you have, but you get a calm where you know you're comfortable to take stuff in.
The other thing I've always wanted to ask, I've never had the opportunity to, is when you're falling down, what does it sound like?
I think just
Well, most
wind
people
noises.
use air protection because it's just wind. So I put
So
in
you-
earplugs.
I mean, you
I don't
couldn't
want
like talk to
I don't
somebody
want
that
to
was
ear
falling with
infection.
you.
Oh, you
Okay,
could,
well, Mike, I
but-
just got to say I've got a lot of respect for you for the things you've done.
You're gonna strain a muscle in your throat, though.
Yeah.
Well, someone's just posted those Red Bull jump photographs. If anyone can show me a a flat Earth debunker who says that proves the Earth is curved, I will call them out on it because that is
Never said that.
and I've never seen anyone do that. But so if you show me a video where, for instance, MC Toon says that shows curvature of the Earth, I would say, Toon, you're wrong. That's a wide-angle lens, or
I
even a
think-
fisheye lens.
I think what is even crazier about jumping out of a plane is in the military, when they're flying very close to the ground and they jump out in a one
Static
after
line.
each other in a static
Static line.
lane. Yeah.
Or what
Yeah.
about one of those halo jumps, high altitude, low opening, isn't it?
I mean that's also crazy, but
Yeah.
I like I said, it's very close to the
It
ground.
is.
That I don't know, man. That's just
Time is short. Reaction is quick when you're close to the ground. You have to be quick. You got to be on time.
Yeah, I've seen
And
some
those
videos
li-
where the parachute failed. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, those line jumps have to be precision because you got to be a certain distance from everybody. You don't want to be right next to a person, right on top of a person, or in an opening shoot. So it has to be timed really well. Plus, you don't want to scatter your troops over a large area. I mean, unless you're doing multiple line jumps where you're taking a large area.
Right.
Well,
we talking
thank you for that, Mike. I appreciate you having that little side conversation with me there. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I don't think at this point in my life I'll ever get the opportunity to. So
just do
it's
it,
nice
man,
to live
really.
vicariously through you there.
Just do it, man. As
I'd
long
go
as
in the
you
rocket.
can,
Well, as far as
just do it.
listen. As far as the talking thing goes, have you ever stuck your head out the window, man? You know, you could try to yell, he'll hear you from the wind.
Well, I think it's more about the fact that you're falling so fast, isn't it? That like, wouldn't your sound waves kind of?
Well, you're talking about 120 mile an hour winds. You know, pretty much. In free fall, you can reach speeds of 120 mile an hour. You know, so it's a wind. You're just gonna hear wind noise. That's why we learn hand signals. You know.
Yeah. Same as
that
diving.
Hand signals silent approach.
I believe that the Empire State Building was the first building you could jump off and achieve escape velocity before you met the ground.
You mean terminal velocity?
Yes, very true.
Not escape.
Sorry,
you jumped off the Empire State Building and got a terminal velocity. Something's going wrong.
There's two things I still want to try: the flight suits. I'm going to try the flight suits in cliff jumping,
like the squirrel suits.
Oh man, they're lethal, aren't they?
Yeah. I would like to try that. That would be awesome. But a cliff.
There's some YouTube videos.
With all due respect, you're a bloody idiot.
Yeah.
Good listen, you'll never get it. Yeah, that a flight suit. Yeah, exactly what he's showing. But you could never get closer to being Superman than that. I don't.
Yeah. What about those rocket things that you have on your arms?
Oh, the jet engine things that they're using.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm cool.
That would be cool.
I'm cool with the rockets, but I do hang gliders and ultralights, and I think that would be cool. You could because you can transverse over a large area. You know, you can glide for a long time with
what I think is also nice and a little bit safer is flying an ultralight or a glider. I think gliders must be very relaxing. In fact, I'm about to do my private license and join what is it called? Like when you join a aviation crew. Like I don't know the English term. You know,
a flight crew.
Yeah, like for private, you don't need to have your own plane. You can use
some
it
sort
in
of
community.
A company or
that's what I'm going to do.
So you
this
can
year
use
or next year.
So you can use somebody else's gliders. Gliders are cool, but ultralights are better. You just got to keep track of how long your fuel lasts and how long.
What is also cool are gliders with motorized support, right? So you can you don't need to be towed or you don't need to use a string on a what is it slingshot, you know?
The tow lines. I know the ones you mean. My missus went up in one of those as well. I also sent her up in a hot air balloon. I think I'm trying to tell her something.
Yeah, but no, I really do want to do my private license. I love flying and simulator and it's.
So I had a debate discussion with Flatsoid FE earlier on, and I asked him. I'll ask you guys. If someone said, "Here you go, here's a ticket, you can go in one of these private space flights," would you go?
100%.
If I said, "There you go, there's a ticket, you can take part in one of these private space
Absolutely.
flights."
Take me right now. I'm going right now. Please take me. Let's go.
Yeah, cool.
Of course.
And so,
You'd say no to that, right?
I think anyone would have to be silly if they said no, unless they were actually scared.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's have fun.
If you
took
that flight, if you took that flight, went up there, and you saw the curve of the Earth, at that point, would that then make you change your mind?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, then you would need to be true to your observations, but it would also make me be very much disappointed because, not disappointed. It just, from what I have observed regarding reality, it just wouldn't make sense to me to see it, you know.
But if you took that flight and you saw it, you would then say, okay, I have to accept it.
Right. If I can be sure that it's not being if I already see a curve on the ground through the window of the craft or whatnot.
I'm assuming you don't. You could do some tests. And you could check to make sure the glass isn't going to affect it. I mean, I have to respect that. You know, if you saw that, that's the evidence that made you change your mind. I would have to respect that.
Well,
Do you know what I would predict if you then released a video and said, "Hey, look, guys, I went up there. I saw this. Look, I filmed it. It is a curve. I was wrong." Do you know what? You would be called out as a lying shell and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's sad. Rather than people saying, "Do you know what? I appreciate him. I trust him. He is now convinced. I should be convinced as well."
Well, on the other hand, like we're the people
about being convinced, kids. Don't be convinced of anything. Go check the world yourself.
We're the people who already changed our mind on like everything that we knew and everything that we believe, right? So we were presented with new evidence and we changed everything, right? So I don't understand why the incredulity of, well, if you presented with new information, obviously you'll just stubbornly cling to the same beliefs. Well, no. We're the people who did the opposite of that, right? That's how we got here.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, if it's the case that you would change your position based on the evidence, that's good. I mean, if I had sent Mage up and found that it was a straight edge, then there's a corner and another straight edge, I'd have to say, do you know what? These guys could be right. I would have. I really would.
So if you would go up very high,
I'm sure your audience thinks that was a win.
You would go very high, and it would not be curving at a point where it would be very obviously, must have been obviously curving. Would you change your mind?
So if I had got up high enough, yeah. So I mean, we had that predicted curve. If it was showing that it was dead straight, then I maybe I would do things like, well, hold on, let's do some other tests on the camera, but I couldn't expect. Well, no, to test it. That's not to say. I'm not throwing it out. I'm saying.
Hey, you know, you ever watch that video of the ground speed check of the SR-71 Blackbird, and you listen to this naval officer describe his flight? He gives you his heights, elevations, and distances, and how far he can see. And people have calculated this against curvature and line of sight.
Oh, is this thing where the guy said he could see the Rockies or something?
Yes, he's seen the Rocky Mountains as they start in Canada and go all the way down through Mexico, which is impossible at his elevation on a globe.
He was Air Force.
Yeah, no, that was debunked. Jay told me that they were not those mountains. He was completely wrong.
Well, first off, I said he's military, so I don't know what confirming he was Air Force. Is that supposed to debunk me or something, or you just want to cut me off?
No, I'm just saying, if you're talking about Jay
Obviously.
Media, that's been debunked.
No, I'm personally talking about the video itself. He does describe it. How do you debunk it? You got the curvature map that actually predicts that?
It's just the mountains that he's showing are not what he claims to be. There was a great video by Jem Panda that showed what the actual mountains and stuff that he was claiming to be, and it was nowhere near as far away as he was saying.
1,300 mile.
It's not though. That's the thing. It's not the mountains that he's claiming that you can see are not the mountains in the video. That's the point.
By the way, my lead moderator on my channel has just supplied me with a link to the camera, the Firefly 8 SE 4K 90-degree camera. So I'll just post a link to that. So if anyone wants to examine that and look at the specs with regard to Mage, please do so. I'll just drop the link. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Jay Tolan video. I'm just talking about the Blackbird video where he says he can see the beginning of the Rockies all the way down to Mexico, which if you look on Google Earth, it's over 1,300 miles, and at his elevation, he shouldn't be able to see that on a globe. Just that simple.
Hey, if you
I don't care what mistakes. The SR-71 Blackbird ground speed check.
Yeah, with the pilot talking.
It's just the guy talking, and it's telling you what he can see. But if you go to a curve calculator, you can calculate whether he should see 1,300 miles away or not.
What's the video called?
And what was his height?
SR-71.
Yeah. Height. How high was he?
How high? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, well, I would say that from the height we were at, which is 39 kilometers, I don't know if the SR-71 flies that high, but that was about 23, 24 miles. It's bloody high, a lot higher than commercial flights, but you could see about 400 miles.
In one direction.
Oh, right, okay, so there's no actual video of that. There's just stories of people saying it.
Yeah, I just said that. It's a video of him telling the story, but when he describes it and he gives his elevation, He gives you everything you need to calculate it on a line of sight calculator. I mean, do we need more than the observer
claims,
sight?
but no evidence to back up his claims. And from what people are saying,
listen,
it's an embellished comedic story.
And also on your chat fight, people are saying it's 90,000 feet for an SR-71. Mage flew at 128,000 feet, I think, and it's all for 400 miles.
He's a career veteran of the Air Force. I would take his word.
Yeah, but
okay, so you'll
joking. I don't know if you watched that story.
So are you saying the American military?
Having a look at the comments on the video, that he's actually telling like a jokey story. He's not being serious in what he's saying.
In the comment section, I really don't care what the comment section says.
So you believe one guy, not
that's off in the weeds. Just watch the video and decide for yourself.
He was not actually being serious. He's telling a comedic story.
Commenters, watch the video and decide for yourself.
Yes, I would take the Air Force man at his word rather than some dude that commented.
But he's telling a story.
Don't interrupt me again, motherfucker. I don't care what the people in the comments say. I would take the man at what he's
telling a story.
He said, he said, let me tell the story about it.
Yeah,
and so
like a comedic, funny story. He's not like.
Listen, I watched the whole video. Interrupting me is just going to get every one of you muted. I'm not the one, and I think you know it. I don't do this to you. I'm not going to put up with it. The joke is, if you listen to the entire video, that the SR Blackbird is the fastest thing in the sky, and they're cracking a joke with other pilots. Yes, it's a story about a joke. I won't deny that. Who cares what some idiot in the comment section says on YouTube? I take the guy at his story. He says, it's a funny story from my career. Yes, he does.
Yeah, but it's an embellished story. He's not like... none of it is factual. That's the point.
It actually is factual. When does he say, I made this up, Craig?
He's telling a funny story. He's not like... There's no evidence of what he's saying.
No, he's telling...
factual. The entire thing is just like a comedic act.
His statement is, he says this is a funny story from my career. And if we can throw out his career, his honor, and his valor, we can throw yours out too. And mine.
Does he say anywhere that this is actually factually what happened, or is he just saying, here's a funny story?
5 times. Here's a funny story from my career. I've said it 5 times. You just don't listen because all you're worried about
anything is factual.
Being right about a video you didn't even watch.
I've just put the closed captions on and scrolled through it. And,
yeah, that's cool. You didn't watch it.
Nowhere does he say
you do this all the time.
Thing. No,
you do this all the time.
I can bring up the words on it. And
how about you watch the video?
Yeah, I'm just saying that
I think we all know how closed caption work.
Yeah, so I'm just saying there's nowhere in there does he say.
Yeah, nowhere in there does he say it's fiction either.
Yeah, so there's no evidence of what he's saying or anything, and any claim presented without evidence can
you just repeat yourself.
Evidence.
So if I came on here,
listen,
or if me and Fight came on here, and I said I sent up a weather balloon, I filmed the curve, we went this high. I'm not going to show any video. I'm not going to show you the thing. I'm not going to tell you what the cameras are. I'm not going to show you the telemetry data. You just believe me, would you?
No. And you mistake that I'm giving it to you as a flat earth proof. I just asked if you watched the video and you went to Jay Tolan. You went to Jay Tolan and ridiculed his video, which wasn't the video I was talking about. I'm just wondering what you thought about this video and where the guy says he is. Okay. And whether or not you could see that far. I'm not giving it to you as a flat earth.
Okay. I'll take that as a straight point. And I would reply that based on the information I have, that the SR-71 flies at about 9 or up to 90,000 feet, if that's correct. He would not be able to see those sort of distances because at 128,000 feet, you can only see about 400 miles. So I would say it's incorrect. Okay?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's actually happened. We can prove it or anything. I'm just saying this is
that's all I was saying.
You took it as if I was cramming it down your throat as a proof, and because you don't know how to have idle conversation.
Well, it felt like that's what you were doing, because isn't that what we're here discussing? So you presented something, and the assumption was that it was presented as evidence.
Oh, well, I prefaced it with What's your opinion in this video? That's it. Just an opinion.
Okay, well, the answer is I haven't watched that video in full before, so I currently don't have an opinion. But based on the brief search there, it's just a comedic story. I will watch the entire thing when I get a chance.
That's cool.
But like I said, based on what I've seen right now, it's just a story with no evidence to back up anything.
Hold on, the SR-71 is a thing, right? You know that it has to travel faster the higher in altitude, right?
Hold on, yeah, these military dudes, they just tell stories because they're not honorable. They just stories, right?
Yeah, I never killed anybody. I didn't see combat. It's all good.
Yeah, he's just talking. You're right.
But are you saying people don't embellish stories sometimes?
Some people
especially
do.
when they're on
Prove that he
stage
did.
and telling a
Some
funny
people
thing?
do. Prove that he did.
I'm not saying that he did. I'm just saying that there's no
Yes,
evidence
you are.
to back up any
You're
of the
implying
claims
that everyone
made
knows it.
about
Everyone
what he
can say the
said.
bullshit.
But again,
You're
it's
like-
just a comedic story. So that's all that's been presented at this point. It's just a comedic story.
So, I think what he's saying is he'll say all your travels in the submarine to him are now just embellished stories, and I would say that's fair.
Again, I'm not saying that he's lying in any way. I haven't watched the entire video, like I said, but based on the quick search, there's nothing in there to determine that he was telling, oh, this is exactly what you could see. This is 100% factual. From what I can see, it's just a story. But again, I'm not making any claims right now because I haven't seen the entire thing, sat down and watched it entirety. This is just on a brief cursory glance. So I'm not making any claims about anything. I'm just giving you my immediate opinion, which I will do further research on. Is that okay?
You know what I find interesting? I think that is boggling my mind, and I would also highly recommend this to you. The next time you go to the toilet and you do your business, think about the astronauts on the ISS. And, I just wonder, I'm probably aware of the astronaut toilet, right? That is just a bag of plastic that they poop into, right?
No, not really. It's suction.
No, you can watch the video. It only sucks the plastic bag that they poop into. There's no suction. There's actually no. 1 second, let me finish. There's actually no suction regarding the process of your business. So I'm wondering, how is the poop going down into the plastic bag?
That's
Fucking hell,
absolutely not true. What they claim is that they poop in one hole and they have a hose for the pee. Now, how does that work for the women?
Difficulty. It was a difficult thing for them to design. I know that.
Yeah, but how? Like again, there is no suction for the pooping method. Yes, how is the poop?
You are squeezing it out.
Does the
but when you
suck
squeeze,
the poop out? I mean, God.
When you squeeze it, 1 second. When you squeeze
Why?
it out,
I'm kind of pissed you even brought this up. This is stupid.
Video on how the bathroom works on the ISS.
No.
You can just go watch it.
Yeah, but there is no suction for it landing in the bag. It would just float back to
I know
your ass.
exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about. He's totally right. It's actually, there's like a big flaw in the logic of it. It doesn't make any sense.
Is this like the vacuum-proof zippers they put on the spacesuit? Like everyone here would trust their junk to that zipper, right? In a total vacuum.
Yeah, and imagine the poop would not be like completely firm or something. Like how do you manage this? I mean,
Diarrhea in space. Okay, I'm on.
Not everybody's poop
they
is
can
the
wipe.
same. Come on, man.
God damn it.
Yeah, again, but how is it landing in the
There's
bag?
options up there.
All right. All right, let's move on.
They just cannot go under the shower, you
Shane
know.
knew it would turn to shit when I jumped.
Right, it immediately turned to shit, Helio. Thank you.
Can I try real quick? I'll try to explain to you, like, so there's a plastic bag and then there's a vacuum under the plastic bag. So until you're done, there's no vacuum action happening. So you have to, in a gravity-less environment, somehow be done relieving yourself and close the bag up and then push it down in, and there's no vacuum happening with that. So yeah, you have your vacuum for the urination, but you don't. The fecal issue is actually, their explanation is actually illogical.
NASA's fecal issue.
So,
yeah, I've heard of that.
This is from
in the bathroom on the ISS. This is fact.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Please?
No.
Can I respond, please? Let me please respond. Thank you. Okay, right. So, thank you. According to buffalo.edu, to poop, astronauts lift the toilet lid and sit on the seat, just like here on Earth.
No,
but
they
this
don't have a
toilet
seat like
I'm gonna talk again.
let him
Thank
finish.
you. Yeah, to poop, astronauts lift the toilet lid and sit on the seat, just like here on Earth. But this toilet starts suctioning as soon as the lid is lifted to prevent things from drifting away and to control the stink, to make sure there's a tight fit between the toilet seat and the astronaut. I'm still talking. To make sure there's a tight fit between the toilet seat and the astronauts behind, the toilet seat is smaller than the one in your house.
So you want to read?
I know, but you
hear
can watch
directly from the
I've gone
astronauts
to a
telling you how the
EDU
bathroom
website.
works.
Actually,
I've gone to
Fight, I'm going to call you out because I think you're just talking shit.
You can
listen because we can post a video about
Fight the Flat
the
Earth.
astronauts telling you how the bathroom works on the ISS. I can post a video right now.
There's a video on. 1 second. Fight the Flat Earth. Listen, there's a video on YouTube or several videos of them showing how the toilet works, and you can see that the suction only applies to making sure that the plastic bag is suctioned down, but there is no suction force regarding your poop coming out of your ass.
Yes.
So
not according to the scientific paper.
Yeah, but watch the video. So then the video is fake on the ISS or what? So the astronaut is lying.
What are you talking about, bro?
So
I mean, why do you need suction to poop? You don't need suction to poop. What the hell?
In zero gravity you would, because there's nothing to pull the poop out your ass after you've squeezed it.
Just like ISS bathroom, just look it up. Astronauts explain the entire thing.
I've actually never looked into this.
You can
no one's ever cracked the porcelain.
So it will constantly flow back to.
There's no state you spit on, and then everything just.
There is the link to the article showing that you guys are wrong. Please
watch
go
the
ahead
video. Do you want?
Yes.
Do you want me to stream it here? You can watch it with me.
This is an article showing that you are wrong. So
Hey, dude, why? How can I be wrong? So the video on the ISS, filmed on the ISS.
This is evidence you are wrong. That is how you are wrong.
Dude, do you want to kidding? Are you kidding me, man? I can show you a video of an I can show you. Dude,
says that you are wrong.
Dude, why are you doing this, man?
All right, let's calm down. Elmo, bring the emotion down like 2 pegs if you could.
Yeah, FTM.
This guy.
I know, dude, but you know what you get when you come in here, right?
It was really hard to listen to play, but we get it. But you gotta calm down.
Why is he doing that? I don't get it. Why is he so intellectually dishonest?
Showing evidence that you're wrong.
I don't know.
No, we have video evidence.
No, we have NASA videos of astronauts describing the bathroom on the ISS.
No, showing it actually. Showing
NASA. This is the toilets that NASA use, and it says that they have suction. So I mean,
no, I didn't say it has suction. They're supposed to defecate in one hole and urinate in another.
I think some of the Globers get like a therapeutic value out of coming here to lie. I think that's what it is, Clay.
I'm not lying. I just read the paper that disproves what he's saying. So I mean,
watch the video, man. Watch my video. I'm streaming it right now. The suction only applies.
Right? Yeah.
On YouTube, describe the bathroom, and there's a number 1 tube, and a number 2 tube. You know how close together those are? You know how hard it is?
So I'm just wondering,
obviously everyone's taking a shit and a piss at the same time. When you're sitting on toilet, that's what you do. Now
it's quite a design challenge.
Imagine how hard that would be for a woman.
Right,
even for a man, it could be something, but for a woman,
it's a design challenge. That's why they were testing a new version that's female friendly.
Yeah, so here we go. Fortunately, there's a toilet on the space station these days. The original toilet was designed in 2000 for men and was difficult for women to use. You had to pee while standing up. To poop, astronauts used thigh straps to sit on the small toilet to keep a tight seal between their bottoms and the toilet seat. It didn't work very well and was hard to keep clean. So in 2018, NASA spent $23 million on a new and improved toilet, which was the one that I just described.
And diapers. Don't forget the diapers, man.
They do wear diapers sometimes, absolutely.
When they're EVA, they'll be wearing diapers, yeah.
But again, I'm showing the video right now. How is the poop falling into that plastic bag?
This compartment is called the WHC, the NASA acronym for Waste and Hygiene Compartment, I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't
we just know it as
any suction
WHC. It's inside this we call the stall, which is a couple of walls and a door that give you some privacy because you're right in the middle of node 3 with a treadmill On one side of the toilet, a weight machine we call ARED. On the other side, and down in the floor, our awesome window called the cupola. And this is a high traffic area, people are coming and going, so you need the privacy. First of all, the desire to go, the need to go is very similar as on Earth.
But again, my question is, how is the poop falling to the back? That's all I'm
might be floating in your bladder or something. No, it's just the exact same
down there and get away from
sensation. You know you gotta go. Either one, number one or number two. So you've decided that. You float into the WHC.
How's poop not get on the poop stick that pushes it down? That looks like 23 million.
They don't even close up the bag. Look, when he uses the one where he puts like peanuts in it and then he pushes it down,
you want to be a good crew member, so you make sure that you wipe off
Look, he doesn't
the excess.
close the bag. It's just
Use a disinfectant wipe occasionally or often, and
what video are you looking at?
then you simply turn the valve off.
I'm streaming it right
So
now. Go to my stream.
in diameter, and there's a plastic
they
liner
could wind up as
in
shooting
there,
stars.
which where
Do you see how he's like taking off the thing? It's just shoving it in.
what I have here is green beans and mushrooms, and I do not like mushrooms, so I don't mind contributing this piece of food in the name of education.
The grossest thing.
So then they ate this yesterday, and now it goes into there. You clean yourself, and the wipes
Something else
go
to take
into there
so
as
much
well.
easier to make fun of the globe
You take
narrative
this
than the
red
flat earth
tab,
stuff.
you pull it off the rim, and depends on how full
do you
the
see
container
it's
is.
just
This
like-
one's about halfway through.
Like
We do
close,
have
not even
a
closing
stick,
it up,
and
and
you
it's just pushing it down
push
like
it
that.
down in there.
Well, maybe he's just demonstrating what to do, quickly. That's not
You
necessarily
know that
what
they're
they would do.
Well,
saying,
it's other
he's
friends,
saying,
I was
and then
saying
it's time
something.
to put a new
Maybe
bag
that's not
on.
what
To
they
put
would
a
do
new
when
bag
it's
on,
covered in shit.
separate.
But
yeah, but one
Set
second,
the hair scrunchie,
doing this
get
video,
it
man,
all
this
so
thing
it
he
has
says is
max
half
capacity
full,
there,
and he's like
and
poking it to
ready to
stuff
go.
into it with the
Close it
stick.
up.
Look.
Close
Yeah,
the
millions
lid.
and millions of dollars.
Now you've gone number one, number two, you clean yourself up.
Okay, so what's wrong with having a
And,
poop stick?
It's disgusting.
super impressive.
It's half full, man. I mean,
You
it
have
must
to
be
deal with
stinking
shit
so much.
in places like that. It's just what
Piece
happens.
of food in
This
the name
is
of
so
education.
not
2023, right?
So pretend I ate this
Imagine-
yesterday,
imagine your
and
poop would just
now
float
it
around
goes
here.
into there. You clean yourself, and the wipes
So there's
go
no
into there as well.
There's
Take
no
this
suction
red
for
tab,
your
you pull it
action
off the
mechanism
rim,
of pooping.
and
So that
depends
all
on
the
how
stuff
full
just
the
flows in there.
container
You need
is.
to, like,
This one's about
maybe have
halfway
a
through. We
second
do have
stick
a
so they
stick.
can compromise the poop. Like
You know they
some-
probably use toilet paper when they're shitting, right?
But again, I mean, it would but
Okay,
even though
so-
if you let's say it's hypothetically you
Which
one second.
By anti-gravity or not? How
One
big does a
second.
shit particle have to be before it's affected by anti-gravity?
One second, you poop, and then you stand up, like you float up, let's say, and then he grabs his toilet paper, and by that time, maybe it has already flown out again, or it's still sticking to his.
You stand up before you wipe. You know that's not how you do it, right?
It's just so disgusting, man.
Do you
They
stand
can't
up
even take a
before you
shower.
wipe?
They can't even take
Elmo,
a shower.
serious
for a month.
question. Elmo, serious question. Do you stand up before you wipe?
No.
Well, then why would the astronaut?
Because he can't
Hey, where
wipe
would he
on
put
the
his hand?
toilet. How is he wiping on such a small pothole, man?
Yeah,
That thing is smaller than his hand.
He could just like move up slightly to get his
Do you
hand
see
in.
how small the hole is compared to his hand, man? This hole is smaller than his hand. I don't even know how they can
Do you
like.
think, do you think the holes? He's just put his hand in, so it's not smaller than his hand.
Dude, I would fit this thing up in like 1 minute, man. I don't even know how they can.
You eat
Wait, I would also like to just say that you have to remember these people are in a zero gravity environment. They've just flown on a rocket from Earth. They're eating dehydrated food. So this is like this isn't gonna work.
May I say something?
I mean that the Earth's flat.
Left
Because you've got
96
questions
bags
over
of
salad.
Hold on. 96
So-
bags
so
of
in the-
trash they left on the moon, and trash and poop and all kinds of
This
stuff.
is brilliant. That's something to consider, right? Isn't it?
So one second. The video Elmo just shows, the top lid where the seat on, there are fucking suction holes. Like, put the video where he puts the lid down.
Hey, listen. Are you stupid? How should the
No,
outer
not
ring-
these. Not these. Like,
Once again, I need
if
to make you way too
the
loud.
top lid, when he puts it down,
Yeah, what about
where you
it?
see it on. No, not that
Yeah.
one. 1 second, in between.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, see, there are holes. No, you had
Yeah,
it.
how
for a
should the
moment.
suction do it if the bag
Because
is
the
closed?
whole
Listen,
outer
if the bag is
area
closed-
is-
listen, if
is
the
vacuum.
bag is listen, if the bag is closed, how should
No,
any
no.
suction work?
The
dude?
holes are above the bag. The holes are above the bag.
How is the suction working? Is the shit being sucked into the little holes? Are you stupid? then his shit should be sucked into the holes. Dude, you
Hey,
claim
Clay,
you're stupid.
yeah.
His shit would be sucked into
Clay.
all the little holes. How
Well,
stupid
I'm
is that?
convinced I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. This is
We've
done
had a
it.
lot of fun. Hold on, we've had a lot of fun talking about this, but I mean, you can look this up on YouTube. I'm about to share a link right here. You can
Helio.
look
Shit
what they say about the
all the
ISS,
source.
the astronauts that are there. They give you a bathroom tour and they tell you how it works. Well, I mean, how hard is this? We can argue about it all fucking day, but
Let's not,
these
though.
are the astronauts that are supposed to be on the ISS.
The moon is a graveyard of Apollo astronaut trash and poop.
Hey, what do you guys think? How much the poop stomping stick costs?
No.
Guys, what do you think? How much the stick costs?
This has been the worst goonball ever. 3 hours on curvature and astronaut poop. My God.
A couple 100,000.
Oh,
I bet a couple hundred
the,
thousand.
This toilet.
What do you expect? There's no flow evidence. There's no flow evidence, man.
So hold on, Shane. Hold on, Shane. Did you watch the beginning of that video with me? He says, I'm going to tell you a story. The first time I showed it, it turned into a bit of a legend because it's funny. Anywhere in there, does he preface it as fiction?
No,
Or not
no.
true? He said-
I've seen that SR-71. Though the comments are just slanting it, dude. The guy
Yeah,
literally
there's
is
so many
dumbfounded
pressure going
telling a
on.
story. Like, I shouldn't look all the stuff I could see.
Again, Clovis, I highly recommend now, and please remember this: every time you go to the toilet, think about the struggles of an astronaut.
Yeah, no one's ever said it was easy. You know that, right?
And
It's
or
like
take in mind
picking
they can't just take a shower afterwards. Like if it's just busting all out.
Frank, you don't
I
think
wonder
there's
how
a
they
better way to
fucking
do
Elmo.
this?
Hold on. Watch that video I just posted.
They're in free fall. I'm wondering how the shit
Woman to do
moved
that.
through their body. Mm.
Look at what they say about this astronaut bathroom.
Which video did you just post? Sorry.
I just posted it.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name's Helio.
Yeah, are you sure, Helio, that this is
Helio
the
Skeptic.
bathroom?
Oh, that one.
I think that's the washing room. I think that's how they wash themselves, Helio.
No, you have to watch the fucking video. There's more. I mean, you want me to send like every video they make of the ISS bathrooms?
Think about the filthiness of your hair, man.
I've been through this
Hey.
times with people.
I just want to know.
Why is she wearing a man's watch?
Man, Elmo.
What's a man's fucking what? What the hell? What dumb thing
You're
to
like
say?
a bull in a china shop.
Who?
Elmo. he
What?
just blurts in with. He just blurts in
Yeah,
with
dude.
this, just like,
He made us talk
"Yeah,
about shit for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done now. Okay, I'm
Good,
done. I just
good,
wanted to point
good.
out the stupidity.
All right, point
of
made.
Don't forget
Everyone
to what?
agrees. Everyone agrees.
Don't
They
forget
do
to
always wear. They do always wear
definitely don't forget to
excessive.
wipe.
They do always wear excessive jewelry. It's kind of odd. Like they'll have a necklace that doesn't make any sense to wear, and it's clearly so they can like have a point to illustrate the gravityless environment.
Cool. Well, I mean,
They
that's,
al-
that's,
they also
that's
have-
good.
they
It
also
shows
have
that they're in a
this-
zero-G environment because on the vomit comet it can only last
Elmo,
about 23
by
seconds.
calming down, that means don't talk until you hear other people talk and you have something to interject with.
I'd say you can stitch Vomit Comet video together and make it look like one long video. What say you?
I say no because it's only, as I said, about 23 seconds. It's certainly less than 30 seconds at a time, and there are plenty of videos on the ISS, for instance, where you can see them floating through down the corridors and into various rooms uncut. You couldn't do that on the Vomit.
Pretty sure it's just one.
Just one what?
One video of that.
How do you know? How do you know?
Any video where it's longer than about well, certainly longer than 30 seconds. Plenty of shots. For instance, interviews with astronauts when they're talking to people, and you can see that the hair is floating around. You can see that the necklaces are floating around.
Augmented reality.
I can make hair stand up nonstop with hairspray, bro.
Go on, do it on me, then.
Remember the 80s? Motley Crue? Kiss?
Yeah, it doesn't explain how the jewelry moves, does it?
The jewelry, the necklaces continually floating around.
I know what the guys.
The shirts and everything, you know.
What the stick that they're using to push down their stuff in the toilet? It's literally like the blue holding sticks.
Let's move away from the toilet.
The blue holding sticks.
Let's move away from the toilet. We've already gone over that.
It is just.
All I want to know is how you verify that stuff to be unedited at all. How do you verify that? Did you hire a video forensics expert?
Elmo, come on, bro. Let people have a conversation.
I done muted him, bro. We're past that. Next.
All right, go. Let's move on.
Do you guys believe the ISS is in orbit above us?
I believe something is trackable perfectly in a toroidal orbit over flat Earth, right? At 17,000 miles per hour. I just don't think.
Well, I'm glad you're not denying it's an object that wasn't there before the initial launch of the ISS, an object that we can photograph transiting the moon or the sun, and we can see its shape has changed over the years as they've added new modules and panels.
So it's an apparent thing in the sky.
How do you know it was never there before NASA?
It's a thing in the sky that you can image.
You got some beautiful shots of it.
When did you go touch it?
Transiting the sun and the moon. I filmed it with the Galaxy S3.
So you have no idea, really. You're just believing other people about stuff.
So why don't they just show us real footage from it then, if it's really up there? Because I agree.
How about we go?
There's something up there.
Let's go one at a time, guys. Come on.
Right. So first of all, Jeranism filmed it transiting. I filmed it just with a Galaxy S3 phone. Okay, you can't see the shape of it, but it appeared exactly the point it should have appeared. It tracked across the sky in the direction
don't argue that.
predicted. Sorry.
We don't argue that. We know something's up there.
Okay, cool. So then the answer is what? Because it wasn't there before the launch of,
I don't know, but they showed fake footage.
Well, how do you know it wasn't there before they say it was launched? That's my question.
It's never been seen before.
How would they know where to look in the perfectly predicted forecast orbiting schedule before they publish it?
Built and stuff, and launched.
You can see satellites tracking across the sky with all. What are those? That constellation of satellites Musk has sent up. I forgot what they're called now.
Starlink.
They're Starlink. They're now ruining.
Which I will be getting my internet from soon.
Yeah, but they're ruining astrophotography because there's hundreds of the darn things ruining photographs. They weren't there before they were launched by him, were they? We know that.
Can you show me footage
The
being built?
Starlink supposed satellites or drones, whatever the hell they are, is not comparable to the ISS.
Either. Yeah, where they're launched from, they're actually not orbital. If you really look into it, the way.
Sorry, what's not orbital?
Starlink.
So how are they staying up there?
They orbit the Earth.
How would they stay up there? They haven't got endless fuel. How would they stay up there?
Yeah, tell us about that. Tell us how they stay up there, even though they're lower than the ISS. I mean, come on.
Yeah, they're lower than. Well, I don't know the exact height, but they have orbital velocity. So they're being attracted to the Earth. So they start to drop, but the Earth's surface is curving away at the same rate. So they stay the same height above the Earth. They're constantly falling around the Earth.
Do they actually need fuel?
It's for adjustments. Yeah.
Mr. Sensible, they don't slowly get closer.
Sorry, Mr. Sensible. Someone said Mr. Sensible.
I said they don't slowly get closer to the Earth.
No. Who said that they're closer than the ISS? They're not. The ISS is 408 kilometers. Starlink is 550 kilometers.
They are closer.
No, Starlink is 550 kilometers. ISS is 408 kilometers. ISS is closer.
I'm not sure what the original launch height was though, because they moved out to orbital positions, didn't they?
Yeah, but
So
the
can we
orbital,
get a-
the orbital
can we
height that
get
they
a-
have is 550 kilometers.
That they have now.
So-
yes.
Always.
Can we get an image of the ISS from the Starlink?
Why?
No, they're,
Well, they're not equipped with cameras.
Why not?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
But
Why do
because
we have
they
not what
don't
they're
need
for.
cameras,
why do we have
they're
such
It's
just like
bloody
shitty?
expensive to send these
Why is it
things.
so
They're not
hard
going
to
to
get
shove
like
an
a
extra
ton of
weight.
really good
I tell you,
footage?
even with
Why
my,
is it
my
hard to-
wage, I had to worry
Listen.
about every gram. We had to worry about every gram to get the maximum.
Obviously,
Why is
but
it so hard to get a
let's-
bunch of really good
let's
footage of
not
this
be
thing?
coy. Listen, with the camera technology we got today, it's not a lot of weight. It's not like it's impossible.
If they had any extra weight and
At all.
extra technology to things that don't need it.
Why wouldn't
They're
they?
Not
That's a
cameras,
two-way street.
They are, internet transmission boxes.
I know what they are, but they could give us a
Would they
view
have
that
that
we.
camera? That's not the
Well,
job that
if
they're
I
doing.
could finish talking, I could say why. Why not? Why would it just be a view that we're not already accustomed to?
Cool.
Why
Are you
wouldn't
going to
we?
pay for it? Are you going to pay
Yeah.
for it?
Maybe I would.
Hundreds of dollars per gram or whatever it is.
That doesn't matter to me. Money's not an issue unless you're broke.
Well,
I
okay,
mean,
well, why
that's
didn't you
why
launch
it
your own
matters.
rocket then?
That's why it matters to Elon Musk, right? So the Starlink, you're right. It's 550 kilometers, what they call Starlink, and but for some reason, it was like when it was launched, it was like they saw these big lights across the sky. This is Starlink, but now you can't see them anymore.
Well, the reason that they're harder to see now is because they actually received requests from astrophotographers. So what they did was angle the solar panels slightly more so that they were less reflective from Earth to stop them being seen as much. Because the more of them that were put into space, the more it disturbed astrophotography. So as they're able to adjust the angle of the solar panels, they did that to make them less visible.
So
Don't they use Starlink for certain areas of the world?
what was the purpose?
they're orbiting,
You know,
Starlink pretty much covers
FTFE,
everywhere.
FTFE, what was the purpose of Starlink?
To give internet to the world.
But specifically to places that don't have it, right?
Well, initially to places that don't have it, but the goal of Starlink is to have a global network of internet that is easily accessible for everybody. I've just ordered Starlink for me, which it's like £450 for the base module, and then it's like 70 quid a month. But the speeds I can get are so much better. Plus, I will be
They're not.
debating you guys
Well,
literally
you're
from
getting
space.
higher
They're terrible.
speeds from
What are you talking
Starlink than you can
Oh,
get from
way
landlines?
higher, way higher. Yeah.
Right. Starlink has
the
terrible speeds. What are you talking about?
You're gonna have to send us evidence for that shit.
Well, you
Dude,
look
it
at
has
what
horrible.
Starlink says the speeds are, and what you will get here. What I can get in Scotland anyway, the maximum speed that I can get here at the moment for me is about 22 megabytes a second. That's it. That's all I can get. Right? Starlink is about 500 megabytes a second.
No, it's about like
through
no
fiber
wait,
optic
that's
here,
wrong.
through landlines, I get terabyte. I get 1 terabyte.
Yeah, I live in Scotland. Our internet is literally run by hamsters. And then the thing is, if they're really hungry, we get a thing called an out of cheese error, which just screws us really up. You know,
That was a
we
joke,
can't do
and
anything.
it's funny or whatever. But
Yeah.
do you think how the fuck are you? Is the information pardon my French?
If you're
traveled
Scottish,
from 350 miles away directly to you, so now you're subscribed to Starlink, or
give
Yeah,
them some of that good
350 miles
Scottish
is a lot
whiskey.
closer than the data centers I have to use in America by
Okay,
fiber optic
so
cables.
how
Uh,
with that information at hand, how can I subscribe to Starlink?
Just go to starlink.com. It tells you if it's available in your area.
That's interesting. Let me check it.
And we talked about the cost.
I'll post the link. Yeah.
A Starlink launch is somewhere in the region of $15 million, which means assuming 50 satellites per launch is $300,000 per satellite. So if you think that they should shove some cameras up there just to keep you happy, well, why should they? They're a private company. You can pay for one of those. You can pay for one of those micro satellites and run your own experiment if you want.
Listen, that's a bunch of gaslight. Nobody said you
So
should
then what
spend
is
your money to
causing the underside of these office-sized satellites?
But I
to
did
be
say
wider
I'd be
than
willing to
the
pay for
ISS?
that.
I mean, it
Well, do it then.
can't be
You can do it.
Earth-shine because most of this
Starlink is brilliant because it's not going to be down when there's issues with the network, right? The only way it's going to be down is if they shoot down the satellites.
the night. Now, if you want to believe that these are being
Yeah, so yeah, in my
illuminated by
where
the
I
sun,
am, I will
then
get about
again,
500
I'll just
megabytes a
refer
second.
you
It
to
says
what
from
Mr.
Starlink,
Musk said in the
which is more than 20 times faster than what I get now, which is brilliant.
But you don't have it yet.
No, I'm still with my broadband provider at the moment. Once
I'm
I get it,
See, I just put my address in, and they're like, "Well, we'll let you know when you can actually access it." Yeah.
you can't get it where you are in America, where I can get it here in Scotland. That's weird.
Well, they got the wrong zip code.
Well, if you want to send a
you
camera,
have to spend $600 for the hardware, and it's $110.
Yeah, about 450 quid for the.
Hey, you
70
get.
quid a month,
All
yeah.
I want to know, you get that Macallan whiskey, that real stuff.
Oh shit! Yeah, actually a lot of the states is only coming soon, isn't it? Wow.
Dude,
I thought the states would be more covered with it.
Michael, I'm with you, bro. We need to go to Scotland and drink the real Scotland.
I want to know what's up with that Macallan.
whoever it was it BattleMod talking about sending cameras up? You can launch a CubeSat for around $60,000. Please
Yeah, I know.
do it. I'd love to see the video.
Well, Sony,
actually,
or was it Samsung? They
aware of
recently
the
put up
CubeSat.
a satellite that people can rent. That's going to be going.
I
live
was
live.
talking about that Macallan whiskey, though. What do you know about that?
Macallan whiskey. I'm more of a sour mash whiskey guy.
Like a single malt. Oh, I want the.
Yeah.
I don't want the cheap shit. I want the good
Well, the
shit.
sour mash is not so bad. I mean, if it's from Kentucky or Tennessee, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I don't have a problem
The
paying.
Scotch has a little, like a more
if it's
bitter
whiskey,
flavor, but it's good. It's good.
honestly, if it's a whiskey, I'll go for Jack Daniels. Okay, because I like the flavor.
I do too. That's a Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, it's the best sour mash whiskey I think you can get. When I go to a bar and I say like a Jack D and Coke, and they give me Southern Comfort, I get so angry.
No, Southern Comfort. Oh, I can't stand that shit.
I had a sip of that once. I nearly chucked up.
You know, it's not actually whiskey; it's whiskey flavored.
I like what? It's either Jack Daniels or Wild Turkey. That's my favorite whiskeys.
But if I'm gonna go for a drink, generally it'll be tequila. Tequila,
dude. I love tequila,
Listen,
but it doesn't like
tequila makes your clothes fall off. Tequila makes your clothes fall off,
There
man.
you go. There's
You
a
make your
song
toast
about that.
roll, you could just say.
It's just another example
Yeah.
of
I'm
how
a huge fan of
I want to.
I love tequila, and I've still got all my toast.
continually use fallacies to try to influence your pattern of thought. They keep trying to come and say that Starlink and Elon Musk and SpaceX have proven the Earth isn't flat
Hey,
because they've got these supposed satellites.
that's why it's a woman's
flying
group here
over
in
the
America.
imaginary globe.
drone usually is.
We want to.
In order for that to be proof of anything regarding flat Earth,
Yeah,
your
about,
contention would have to be that it would be impossible for them to fake it. In other words, there is no way with the drone technology we have, with the already reported supposed
on the
solar
comet that is
plane
now
we
becoming
have
visible
that
to the naked eye.
supposedly circumnavigate.
Where's it
What is
coming
it?
from?
Space.
Is this the one that was coming below? Oh, it's a comet, not the meteor that came below the height of some satellites in the past few days.
No. This is a comet that last time was near Earth was when Neanderthals were roaming around.
How do they know that? How do they know that?
They asked them.
Based on its orbit and its projected path around the sun and when it would come back. It would be here every 50,000 years, roughly.
They did all the math.
So-
They did all the projected
Yes.
math, and then they figured out.
Yeah.
Now
It's called
coming.
orbital mechanics.
The next time it would be here is in another 50,000 years.
So
when's it due?
with a trail of lights behind
My
it.
daughter's got her
Call
telescope
it
ready as soon as
satellite.
it's visible here. We're
You're
gonna
claiming
go
that's
and have a good
impossible
look.
on a
What
flat
is it,
Earth.
guys? Where does it
There's
come
no
from?
way they
What
can
is
put a
it?
plane
What's
in the
your flat
air,
Earth thoughts?
string some lights behind it, and say, look, we put satellites around our globe. This is the kind of asinine proof
by February the 4th,
continually
it says it
try
should
to
be
use
about
to prove
the
their
same
globe.
size as the
Because
moon,
once again,
visible to the naked eye.
if
Wow,
you
when you look
hold
at
them
what's
and demand that they use actual science and measurements to prove curvature in a standing body of water,
Yeah,
they
not
are
the actual
fucked.
size, but you know, it's
They
a scale.
cannot do it because the minute they try, they are going to prove the flat Earth.
I mean, obviously that's with like the glow and
simple.
stuff. You were looking at
That's how this
say
works.
with you know
this
a
is
solar
why I will
filter, it would probably be
continually
less
demand,
big, but with the glow of it, it
measure,
should look about the same
prove
size as the moon.
standing body
Yo,
of
yo, yo.
water
That's
curves
what she
Called
said.
C-2022
You will be waiting a
bracket
long,
ZTF
long,
bracket. It's a
Also
rare
known as
green comet
green
last seen
comet.
around 50,000 years ago. It's due to make its closest path to Earth, like about now.
Wow. And
yeah.
easily spottable path between Ursa Major and Minor.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty damn visible.
Yeah.
I think the last thing as visible with this would probably be Halley's Comet.
Yeah, I mean, wow, I didn't even know that was going to happen. So
I didn't hear about that.
Happen this year.
Yeah, it's
Now.
by beginning of February, you'll be able to see it really clearly.
Wow, I'm gonna definitely take a look at that shit. That's awesome.
So
it's passing
what
nearby
is it
near
through-
Polaris now.
Yeah, so a flat Earth perspective, what is it? Where's it come from? Why is it there? Can I have your honest thoughts, please, guys?
Well, as far as like flat earthers are creationists, you know, we have a design perspective idea, you know what I mean? Like obviously Earth didn't create itself, right? And the universe didn't create itself.
Well, I mean, okay,
we should at least agree on that.
No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
He is not the
but we're talking
ambassador
specifically
of
about the
flat
comet, not
Earth.
about Earth. What is that comet? Where's it come from?
Oh,
Why is it
why
there?
he's avoiding what I just said?
Well,
No,
Freddie,
I don't agree with you. I didn't avoid it. I said I
Is-
didn't
Let's
disagree.
talk about the creation
well,
story.
we
right?
can just give
No, we were talking
you
about comet.
a nice,
So, okay,
easy,
based on
simple
your-
answer. Ready? You ready? I don't know.
Go on then, Shane.
I don't know.
I don't know
Cool.
either.
That's cool. That's cool.
I have
Nothing
no
wrong with saying I
opinion
don't
on
know.
it.
Shane, that is the most intellectually honest answer that I think you can give. You don't know what it is. That's brilliant. I like that answer because you're not making any assumptions. Do you think you do any research into what it is?
Well, I know they drop these things out back of planes that look a lot like meteor showers.
Dude,
Oh my
if
goodness.
you-
Well, every year.
Well,
Dude,
I've
if you
seen it. Why
send
would
a
they do it
comet,
once?
The size of the moon is going to be across the sky next month. I
We
didn't
got-
hear about it before, but if I see it, we will definitely talk about it.
Hey, them are called tactical flares, Shane.
Right? Yeah. Well, I've seen them like launch like one and then multiple, like a meteor and then a meteor shower. Like, why would they practice that?
I
Yeah,
think you might be
depending
talking
on-
about chat.
Yeah. But Shane, this is something that's going to be visible in the sky for weeks. You know, maybe more.
Yeah, no, the particular like named recurring seemingly metonic cycle comets and asteroids, those I don't know about, right? So I was like, I don't know.
Because you're going to see it for a long time in the sky, that means the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
How about the fact that it
matches
comes
the
back?
projections of the heliocentric model.
Hmm.
And
good
apparently,
faith.
the best time to see
Sure.
it will be February the 1st to the 2nd.
Yeah.
Listen, so chaff is for an aircraft. It's missile avoidance. but-
Exactly. It's sort of metal litter and
yeah.
heated things. Yeah.
Yeah, but not all tactical flares are designed to avoid a missile. Some are just to light up a given area, and we can
Well-
light up a 30-mile circle with a tactical flare. No, it's not.
Have you ever seen a meteor? I once see the standard meteor showers like Geminids and Perseids and so on. That those meteors, they're a literal flash. It lasts a second. But I have seen one fireball which got in the news. That was quite impressive. But that only lasted a few seconds before it was gone. And they flicker between quite bright and dimmer and so on. That one was exploding one. That was impressive. but it's nothing like a flare that's going to be useful for military purposes.
Hey, Sensible.
Yes.
Do you reckon if we got several people from around the world to image the comet at the same time, we could use parallax measurements to calculate its position?
I would guess that you could. That's not something I can technically do or comment on the maths of. I bet
It should be possible, right? The same way that Reds and Astronomy Live did.
Yeah, absolutely. Just what I was thinking.
With the ISS, right?
Yeah.
So that should.
You should be able to get images of it.
Okay.
Taken the same night, and do parallax.
Right, guys.
From the 5th to the 6th, it's passing 1 degree 30 minutes away from the star Capella. So that would be a good point, because you want it to be fairly close to a star so that you can use the parallax calculations showing how far it moved, apparently closer to or further away from the star, depending on where you are.
Someone please get me Bob Science Guy, Astronomy Live, and someone from the UK. Someone please get me those people immediately. I need to organize something. Right, so technically, I could use parallax measurements to calculate the position of the comet, which is going to be way outside of the Earth-Moon system, right? So what would you guys say if we made a prediction as to where it should be, and then I used real-world observations to calculate the position and they matched? Would that not show that it's a heliocentric prediction?
No, I don't think it would show that at all. Why do you think it would show that?
Well, because I could literally show that it's hundreds of thousands of miles away. And I could use the spherical trigonometry of the Earth to make that calculation. So if I used everything based on a globe to make the calculation and it matched the position where they say that it is, would that not show that the Earth is not only a globe, but there's a comet in space?
So how are you determining the distance again?
By using parallax measurements.
So an angle measurement. An elevation angle.
Yeah, it would use some kind of triangulation, yeah.
An elevation angle measurement from an observer on Earth. And you're saying that proves sphericity of Earth.
Why wouldn't it?
Well, why would it be impossible on a flat Earth? You're making up the distance measurement. You're inferring that from the angle measurement.
No, I'm not inferring
but the angle
anything.
measurement is the only prediction.
I'm using empirical parallax measurements to calculate the position of it.
Because the stuff in the sky can determine the shape of the land.
Absolutely, it can. That's a very good way of doing it.
Yeah, just like our friend Eratosthenes in the 1500s, measuring his shadows because of the sun, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he did a very good job.
Check.
And then it's been repeated several times with many
more. Yeah,
more,
like me too. Repeated it too. Repeated the same thing. 7/6R. Hurrah, hurrah! Global excess or spherical excess. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Thanks for demonstrating the Earth's a globe. Good job. Thanks for playing. Well done.
10th and 12th,
yeah,
it's passing close to Mars as well.
Yeah, if I use the data from the Earth as a globe and it turned out to be exactly what they say it is, then that's going to be a pretty damn good prediction.
You're not using the globe to get the elevation angle for each observer. That's nothing to do with the globe. And besides,
they were so quick to say, yes, what you see in the sky definitely defines the shape of Earth.
Yeah, I don't think he's
really
very swift. I don't think
excellent way to determine
swift.
Now you get it. But
I don't think you're very good.
Every single flat earther
picking
here
sarcasm.
used to think that was true, but now we don't anymore.
Why? It doesn't matter what you think. It shows that it's a damn good way of demonstrating the shape of the Earth.
Wait a minute.
But for you guys, it's a very convenient way to ignore a bunch of evidence.
Wait a minute. You used to not believe it, then you believed it, and now you don't believe it because it shows the curvature of the Earth, so you have to throw it out?
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Because until like 2 years ago, it was always said, you can't look at the sky.
You know that turn play of words that it gets boring. You know that.
Right, guys.
It wasn't us that did it.
Craig,
I mean, all that shit you just have.
Sorry, there's two of you talking. I can't hear. Sorry, there's two of you talking.
yeah, but we're both 100%. My bad.
So you
No,
go ahead.
please, you.
Yeah. Helio Skeptic, it was you talking, right?
Yeah, please go ahead, Helio.
Oh, I was wondering. I'm wondering if Craig is under the imposition or whatever that he's like trying to help us in a certain way. Where since we
Definitely I am trying to help you guys. Yeah.
All right. So you're helping us to understand why what we used to believe was right, and now we don't believe it anymore.
Well,
Do you watch his videos after they've been edited and he adds in all them
There's just more and more
retards?
people going crazy all over the world thinking it's flat then, right? Just crazier and crazier by the day.
Hold on, I want to hear Craig's answer.
Listen, Helio. Listen. Don't think for a minute this guy is trying to help anybody. Have you watched his videos?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, no, I genuinely, at the end of the day, that's my main goal.
Every other word out of his mouth is flat Earth retard or flat Earth stupid person, and literally you don't help people by insulting them.
Yes,
that's just
exactly
ridicule for the. That's just ridicule for the
there's
purpose of
entertainment value in
monetary
it,
gain.
but at the end of the day, I'm trying to help everybody. I'm a
Giving you
teacher.
information doesn't help either, though.
Well,
Giving who
listen,
information?
Giving flat Earth
making money
information.
off.
Paid NASA man.
No, giving flat Earth information it's generally a fruitless exercise. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. What I mock is willful ignorance.
If it pads a pocket, it's all good.
Okay, so here's the thing. What I mock is willful ignorance. If people are willing to listen and be helped, then I will help them.
You have
I don't want
You know, you've met
You have zero help to
hundreds
offer.
of flat earthers, haven't you?
Oh
Craig?
Christ, man!
More.
Listen, I don't want people
Alright,
to be
so
ignorant.
do you
of the
think you're
fact that-
helping us? We grew up in the same system.
No.
We know exactly
didn't.
what they're going to say before you say it.
No, you didn't.
So,
None of you have got the education I've got. That's a lie.
Really, we can
He's
just ask
trying
Jack.
to.
I know what the fuck you are.
No, you.
All right. Yeah.
But
Anyway.
listen, all right, what do you have something greater than a bachelor's degree?
I've got 2 bachelor's degrees.
2 in
Yeah. Physics and nuclear engineering, energy systems, and fission technology.
And you were in the British military.
I was in the Royal Navy as a submariner, as a nuclear engineer.
He never touched the periscope. He never
Yeah,
but
touched the periscope.
Yes,
the
I did.
truth is, this is all about monetary gain. So I don't
No.
want people to be willfully ignorant of that.
You mean my channel is about monetary gain?
No, listen. For
It
the
is.
respect of this
Well,
channel and this
it's what I
server,
do full time for a living, but that's that's the
listen,
nature of
we can
YouTube.
freaking-
But that's
We
different.
can go combat, each other about, our lifestyles and different backgrounds, and we can find out shit about each other. But but Craig, you've been pretty open about where you are and who you are, and so have I. So it's not about that. We're talking about being honest about this conversation.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Yeah.
Well, with regard to money, I'm getting paid absolutely nothing for tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I
Well,
did ask Karen
listen.
in finance to send you a bonus for tonight. So
Cool.
she'll
Yeah.
send you later.
Listen,
Thanks, mate.
it's up to Craig to pay you, mate. Not up to us. We're not gaining any. I mean,
It's
I
all right.
paid
I had another stream earlier on and did very nicely. Thank you.
I pave highways for a living. I don't do YouTubes and insult people.
Michael observes level. Let's go.
I make money, real money.
Yeah, I make real money.
Hey, you
it's
want to
very
talk
real.
to a real surveyor? You're talking to him, Michael J. Smith. It's a real surveyor.
Okay, cool.
A motherfucker knows how to build roads across the earth.
Julio.
They sort of follow the
technically-
surface quite
Lovely.
closely, don't they?
Listen, guys. Technically, we don't build too many new roads. We just resurface old ones. Technically,
where you work.
If
Well,
you
hey,
build new roads, you'd have to dig up all the dead people under there.
Hey,
I mean,
hey, Michael.
yeah.
Dude,
Unless we're building a new subdivision, we're not
Re-
adding new roads.
So when a road is super cracked, are you the people who fill every little thing with a thing that makes it more cracked than what it was when it started, instead of just repaving the thing?
Hey,
Who does that
hey,
shit?
man.
Who do I complain about for that shit, dude? That is the worst.
How about this pothole in my
Shane, listen to this, right? Let me tell you a quick story, okay? The roads here in Scotland are fucking awful. Like, you have to go get an MOT so your car's safe for the road. Fuck that. What about the roads being safe for my car? Right? There was a guy in Perth.
Right.
Who, his street was so bad that he spent £13,000 of his own money to get rid of all the potholes, and did it with better quality material than the council ever would. Do you know what happened? The council fucking sued him and made him dig it back up because it wasn't their work.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it wasn't done.
Believe it.
To their, it'd be the same way here in America if it's not done to DOT standards, and we'll remove it. But I was gonna say, Shane, hey, fuck you for that. But if that's all your cheap ass state is willing to pay for, that's what we're gonna fucking do.
Is that what it is? But because then they can do it 2 or 3 times to make it extra shitty, and then redo the whole thing. So really, they can milk it for 3 to 4 jobs before redoing it. That's how I think that it's running, right?
Oh, guys, listen, dude, we milk every hour of
I figured, Mike.
We make more money resurfacing than we do crack filling and laying down spackle.
So
we hate
right,
that
here's
word.
the thing. I'm under strict orders from my wife and people to not stream for too long because of my recent health issues.
Right.
And it's been 2.5 hours. So for tonight, I think I'm gonna call it to a close.
Well, hey, shut the stream down. You can still hang out, bro. Tell your old lady it's cool.
It's quite late, and I should probably go to bed and stuff.
We're
because I need to
just
try and look
chumming
after my health.
around, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Of all the flat earthers I talk to, this is the place I actually enjoy coming to the most because you're generally decent people, not you, Demok. But I really do appreciate the fact that you let me come in here and have arguments with you and stuff. And again, the card that you guys sent to me meant a lot from the bottom of my heart. That you're all dicks. I fucking hate you all, but thank you very much.
Right back at you.
It genuinely meant the world to get that and see that. Even the fact that Witsit signed it, I was like, okay, he's obviously partly human. I appreciate that very much. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for not only letting me come in here and co-host with you, but thank you for what you did with sending that card. It really meant the world. I appreciate it, all of you.
Yeah, man.
welcome,
we
man.
were. And Mr. Sensible, you've been way cooler than I thought you'd be. You're welcome back anytime, dude.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible is awesome.
99.9% sure or 100% sure you're sitting down right now?
99.99.
You will go down in history for quotables of that one.
I've enjoyed it here too. I'm just interested in, and you said way cooler than you thought or that you expected. I'm just
Well,
wondering
the only thing I've
exactly what you expected.
the only thing I've seen you in is the Witsit debate, and I might have been a little bit partial or a little bit biased for that experience.
Okay.
Well, when you're condescending, you can't bring that out.
Yeah, and your partner was a super arrogant dickhead, so that kind of rubbed off on you, probably.
Hey, and let's just say
Mr.
good
Sensible,
night.
thank you for coming in and giving me back up tonight. I do appreciate
My
it.
pleasure. I did enjoy it, guys. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take
man,
care of your
anytime.
health, brother. Take care of your
Yeah,
health.
I'm
Take it
doing
easy,
my
man.
best to take care of it. Do you know what? My fucking wife, right? She made me try turkey bacon, right?
Well, listen,
That
that's
was
what
the
you're
end.
good for. She just
Anti-inflammatories, Craig. Get the anti-inflammatories, man.
My honest review of turkey bacon, right? 4 out of 10. Chewy cardboard that tastes almost slightly possibly like bacon is passable in a sandwich. But you give me that shit with like a fry-up dinner, and I'm defenestrating it. Okay?
Yeah, real bacon and take the risk.
Yeah.
Life's worth living.
All right,
Look,
I'm
your
gonna
wife
drop out
just
now.
wants
Thank you,
you
Mr.
around,
Sensible.
Law.
Thank you, Tartaria Discord, and I will speak to you soon. Have a good night, guys.
Later, Chris.
Thank you. We'll catch you again soon, Fight.
Bye.
Thank you.
Craig, tell her to start making the bacon in the oven. Last tip, by 425.
Yeah, turkey bacon can be good. It just depends on who's cooking. But your wife, when she makes you eat dumb shit, she just wants you around.
Man,
longer.
he's gonna be bummed when he finds out I forged Witsit's signature on that card, huh?
Whatever. Well,
And you got it
listen,
on
a lot
record
of
now.
jabs are
Well,
okay.
I mean, I asked him if I could forge his signature,
The
and he
truth
said
is,
that's
we're
cool.
all human, and I think we understand that you.
Yeah, no, I think he wanted to be a part of it anyway. I think he.
People are more valuable. People are more valuable than money. That's the truth.
Well, to us.
I mean, if there is another life, a God in the heaven, I won't be able to take my treasures with it, but I might share it with you.
Hey, Paid NASA Chill, welcome back for your 9th chance here. I hope someone doesn't ban you in 40 seconds, but it's almost.
Oh, you are so lucky that David has got your back, or you'd already be gone.
I think someone already rebanned him the second I unbanned him. You're on many lists, but I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I know you guys. Can't stand the.
It was only a week of time out, and you were too much of a pussy, for lack of a better word, to handle it.
Well, what I was trying to tell you was that this whole thing with Shull and the speed check story this is a war story. Get off it. I mean, he's exaggerating. Here's
the SR-71 guy.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. See, the first thing you got wrong was the fact that it's a war story.
It is a war
story. We weren't at war.
Okay.
No, if you listen to him, actually, it's a training op.
Okay, fine. What do you want to call it then? If you want to call it a war story, what do you want to call it then?
I said it 3 times. I guess
I know,
you
but
were
what I mean is it is a war. Okay, fine. It is a war type story. He is exaggerating.
It's not.
He is actually, because here I just put. You want me to post his link again? Follow this link. Here's another SR-71 pilot who's will tell you something quite interesting. Is that when you're flying at different altitudes, you're on different frequencies. So all these people would not be speaking on the same frequency, which is another interesting issue.
I know. If you listen to the story, it's actually ground station that tells them they're all doing
right.
this.
Again, they're on different frequencies to Los Angeles Center.
Yeah. Again, so they're all talking to the same Los Angeles Center, and it's the ground
different frequencies.
Yes, and it's a ground station that says, "Yeah, we just checked these guys." And if you listen to a story at a different speed,
different frequencies.
Yeah, I think you missed the part that the dispatcher.
No, you missed the part where they're on different frequencies.
Dude, don't interrupt me again, fuckhead. I afford you the opportunity to speak every time I don't mute you. Be kind enough to afford me the same, or don't open your damn mouth. This is why people want to ban you, dude. You can't even let a person speak.
Well, you're ignoring the major point here, which is the fact that they're on.
No, I'm not. I addressed it. I said, yeah, they're all talking to ground station, and ground station relayed the fact that somebody else was doing a speed check, and they weren't as fast as you. And if you really listen to the story, did you listen to the guys?
I've listened to the story more than once. I've listened to it several times, and he is telling, if you want, a training story, a military story, since you don't want to call it a war story, and he is exaggerating to the point. He is telling. I mean,
listen.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, basically.
You're acting like you can translate on only the frequency that you monitor, when the truth is you can monitor multiple frequencies, while you only transmit on another frequency. So it's like you're ignorant to how a radio actually works. I could hear you talk. But when I key up, you can hear me talk too, because you're monitoring my frequency. But I'm keying up on a different frequency than you. Don't be a moron.
Well, again, they're only listening on Los Angeles Center.
No, they're not. They're listening on multiple bands. They have an entire bandwidth, dude. You think their radio is only equipped for one frequency?
Well, they're listening to Los Angeles. Listen to
yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you think you think their radio is only equipped for one frequency? It's not a
yes. When you're talking to center, you're on one frequency.
When you modulate, you're on one frequency, yes, but you can monitor multiple frequencies.
Which you don't do when you're talking to center.
Actually, you do, because
you do. Oh, you're a pilot now?
Military jets, yes, they monitor all frequencies.
No, they don't. I've flown on military pilots. We don't.
I have too. I've been on an aircraft carrier.
Unless you're talking about specific airplanes.
Listen, dude.
But he's not. Again,
they monitor multiple frequencies. If you think you can only modulate on the frequency you monitor, you're wrong. It's no different than a citizen band radio. You can be on channel 23 and listen to 15 different channels while you're doing it.
No, that's
But
not what you do with.
when you
no,
key up, you're only going to be heard on channel 23.
That's not what you do with the radio with air traffic
They-
control. You listen on the assigned frequency in case
they
he
don't
misses
have-
you immediately
Yeah, you listen to air traffic control on that frequency.
on a
but
specific
you can,
frequency.
You can monitor all frequencies.
No, you can't. Sorry.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you've ever even been in the military.
Yeah, you don't. Well, it'd be funny because I was actually stationed at Beale when Schull was there. I've refueled Schull. I know him personally. I've talked to him. I've had drinks with this guy. He is no flat earther. He is.
I didn't say he was a flat earther.
Well, you're
so
saying
now
you're using his story to say that the Earth is flat because he's telling.
you're cutting me off
exaggeration.
again. I never said the dude was a flat earther. You're gaslighting the point. And no offense. Hold on, Helio. No offense, but we were over this an hour ago. What do you hope to accomplish?
Well, I posted you another link that's from another SR-71 pod who basically says it's long. It's okay. Schull is well known in the SR-71 community for being a lying sack of shit.
Okay, that's anecdotal.
Okay, well, I just posted you another link from another pilot who basically tells you that the story
It's
is
all anecdotal.
Again, did you listen? Did you go to the link that I posted or not?
I'm not gonna. They're all anecdotal. One guy says another guy's full of shit. What proof do you got?
So we have to split. But you
What
believe what
proof
Schull
do you
says.
got?
But you believe
What proof
Schull,
do you got?
You believe what Schull says.
Actually, if you were listening, I made a specific comment about what he said. What did I say?
I have no idea. You said so much bullshit to me.
Then how the fuck would you know if I believe what he said?
Because you said so much bull. You're arguing with me. I'm telling you that the story is false. You're telling me that.
No, I'm just trolling your ass because you're a belligerent fuck.
Oh, and you're not.
Is anybody else?
No, I'm giving. Listen,
He's saying that all.
I give what I get. I give what I get, guy. You're just full of shit.
Again, I posted you a second link which shows you, and it's okay.
Listen, dude, take your link and shove it up your ass. Nobody
course.
cares.
No, don't take any evidence. Who cares?
All right, so what's the?
Hold on, Helio. Listen, here's the thing. I clarified I wasn't using this as a flat Earth proof, and here's another dumb fuck an hour later trying to debate it like it was given as a flat Earth proof. I ask a guy's opinion on this. Are you people really this stupid?
Then why did you bring it up if you didn't use it as a flat Earth proof?
I asked the guy's opinion on it. He didn't have a problem with it when I clarified.
Radio signals aren't proof of anything necessarily.
Actually, the radio horizon is an interesting point, but that's another issue.
But you said that people that receive radio signals, from an airport or whatever, they only receive one radio signal. They don't broadcast, or receive other signals. And you're just wrong about that.
Well, no, it depends on the air traffic control radio you have tuned to a frequency.
Which one is that?
It depends on what the center assigns you.
You sure about that?
Uh-huh.
Because you've done it before?
Uh-huh. More than once.
So you're totally naked to the other frequencies that are available.
Correct.
Only the one you're assigned to.
That's correct. It depends. Sometimes you'll have two radios, so you can have two different ones. But generally, you're only listening to one at a time. You're listening to your controller.
Because you're just, because
Well,
in a regular
in
aircraft
military
flight,
air-
of course you're gonna be concentrating on the airplanes that are coming to your.
Man, listen, in a military aircraft, they have a radio scanner.
It depends
They
on the
transmit on one frequency, yes, but they literally monitor the full frequency or the spectrum under which what
Yeah, the full
225 to 4
Right, Mike. Yeah.
225 to 400 megahertz is usually a military UHF aircraft band.
Yeah,
Come
but you
on,
don't monitor
man.
the entire frequency at the same time.
Well, the same They do in the same way with military police. So on base, and military police may be monitoring each other and broadcasting on their frequencies, but they'll monitor local police and township police too.
Excellent. That's
They
good police.
actually do. I mean, that's weird that you would think that the only thing they're concentrating on is their assigned aircraft flight. And
That's
the
correct.
only thing they'll ever concentrate on as an,
Oh, the other interesting point is that the first two people on the speed check story are civilian pilots who aren't even on the same frequency, although the center's talking to them at the same time. They're on another band. The military guys are somewhere up in the 300, and these guys are somewhere down in the 140s. So, I mean, the story itself is, well, it's interesting, and plus, the other interesting fact is that they all come in just numerical order. So, I mean, come on. This story is obviously a tall tale, since I can't call it a war story.
I mean, if it's your job if you're working in the flight tower or whatever, to make sure that your aircraft, people that are coming to your airport, that's mostly what you're concentrating on, flights that are coming into your airport, right?
Well, it depends on what sector you are. This guy was center, so he gave a pretty big section of Los Angeles.
Yeah, so LAX. So
Well, not LAX, LA Center. That's different. The LAX is the airport. This is Los Angeles Center. They're in charge of a huge chunk of the skies over the western United States.
So they're only paying attention to commercial flights, or
No, the controller. No, the controller is paying attention to at least two frequencies, probably more.
Who's starting putt-putt? This guy's fucking boring.
Okay, fine. Sorry. I'm trying to explain to you. This is really not very exciting stuff, but it's little details that you guys get
not
wrong.
me. Oh, well, I didn't say anything about LA Center. But I actually understand and I know what you're talking about.
yeah, I do too. I mean, yeah, I get what you're talking about too. Because he said
I mean,
not LAX, he said LA Center. So yeah, I know what he means. Anyway,
You want to hit this joint? That's where you got me. Actually, you owe me $5, man. You got 5 on it because you done fucked up my buzz, motherfucker.
got 5 on it.
So you saw the YouTube I threw in 24/7 Helio, and he came over to participate. Is that how that chain of events worked? Yeah.
And when David goes to bed, punk, I'm putting you back in timeout. That's a joke. Maybe.
Yeah,
I used to do it to Indio every day, didn't I, Helio? He'd say, "Don't ban that motherfucker." I'd say, "Okay." He'd say, "I'm going to bed," and 10 minutes later, I ban that motherfucker. Later, your message Indio in the morning. You're probably on his friends list, punk.
And if not, good luck.
Right.
It's really cool to see
No,
what's going
I'm
on over here.
joking.
I enjoy you guys having fun over here with those
The worst of the worst.
chill and fight the flatter. That's all good.
Mr. Sensible was actually all right. I
Rich
think
Kate invited me. Yeah, I mean, it was fairly cordial over here tonight. So
yeah, I wasn't even screaming over each other too much, even though we do that all the time. I mean, you should hear it when it's just us, right? We always disagree, talk over each other. Somehow we all hear each other, but it's just a chaotic, audible mess. Then we invite the enemy in. Yeah, like.
It doesn't make for a good live stream, but yeah. And I didn't get mad that David on timed him out. I was gonna do it quickly anyway. It was just a joke.
Who?
I wasn't gonna leave him in there for a week. That's just the easiest one to swipe to.
Who'd you time out?
You gotta paid NASA chill.
Oh.
I wanted to make him feel like he was back at home. We didn't ban you, man. We timed you out. Ha ha ha.
No, I let him back in for like the 4th time.
We didn't kick you out, man. We just took your toys away, man.
Well, so I went through the ban list and he wasn't on it. So I figured he got caught in Dovid's initial ban wave purge, where he went back and unbanned people he thought, deserved it, I guess. So I assumed you were caught in that batch, because I didn't actually even unban you.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
he's pretty
he don't
funny.
bother
You know,
me.
I mean, on the bullshit meter, he's pretty high, but he's pretty funny.
I don't know. I mean, his funny wears off pretty quick, but that's just me.
Yeah. I just hate you already get past some point, you're past the precipice, and this guy wants to go back to the precipice and act like he done said something somebody else didn't say a half hour ago. I can't stand those late to the party guys who want to jump in the middle of a conversation.
No,
I'm sorry.
They
bring
wait
up
till the
something.
other They wait
I'm
till
sorry.
the other conversation's over and then bring up some other bullshit that they want to say.
I'm sorry. I had to wait. I had to.
There
I
he
had
is.
to.
Here he comes.
I had to wait till the end of it because I was told by your boss here that I couldn't speak during the event.
That's true.
Hey,
So
you
I'm
know what?
sorry.
You know what? You know what, bro? I'm the one that unmuted you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I was the one who muted you immediately after you spoke because I was like, "Hey, don't speak in this event," and you were like,
I know.
"Oh,
I
okay."
know. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I thought you
I
did.
unmuted a few of you, and Shane didn't even get mad at me about it. But I figured you'd already got the hint, and it would be cool. I'm just saying, I hate going through a painful argument, and then after you settled terms, people go back and revisit the point that wasn't the point in the first place. And that's because they weren't privy to the entire conversation.
I think it's funny that you were like, "You can come back in if you don't speak during this event." You were like, "Okay," and immediately spoke
All right,
during the
so during
event.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
like-
immediately. It was like 2 hours later.
all right, it was like 40 minutes later.
Yeah, I'm sure he was like, but this Mr. Sensible guy keeps talking. Why can't I?
I know who Sensible is. I like Sensible. He's English.
Oh, all right.
He's
Well-
very sensible, isn't he?
Well,
He's English.
we just met him. We think he's cool.
Well, he's
I
a nice
think.
guy. I like him.
I think
He
we like
generally-
him.
I mean, he had an hour. He had like a 2.5 hour debate with Flatzoid and kept us cool. That's pretty tough.
But he kind of looked like a douche during Witzer. Is it? Do I just have that recollection because his partner was a super douche? I think that might be possible.
Look, I got all of your guys' booking photos, but I won't share them with the public. I won't dodge it. Don't worry.
He's one of, like I said, he had an hour, 2 hours, 3 hour debate with Flatzoid and didn't lose it. And that's really tough to do.
I don't think there's a winner or a loser in a debate. I see.
Well, I'll end our goomball for the night, everyone. Thanks for coming. We'll be back tomorrow with another Tartaria stream, I believe.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know.
But like, does anybody really care?
Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated Complicated 8 makes you believe
So,
you're
you
spinning
pissed
in
off some
space
flat
while
earthers
you
and
have
got
no
some death
shame or
threats or
grace.
something.
It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
Time you word flat, you just scoffed and laughed, thinking that Pythagoras knew better in the past. Yeah, you start to do some research and hit up YouTube, mock sergeants, clues, and Eric's 200 proofs. Where's the edge? Show me. Why would they be lying? Come on, man. Well, why is the horizon always rising? New Year rising, yo, I can't explain it all in the verse you take serious. Cause once you're flat smacked, it'll leave you delirious. You don't wanna hear this, cognitive dissonance settles in your mad. And that's okay, those are the same feelings I had. You're digging deeper and you don't know what to believe. You're getting pissed off that you've been duped and deceived. Yo, who do we blame? NASA or the elites? Both of them. Or are the darker voices hiding our reality that the earth's flat, 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 get over it. The earth Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it. Throw on some ODD reality to learn some more. Yeah, got you thinking about things that you never thought before. Gravity pushes poles, turns sawdust into balls. Then you realize it's a theory and it ain't a proven law. Think density, buoyancy, and electrostatic. It's a complicated concept when you first look at it. Seeing all them pics of Earth through a fisheye lens, cause that's the only way that they can show us that it bends. 70% of Earth's water, which is nothing special. But naturally speaking, water always seeks its level. Then you start to wonder why we can't have world peace when they all play nice with Antarctic treaties. Sure do. You start seeing celebs coming out as flat earthers. So you double check that you just misheard your TV, your phone, or your radio station. Got you wondering why flat earth's taking over the nation. Even this deep inside the rabbit hole, I have my doubts, but at the end of the day, I wanna stand up and shout that the Earth's flat, 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 get over it. The Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it.
Stop running in the hall. Stop. Slow down, sir. Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get to class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah. Fucking science, bro.
Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro.
Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War, how it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Fucking science, bro!
Lab coat, check. Goggles, check.
All right.
Nodules, check.
Fuck.